Right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. It is now 10:05 a.m. on Wednesday, May 14th. I'm Senator Julia Salazar. I am the chair of the New York State Senate's Crime Victims, Crime and Correction Committee, and I want to begin with just some brief opening remarks. Today's hearing concerns the safety of incarcerated individuals, transparency, and accountability in New York State correctional facilities. I want to begin by thanking my co-chair of this hearing, Assemblymember Eric Dilan, for joining me in holding this critical hearing, and all of our colleagues who are present or will be present with us today on the dais. Thank you, of course, to our witness list, everyone who will be offering testimony today, and those who have submitted written testimony as well. The truth is, I wish we did not have to be here to talk about how our state collectively has failed to protect many New Yorkers who find themselves in state custody. I wish we did not have to bring urgent attention to the fact that over the past 5 to 6 months, 2 young men who were in the custody of New York State, Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi, were violently murdered by correction staff who felt so emboldened by a culture of impunity that they decided to take both of these young men's lives. It is critical that we also recognize the many people who have died in custody throughout our state's history at the hands of correction officers, either by violence or medical neglect. This includes Clement Lowe, Terry Cooper, Carl Taylor, Leonard Strickland, Samuel Harrell, John McMillan, and those whose names we do not even know. During the unsanctioned work stoppage earlier this year that took place by correction officers, 12 incarcerated individuals that we know of died in part due to conditions that they faced as a result of the unsanctioned work stoppage. We must recognize that this is unfortunately not new. In addition to the many reports and accounts that I have learned from speaking to incarcerated individuals, formerly incarcerated individuals, the family members and loved ones of those who are incarcerated, and the many reports that my office receives, as well as visits that I regularly conduct to state correctional facilities. We know that there are regularly violent assaults by staff that are often not adequately investigated. This culture of violence with impunity has permeated our state, and it is something that incarcerated individuals and their families have been trying to amplify, but in some ways only really gained public attention due to the body camera footage that recorded the murder of Robert Brooks. It simply does not have to be this way, and that is why we are all here today. We are going to ask difficult questions of the witnesses who will be testifying in this hearing, but I want to note that we have a responsibility as legislators, and we need to take that responsibility seriously. What brings us here today and what leads us to ask these questions is that understanding that this must inform policy. We have a responsibility to change the law. The witnesses testifying here today don't have that ability. We do. And so I think that every question that I ask certainly is one that I think we must be prepared to answer as legislators as well. One quick additional sort of programming note, my mother did not teach me or raise me to interrupt people, but unfortunately, sometimes in public hearings, we do have to interrupt someone who is testifying solely because time in the hearing is very limited, both for our questions and for the responses of witnesses. So this is me telling you right now, I earnestly apologize in advance if I absolutely must interrupt you. It's not personal, and I don't mean any disrespect by it. With that, I want to turn it over to Assemblymember Eric Dillon, the chair of the Assembly Corrections Committee.
Thank you, Senator Salazar, and I too would like to thank the leadership in both houses for agreeing to having this hearing today. It's something I believe we both asked for in the days following the murder of Robert Brooks, and I believe this is a first and important step that we collectively will take to get to a dock system and a legislative package that we believe is both transparent, accountable, and safe for everyone involved. So good morning. I'm pleased to be here at this joint public hearing of the New York State Assembly Standing Committee on Correction and the Senate Standing Committee on Crime Victims and Corrections. I am Eric Martin Dillon, and I serve as chair of the Assembly Committee. We are also joined by my colleagues and members of the Assembly Committee on Corrections, starting with members Epstein, members Meeks, Kellis, Levenberg, and Burdick. The purpose of today's hearing will be to examine how we can provide for the safety of incarcerated individuals and increase the transparency, accountability, and transparency in correctional facilities operated by the New York State Department of Corrections and Supervision. As it was said in the outset, we are all here today, and we are all aware of the recent spate of tragic events that are intolerable violence that has taken place within our state facilities. We also know that historically, these are not isolated incidents. It is my goal at this hearing today to take the next steps towards ensuring that these incidents never occur again. But should they occur, that we have the systems in place to ensure that transparency, accountability, checks and balances and the oversight that the people of this great state so deserve. And I've already introduced the members of my committee. The ranker or acting ranker for today will have a chance to make an opening statement and introduce his members. I'm not sure if the senator wants to step in and introduce her members at this time.
Thank you, Chair. I want to invite Senator Rob Rollison, the ranking member of the Senate Crime Victims, Crime and Correction Committee, to share remarks as well.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. And I share the sentiments of the chair of our committee. Certainly, this isn't a place that we thought we would have to have these discussions today, and we're going to. I look forward to the testimony and what others have to say about our correctional system. I'll end with this. I don't want to go too long. Is that violence within our correctional facilities should not be happening under any situation. And I hope that the discussions that we have today, the testimony that we hear, will lead to a broader conversation about the violence that is taking place within our correctional system and how we, as a state legislative body and state legislators, can help in stopping violence, in making sure that everyone within our facilities has safety. That is our job, our priority as members of the state legislature is the safety of everyone in the state of New York. And specifically today, this conversation hopefully will lead to the safety of everyone within the dock system. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will, if you'd like me, I'll introduce my colleague on the committee, Senator Dean Murray from Long Island. Thank you.
And with that, on the Assembly side, we've also been joined by Assembly members Romero and Levine. And I'll turn it to my colleague who's ranking for today, Phil Palmisano, for an opening statement.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairman, everyone. My name is Assemblyman Phil Palmisano. I'm also joined at this hearing by my colleague in the Assembly Minority Conference, A.G. Pepan. I just want to thank you all for being here. First, let me start by saying and be very, very clear. I said this at the public protection hearing back in January. The tragic deaths of Mr. Brooks and subsequently Mr. Nantwey were totally abhorrent, are totally unacceptable, and those individuals must be held accountable. Let me be very clear about that. But it's also important to acknowledge that the actions of these individuals don't represent all the thousands of brave and dedicated corrections officers and staff working inside our correctional facilities in a dangerous and challenging environment. So as we look to reform and look to change the culture and safety inside our correctional facilities, it's important that we look at it from a broad perspective. One such area that I've been talking about and many of my colleagues have is the rising level of violence inside our correctional facilities, especially incarcerated individual assaults on staff and incarcerated individuals assaults on other incarcerated individuals. So even with the declining population and 26 prison closures since 2011, assaults and violence continue to rise inside our correctional facilities. This has been compounded and exacerbated since the passage and implementation of the HALT Act 3 years ago, which restricts and sometimes eliminates the ability to segregate the most dangerous and violent incarcerated individuals from the rest of the general population. The statistics speak for themselves. Since its implementation, incarcerated individual on staff assaults has increased by 76% to a record level of over 2,000 since 2020, at the end of the year 2024. Incarcerated individual assaults on other incarcerated individuals has increased 169% to a record level of nearly 3,000, just over 2,900. Even contraband seizures are up over 32% to a record level of over 4,700, and we know contraband and drugs creates violence inside our correctional facilities. This was and was a main concern voiced by our correctional officers and families during the protest. It was about their safety and quality of life. And this must not just be acknowledged, but it must be addressed if we are truly going to be able to address the safety and culture of violence and the dangerous environment inside our correctional facilities. I look forward to hearing and listening to the testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. And just some brief housekeeping. There'll be matters that we will touch on today that are currently on trial or potentially under investigation by another body. While we will delve into the policy issues deeply, matters before a criminal court or ongoing investigation, we will not delve into here today. And that's my part of the housekeeping. Senator Salazar has another aspect of housekeeping before we call our first witness.
Thank you, Chair. I want to note a couple things. One, for the record, that NYSCOBA, a labor union that represents correction officers, was duly invited to participate in today's hearing. So while they will not be physically present, they were invited to testify in person, and they have provided written testimony. Each panelist today will have up to 5 minutes to present their oral testimony. After all panelists have presented their testimony, immediately after, my co-chair and I, as well as the ranking members of our respective committees, will each have a total of 5 minutes for Q&A. If other members of the legislature present would like to ask questions, they will also have a total of 3 minutes each for Q&A. So that 3 minutes includes both questions and answers. With that, I will go ahead and introduce panel A, which is the Commissioner of the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision, Dan Marticello. Thank you.
Before he begins, I see we are being joined by Assemblymember Eddie Gibbs.
quickly before Commissioner Marticello begins, I would just want to acknowledge our colleagues who are present, at least who I can see from up here on the dais. Senator Luis Sepulveda, I see Senator Robert Jackson, and I can't see you down there. Okay, that's actually it from the Senate. Thanks. Whenever you're ready, Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair Salazar, Chair DeLon, and other distinguished members of the Senate Committee on Crime Victims, Crime and Correction, and Assembly Committee on Corrections. My name is Daniel Marticel III, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss safety, transparency, and accountability at today's hearing. Maintaining the safety of individuals in our care is a core function of the department and a bedrock principle upon which decisions are made. Individuals are sent to prison as punishment, not for punishment, and there's an expectation of safety and opportunities for rehabilitation. The last few months have challenged the foundation of this belief. The senseless murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi at the hands of staff members is inexcusable. These acts erode trust for those committed to our mission. I want to again express my deepest sympathies to the families of Mr. Brooks and Mr. Nantwi. This is an important moment for DOCS, one in which we have the opportunity to push boundaries and transform our culture. To do this, we need to question conventions, rethink outdated practices, and commit to doing what's right, even when that's not easy. I would like to walk through some of the steps we've already taken and share with you my vision for the future. For our department to maintain safer, more humane, and more restorative environments, there must be accountability. For those two incidents, I immediately made criminal referrals to the state police and the Office of the Attorney General while launching an internal investigation. At the governor's direction, I began termination proceedings of all individuals involved. I increased management rotations in the evening and the presence of investigators from the department's Office of Special Investigations. We improved our whistleblower policy and created greater external oversight of the department through expanded relationships with the New York State Commission of Corrections and the Correctional Association of New York. We have retained an independent law firm to conduct a holistic review of our practices, and we are conducting a safety gap analysis with Chicago Beyond. Accountability is not just a response to staff wrongdoing, but applies equally to the department. I remain deeply committed to ensure the safety of all in our care and providing transparency around areas of improvement. Without transparency, there is no trust. Following these incidents, I moved to enhance our body-worn camera policy and practice. Staff are now required to activate their body-worn cameras anytime they are engaging with the population. We implemented a new compliance matrix to monitor compliance with the body-worn camera policy. With the support of Governor Hochul and the legislature, we have codified our body-worn camera policy into law and received over $18.4 million to fully deploy body-worn cameras across our facilities, as well as $400 million to expand fixed cameras. We have already begun the implementation process. The law firm's findings and recommendations will be made public, and I'm in the process of building a public-facing data dashboard that will provide further transparency into relevant corrections data. While transparency and accountability are critical, there is nothing that will be more impactful to the future state of the department than culture. Improving prison culture is essential to public safety. We can achieve this by leveraging the recommendations of experts, overcoming the staffing crisis, and reducing violence within our facilities. We are leveraging independent experts, including a partnership with the men to assess the operating culture of our facilities through a public health and human rights lens. We have also launched a Future of Prisons Committee with the Council of Community Justice, which is led by the Division of Criminal Justice Services. We're conducting de-escalation training and use of force training while evaluating opportunities to supplement our academy. There are certainly challenges to our progress. Adequate staffing is a prerequisite to safe and secure facilities. The department continues to recover from a 3-week illegal job action that has impacted our ability to operate our facilities and have put us at unsustainably low staffing levels. The strike resulted in approximately 2,000 officers and sergeants being terminated or resigning. Much of the work we had begun on institutional reform was unfortunately stalled during the illegal job action and resulting state of emergency. With that said, we have already started to re-engage as the facilities resume safe operations. Resolving the staffing crisis is critical to build a culture of safety and security. We're taking aggressive steps to expand our recruiting efforts, and would like to thank Governor Hochul and the legislature for passing legislation that allows for broader recruiting. Another challenge to developing a culture of safety is the ongoing challenge of drugs and dangerous contraband entering our facility, which often leads to violence. Drug use in prisons threatens the safety of staff and the incarcerated population and undermines efforts at developing a rehabilitative culture. I've taken an aggressive approach to drug interdiction, including a new process for screening all legal correspondence for potential contraband and implementing body scanners in our facilities. Despite the obstacles I've outlined, many of the steps required to build a future state of corrections in New York State are underway. We are focused on our Recover, Recruit, and Rebuild plan to resume operations, restore services, and build for the future. This plan is supported by legislation and funding advanced by Governor Hochul and passed as part of the fiscal year 26 enacted budget. Under the governor's leadership, we have a plan to address any systemic and cultural issues that are identified in order for us to carry out our mission more effectively and humanely. I'm committed to leading correctional facilities to a safer, more restorative environments. Our plan is not static and will evolve over time. The work will be done transparently and with accountability at every step. There is no doubt we have a long and challenging road ahead, but it is my sincere belief that we will forge a future in New York State corrections that is safer, more humane, and redemptive for incarcerated individuals. Thank you again for inviting me to testify today. I would be happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate you taking the time to testify this morning. I have first some questions about the new body-worn camera policy. Will there be periodic checks during officer shifts to ensure that body-worn cameras are in fact activated?
Yeah, and the policy that we've enacted in the directive, which can be found on our website, management has to review a certain number of videos throughout the course of a week. For the facilities that are fully deployed, the performance matrix model actually randomly selects those body-worn cameras to make sure that we have a diverse representation of different cameras on different shifts. For those not fully deployed yet, we've dictated the number of videos that must be reviewed and the duration of such. And any abnormalities or deficiencies in policies have to be referred to the Bureau of Labor Relations for potential disciplinary action.
Thank you. And you mentioned that dock staff compliance with operating body-worn cameras will be tracked. How will their compliance be tracked? Will it be tracked through that performance matrix?
Yeah, the contract that we've entered into has a performance matrix model, which we launched. It's currently operational in 27 facilities, and we set thresholds in terms of when cameras are out of the docking station, when they have to be on and not powered off, and things of that nature. 95% is the threshold that we sent because the policy does allow staff to turn them off when they're using the restroom. That was something that was of concern to this body as well as members of the union. And then wherever there's deficiencies, we can then look at individualized cameras, both at a facility level as well as central office. We have assistant commissioners looking at those percentages, and when they don't meet that threshold, then there's follow-up with the leadership at the institution.
Thank you. Departing from body-worn cameras, the murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi put a spotlight on docks and exposed what many have attempted to address for years, that assaults on incarcerated individuals by staff are more common than they should be. They also often go unreported, or the death of an individual in custody may be marked inappropriately as a death by natural causes. What reforms do you think should be implemented to ensure accurate and timely reporting of the causes of deaths?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, and let me, start again by saying the actions of those staff involved in the two deaths is totally reprehensible and not representative of who we are as a department, or certainly not as a state. Each death that occurs in custody, there's multiple levels of review that currently are undergone, right? So we launch our Office of Special Investigations, but separately, the New York State Police, as well as the Attorney General investigates, and then the State Commission of Correction does review of those mortality cases. Secondarily, we conduct mortality reviews both at the facility level and the central office level, and the medical examiner in the county is the one that actually determines what the cause of death is. So that's totally separate and apart from anything that the department's entailed with. I think in order to continue to shed light on this, some of the things I've already done is I've reinstituted our mortality report, so that way that there's insight in our monthly reports and on an annual basis of the deaths that are in custody. That it's something that previously was discontinued. But in terms of our investments around fixed cameras, body-worn cameras, I think that again will help us capture evidentiary material critical in making sure we're getting it right. Followed by the expansion of our Office of Special Investigations. We are going to be expanding that unit and hiring quality assurance team, which are attorneys, investigative attorneys with prosecutorial backgrounds, to make sure that we're absolutely covering every point of that investigation to ensure that we can hold people accountable. We're also doing data analytic.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner, only for the sake of time. You have publicly stated, and it is true, that you often do not have the authority to fire correction officers who have engaged in misconduct. That's evident as some of the officers who were involved in the murder of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi had been involved previously in assaults on incarcerated individuals, which is also the reason why the AG had to recuse herself from those investigations. What authority do you, as the commissioner, need to have that you do not currently have to be able to terminate abusive correction officers in these cases?
Yeah, Senator, thank you for the question. So I'll start with saying that right now I'm bound by the collective bargaining agreement, whereby I make determinations in terms of what the proposed penalty is, but ultimately at the conclusion of the hearing, I'm bound by the independent arbiter's determination of what they find. Oftentimes, they disagree with our recommendations. I know that there is legislation that you sponsor out there that would give me broader authority. I'm not going to comment publicly in terms of that legislation, but what I would say generally in running this department, whether you're talking about discipline or any other facet, that any further authority that I have in discretion would certainly be welcome on a variety of topics.
Thank you. I will pass it to Chair DeLon.
Okay, thank you. I just want to jump in, I believe, where the senator may have not been able to get to because of time, and that's on the body-worn cameras. You said 27 facilities in your answer, so is there a plan to get all the other facilities up to speed where where all facilities are using the body-worn cameras?
Absolutely. We recently just entered into a contract, $14.9 million to deploy statewide. Really, it's more of a technology issue on the service providers in terms of in the community to installing switches, which could then withstand the bandwidth necessary to upload that video footage. But I am fully committed, hopefully by the middle to the end of summer, that all facilities, with the exception of Edgecombe, which is used for undomiciled parolees, will have full deployment of body-worn cameras. Every correction officer, every supervisor, and we just enshrine that into law as well. So
good. So that eliminates a few of my questions, allows me to get to some more things. Just in terms of the enforcement of these body-worn cameras, in the instance that there's an egregious instance where a blockage occurs while an incident is going on, what tools do you have to enforce penalties and or punishment should this happen? And are there any further tools you think you may need?
Yeah, so similar to my response to Senator Salazar, right now I have to follow the terms and conditions under the collective bargaining agreement for disciplining staff. But where we find that there is egregious conduct or repeat conduct of violations of the body worn camera, we do take action through the disciplinary process.
Okay, I want to take a shift to assaults as it relates to your OSI division. At what level of an assault does DOCS OSI get involved, or when does DOCS OSI get involved in general? And when does DOCS contact the Attorney General and then your counterpart at the Attorney General's OSI?
Sure. So our Office of Special Investigations receive complaints from a variety of sources. We have a speed dial number on the incarcerated phone system, which is a direct line to the Office of Special Investigations. We also get complaints referred to us from the Inspector General's office, from families, written correspondence. Last year, we took over 16,000 complaints, of which there was more than 3,000 complaints associated with internal affairs. So we take those complaints, we look into them at the facility level, we begin the investigative process, and when we believe that there's a violation in terms of criminality, we then engage first the local district attorney's office, and then if there's no interest in prosecution, we'd request a 63-3 referral to the Office of the Attorney General for further potential prosecution. We also sit on the federal task force in terms of civil rights at the federal level, so we oftentimes meet with federal prosecutors to present cases to see if there's any desire to pursue criminal action against wrongdoers.
Okay, so just shifting to death investigations with my time left. I guess when you receive a death that's of non-natural causes, what are the procedures that your facilities take? How do they report to you? And are the deaths treated differently if it's incarcerated on incarcerated or unincarcerated on or officer on incarcerated?
Yeah, so first, every death in custody necessitates a call to me. Regardless of day, time, or night, doesn't matter, I'm an automatic call of a death in custody. We immediately, regardless of if it appears to be natural causes or it appears to be through an altercation with incarcerated or staff, we immediately deploy OSI and make notification both to the state police and the Attorney General, who then come on site. The scene is then preserved from a preservation of evidence standpoint until those bodies arrive on scene and they can start reviewing what actually occurred. We would take any video footage that may be available, again, turn that over to state police and the Attorney General.
So to get my last question in, when an incarcerated individual dies within a facility or in a local hospital, when are autopsies involved? Are they a general course of conduct, or does it take a special set of circumstances to have an autopsy declared?
That's up to the medical examiner. That is referred under state statute to the medical examiner, and it's within their office's purview to determine if the autopsy is going to occur, and then the timeline for that, and then revealing the results.
Okay, my time is done, and it gets turned back to the Senate.
Thanks again, Commissioner, and I will turn it over to Ranking Member Senator Rob Rollison.
Good morning, Commissioner. Specific to the two horrific incidents at Marcy and Midstate, how quickly was OSI able to be deployed and to start to collect evidence for the ultimate prosecution of these individuals who were involved?
Yeah, in both cases, OSI was immediately deployed and notification to the prosecutorial agencies. In fact, OSI played a critical role in identifying and preserving the video footage that the entire world horrifically saw regarding Mr. Brooks and turning that over to both the state police and the Attorney General.
Does the Office of Special Investigation have adequate staff to respond to these incidents, unfortunately, that have happened and we want to prevent from happening again?
Yeah, again, statewide in DOCS, everybody's going through a staffing crisis. But yes, in this budget, we just added over almost $8 million to expand OSI to bring on these new units and further improvements to identify trends through analytics and medical people and things of that nature. So I believe they're adequately funded, and now we just have to attract the individuals to the job.
During both of these incidents, was there adequate supervisory staff working in those buildings at the time of those two incidents?
There were supervisors that were on duty. I mean, you know, referring to the video on Mr. Brooks, clearly you saw sergeants failing to do their job and failing to intervene. One of the direct things that I did as a result the following day is I mandated that the officer of the day, which is a member of management, it's exec team at the facility, be present on the afternoon shift and respond to any medical emergencies to check on incarcerated as well as staff. And I think that that's a critical change moving forward as we continue to evolve as a system.
My understanding is that currently within docks there's over 100 vacant sergeant positions. Is that accurate?
I'd say
To
it's
some
somewhere
extent.
south of that, but it's pretty close.
And you know, because you rose through the ranks, there's a scope of supervision that has to be in place at all times. So members of that organization, whether it's docks, police, whatever, are held accountable based on the standards that the state legislature wants you to do, and also what you want to do in your team. You know, that to me is very important because members of the organization know clearly what they're responsible for, what they can do, what they can't do, and they have the ability to report up the chain of command when things are going wrong. And can you comment generally on that and what your feelings are?
I think the chain of command is clearly important, and having good first-line supervisors is critical. In terms of the vacancies right now, you know, we are currently in a staffing crisis with 4,500 vacant correction officer positions. So when you fill a sergeant vacancy, it comes from the rank of correction officer. So it's a balance in ensuring that, you know, we are keeping a work-life balance to the best we can for our staff, but having adequate supervision. So we still fill the roles, oftentimes with overtime or lieutenants step in. But yeah, I believe in supervision, and I think that that first line is critical to making sure that we are holding staff accountable.
And we've talked a lot about the challenges in the staffing crisis, and I know that you have implemented a regional hiring program and we have seen the benefits of it in my district and in Dutchess County at Greenhaven and Fishkill Correctional of recruiting new individuals into the dock system. How is that working out? And I think it's working out pretty good from what I understand in my conversations with you and people on the ground at Fishkill and Greenhaven. Are you going to expand that statewide to advance that recruitment tool?
Yeah, so I appreciate the question and you acknowledging the success of the program. We've done it in multiple areas across the state. Dutchess County has really been the lead in the success. I mean, Greenhaven is right now at its budgeted fill level in terms of correction officers, and Fishkill, I was able to give them over 56 correction officers in the last few weeks. So certainly working. I am in discussions with the union to expand beyond the counties that it's currently offered, because I think, you know, people want to work where they live, and the days of people commuting far distances or having second residences is something of the past. So I am interested in the expansion of that program.
And in the last 30 seconds or so that I have and closer to home, I understand, and I don't have the information, that there was an incident at Greenhaven where a member of the corrections staff was in a dangerous situation and a possible attempted assault, and a member of the an incarcerated individual actually stepped in to help out. Is that true?
Yeah, news travels quick.
Yeah.
Yesterday at Greenhaven, about 8:30 in the morning, an incarcerated individual in J Block, unprovoked, attempted to attack a correction officer with a sharpened toothbrush. Upon the other incarcerated hearing the commotion, he came out of one area into the next and got in between the officer and the incarcerated individual. Very commendable. And the officer sustained some minor injuries to his hand, remained on duty. But yeah, absolutely. We averted a bad day yesterday.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. That really is remarkable, and it's remarkable how fast news travels. Want to hand it back to the Assembly.
Okay, at this time, we'll hear from the ranker for today, Assemblymember Palmisano.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. At the public protection hearing, I asked you the question, and we both agree violence in any fashion at our correctional facilities is totally unacceptable. And I know you know, the protests that took place with our corrections officers, the main issues about HALT, safety and quality of life. And you heard the statistics that I shared since the implementation of HALT. I know part of that, coming back, there was an agreement about a HALT working group. how is that progressing? Are there specific changes being recommended? Any impacts you're seeing, whether to the behavioral? Is there going to be a report that's going to be issued? Any ideas or suggestions you can tell us, or what that process is? I mean, that's kind of a lot of questions, but I think you got to get the gist of what I'm asking. And do you support these changes too?
I'll try to get to the heart of the question.
Yeah.
So appreciate the question. And certainly during the illegal job action, I went out and spoke to correction officers directly. And I think that we've moved away from, or they've moved away from repeal halt. And as a result, we have formed a halt committee. We have met 3 times, and it's comprised of all 4 unions, so NYSCOBA, Council 82, PEF, CSEA, as well as the state, DOCS, OER, and DCJS. We are working towards recommendations that revolve around safety of incarcerated people, safety of staff. We anticipate that in the coming weeks, we will be engaging some stakeholders, and then eventually we'll be coming to the 2 committees to have further discussions on recommendations around improvements to drive safety for all involved in the correctional system.
Do you have a time frame on when those suggestions or recommendations might come forward approximately? If not, I
I'm
understand.
hoping in the next few weeks. I mean, we're on an aggressive timeline to get this done. The memorandum of agreement called for 60 days. Now that we've inserted stakeholders and we've all agreed is an important step in the process.
Sure.
We're still trying to work towards that timeframe.
And you want to wait till those discussions before you talk about any suggestions at that point in time, probably?
Yeah, I really
sense.
want to get all perspectives
that's-
from the
that's okay.
stakeholders and make sure that we
That's
have a
fair.
package that's focused
I
on
just wanted,
safety.
obviously that's important. You mentioned in your testimony about drugs and contraband getting in. You know, I've often talked about having drug dogs at every correctional facility, not just rotating them. I think that's something we should do because then we cover them all. But also you've seen the instances where some of our corrections officers have been overcome by substances. And you mentioned about measures. What measures are you taking right now, procedures and policy, to scan mail and packages, particularly mail, because I know we have a secure vendor? And also, is legal mail involved in that? Because I've heard stuff that's not. How's that working? Because we want to obviously protect those who are looking at the mail. How's that going to work?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I mean, staff and incarcerated safety is paramount, as I said. In terms of canine, we have 27 canines currently, 2 of which are e-sniffing dogs. But in this budget, it allocated money for an additional 7, and the following year we'll do an additional 7 to get to 1 canine per facility. We've instituted policies around drug interdiction, around the vendor program, the photocopying of general correspondence, the body scanners, and the last vestige, and I believe that we drove it to it, was legal mail. We've done some criminal prosecutions recently of people soaking legal mail in pesticides and K2. We recently just entered into a contract with a vendor to provide scanners or screeners for the legal mail. We've deployed at 10 facilities. In the coming weeks, we'll do it 8 additional facilities. And the goal is, as they make the devices, we are going to roll them out. And thus far, it's gone very well.
Okay. I'd like to pivot if I could. I know prison closures is on the table now since the passage. We're talking about up to 3 prison closures. I remember last year at the budget hearing, you said we need to close prisons because of the staffing crisis. And obviously, hospitals and nursing homes have staffing crisis too, but we don't close down those facilities. We give better pay, better benefits, recruitment and retention bonuses. And obviously, I also see the story about state-ready inmates that have been sitting in our county facilities. How does that work? What's going on there, and are we looking at better ways? And do we have any idea as far as decisions, is it up to 3? Do we know how many prisons it's gonna be? Or when that decision might come? Is it gonna be medium, maximum?
Yeah, that's a multi-part question, but I'll try
Yeah,
to.
Madam Chair, point of order. You're not called inmates, it's incarcerated individuals. We go through this all the time, Palmisano.
Okay, Eddie.
So in terms of prison closures, in the governor's original submission of her proposal, there were no prison closures in there. However, as a result of the illegal job action and strike that ensued, not knowing what the workforce would look like, we did include up to 5. When the budget was enacted, it includes up to 3. So we'll begin that evaluation now. I don't know if it'll be 3 or less than 3 or where they'll be. In terms of the closures in general, in the comparison to hospitals, I think that the major difference is we have capacity to absorb the incarcerated population as well as the staff into other prisons and safely do so. So I'm not sure the comparison is again, an apples for apples. In terms of the compensation, right, we entered in a a contract with NYSCOBA just last year, and recently Civil Service made a determination on a reallocation. We did launch an aggressive recruitment campaign that we're committed to, the work of the legislature in terms of lowering the age as well as allowing out-of-state residents to be hired. I think that all together, we should see positive results. Our candidate pool is already up 82% from where it was last year. So even bad publicity is getting people interested in this work because I think it is rewarding work that we do.
And I would add the death gamble would be helpful in that endeavor if we passed the death gamble and the governor supported that and put it in our budget, like she said it should be. But I just want to, I know it's stuff that we talked about. I had to get that in because that's important to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate your questions.
Senate?
Thank you. Senator Luis Sepulveda.
Good morning, Senator.
There you go. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you again. I have a couple of questions for you. Obviously, I'm in agreement with the use of body-worn cameras, and I was pleased to see that they codified that as a law requirement. Now, I know that the body-worn cameras have not been fully deployed yet. What is the timeline to do so?
Yeah, in terms of the body-worn cameras, as I mentioned, we just entered into that $14.9 million contract, which was covered in this budget, and we are aggressively installing the switches necessary for that. I want to say by midsummer to the end of summer, all facilities will be operational on the body-worn camera.
And where they've been deployed, we've seen that staff are willfully violating some of this policy. So what steps are you taking for those staff members who are violating the body-worn camera policy in the facilities?
Yeah, twofold. I mean, the benefit of full deployment is that we'll still catch camera footage in some sort of fashion and catch people doing wrong things. But the individuals that we find that are violating the policy, we will follow the progressive disciplinary process under the CBA to make sure we send the strongest of messages to make sure that they know that the policy is there for a reason. And it's there for the safety of incarcerated as well as the safety of staff. And this is the policy of the state moving forward. Not only my policy now, but it's been codified into law. So it's critical that staff really recognize that and continue to follow our policy.
But you're actively and aggressively.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Yes, sir.
Obviously the strike had a negative impact, and obviously it jeopardized the safety of those that were incarcerated, of the staff and communities. And you talk about changing culture. Why then are you bringing back some of those staff members that were terminated as part of the strike? Do you think that may undermine the goal of what you're attempting to do?
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that question. And I will tell you this, first and foremost, people that were leaders of the strike will never work for DOCS or the state of New York. It's just not happening. In terms of bringing people back, we are following the collective bargaining agreement because people were terminated under the contract. So we are holding step 2 grievance hearings and doing an individualized review and looking at people's backgrounds. Anybody that was involved with a high number of investigations or discipline or found to be a strike leader, obviously those aren't individuals I'm interested in bringing back. Unfortunately, these strike leaders influenced others to come back, sometimes over the threat of force, and people didn't come back to work. So on an individualized basis, we'll bring them back and under strict terms of a settlement agreement, whereby they'll have to, serve a probationary period. If they ever go on strike again, it's an automatic unilaterally termination. So a lot of stringent requirements around those settlements for the numbers that we'll bring back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblymember Epstein?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. How quickly do you notify a family member when an incarcerated individual dies in custody?
Yeah, there's an automatic notification that goes to my command center,
Right.
which is staffed 24 hours a day, and then they call me, probably second to deploying OSI.
So can you commit to getting to that family member within 24 hours of the death of the incarcerated individual?
Yeah, that's our current policy, that we'll make a call to the incarcerated individual's family within 24 hours to notify them of the death. Obviously, we don't know the cause of death. That's determined by the medical examiner.
Right.
But that's embedded in department policy.
Wait, I just want to make sure that we're on the same page.
Absolutely.
I know we've talked about this kind of culture of violence that we've heard about earlier today, and so what specific steps are you taking to look at other models around the country to kind of move back from this? Obviously the tragedy with Robert Brooks is something that isn't new to what we're seeing at docks, and we're trying to move away from that. Really, what are the specific steps that you're taking right now to ensure that doesn't happen again to another New Yorker?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. I mean, we're doing a lot around this area. The first thing, and I'll name a few, is that we've engaged a private law firm to come in and do a culture and practice assessment. The law firm has also hired correctional experts from around the nation that are going to look at a number of institutions, look at our policies and procedures, and make recommendations. And those recommendations will be made public, so we're driving transparency. We've also engaged Chicago Beyond.
When are those recommendations going to be public?
Well, they've had a little delay because of the strike, but I anticipate by the end of summer, we should have some results from the law firm. Chicago Beyond, that focuses on holistic safety, as well as Amend, that takes that public health approach to culture inside of the prison system. I'm also a member of the Correctional Leaders Association and actually chair of the Northeast, and that's representatives of every correctional agency around the country, as well as providers that do work with those entities. I'm regularly engaged with them. And at the end of the day, I set us on a vision long before these incidents to make sure that we provide opportunity, right? Opportunity for staff to grow.
So, Commissioner, I only have another 45 seconds. I appreciate that. So we talk about recruitment. You're obviously short-staffed. We're trying to get more recruitment from outside of the areas of corrections. What active recruitment efforts are you doing, like in New York City and beyond, to make sure that we're recruiting a diverse group of corrections officers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We actually have launched an aggressive recruitment campaign. We're under contract with OGS in terms of a media campaign.
Can you share that with our offices? Because we haven't seen that aggressive recruitment campaign. Like, if you want us to help you recruit, I think for someone who's a city elected, we'd love to be able to help support that effort.
Last year, I sent each of you a letter with recruitment brochures. Once it's updated with the age, the residency, and the salary, look in your mailbox because it's coming. And we are focusing through a all-star talent on urban areas because I want to drive diversity in the system. Right now, our workforce is represented by 39% members of the protected class, but we want to continue to drive that, particularly in the uniform ranks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now to Senator Dean Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Let me start. Within your testimony, there's a line that says, "We improved our whistleblower policy." I agree with Assemblyman Palmisano that I firmly believe that most of the men and women, the COs, the staff, are very good, hardworking people, want to do the right thing, but there are bad actors. When you say you've improved the whistleblower policy, how can they feel safe coming forward and reporting when they see this? Because these incidents, these didn't just happen. I don't believe this is a first-time incident with some of these involved. What can you do to send the message, or what are you doing to send the message to the rest of the staff and the COs that we want you to come forward, report this stuff?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with you that we have a good workforce. However, after watching the video in the Mr. Brooks murder and Mr. Nantui, from my perspective, I have to question everything. I have to be skeptical of everything. In terms of supporting people coming forward, we reinforced and I issued a policy memo on our whistleblower policy. We have a toll-free number to our OSI that can be done anonymously. If people don't want to come forward, certainly we want them to come forward. We have a no retaliation policy both in docs and in state statute. We gave them contact information both for the State Inspector General as well as the Attorney General's office, and we'll be codifying that into directive. And then I think the biggest message I can send is that no one's above the law, right? If people are breaking the law, whether you are a sworn officer, a civilian, or whether you're incarcerated, that no one's above that law, and that we're going to refer you for prosecution, and clearly you see people being prosecuted. I think that is a huge deterrent in terms of people engaging in bad acts and willing to come forward.
But I want us to focus on the coming forward part. Are you what efforts to really, get it across to everyone that it is okay to come forward. You will be safe. You will be protected. You mentioned during the strike or the illegal work stoppage, You had mentioned that there were some of the organizers that were very aggressive and even made threats to some about coming forward. I think those, I'm not going to say they are, but I think those are similar characteristics with those that would do the things that we've seen. How do you send the message to the rest of the workforce? You're safe, you're okay, you can come forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of, other than the policies that I talked about, I think it's also with changing the structure of management and when they're available in institutions, having access to a member of an executive team on the afternoon shift, I think is a game changer for staff that want to come forward and have the ability to talk to people, as well as I've embedded OSI in every institution, not only to meet with the Incarcerated Liaison Committee, but also to meet with staff so they have direct access. And I reinforce that when I have labor management meetings on a statewide level with all of the bargaining units about coming forward.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Assemblymember Bepan.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to recognize and extend my condolences to the family of Mr. Brooks, Mr. Nantui, and Mr. Lowe. Commissioner, good to see you again. Also, one thank you for your efforts in helping staff my prisons in both Greenhaven and Fishkill. I know on the ground they have mentioned how much that's been a positive influence. So I want to start off with this year in the budget, they passed policy that would allow for docs to hire individuals under the age of 18 to work as corrections officers. And we know that this job takes quite a bit of maturity, emotional intelligence, restraint to do. What steps is docs taking to ensure that, they're not minors, but these 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds are working in roles that are not going to be putting them in direct danger and putting our incarcerated individuals in danger just from that lack of life experience?
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. And, let me start from this perspective in that right now in New York State and county corrections, they've been able to hire 18-year-olds for years, something that the state didn't have an avenue. So certainly from that lens and other states doing it successfully, I think it's definitely a step to bolster recruitment, and it absolutely can be done. In the budget, in the enacted budget, there are safeguards that have been put in place in terms of roles that these individuals won't be able to perform, like any armed posts, supervising work crews, and that for the first 18 months, they won't be able to work without being supervised. So we'll make sure that we put those guardrails in place so individuals are in positions that they can succeed. We're also developing and will deploy a mentorship model so that they will have frequent contact outside of being on post, doing their daily activity, that they can work with a more senior staff member that's handpicked to make sure that they're having that mentoring, that if they're experiencing things, that they can bounce it off other staff that have worked in the institutions.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Also, with the release of incarcerated individuals that came out as a directive from your office, what numbers, how many have been released, how many have been denied, and how many are pending still?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. So as you mentioned, under Correctional Law 73, I have broad authority to do releases. We've narrowly crafted criteria of non-VFOs, no sex offenses, and people that were already approved for release within 90 days, and that they had to have a residence. They couldn't be going to a shelter. We've released approximately 200, 250 individuals. It's a continual review as people become eligible. We've re-upped and we're reevaluating. So that'll be a process that will continue for at least the near future.
Okay. Lastly, is that my time? Yeah. Okay.
The gentleman's time has expired. We have Assemblymember Meeks. No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Assemblymember Burdick, followed by Meeks.
Thank you, Chair. A little bit more on trying to improve the culture. And you had touched upon that as well in the budget hearings. And it seems as though all of this is really being taken through the law firm that has been retained in what they're doing. And can you share with us the specific directives that you've given? Because as I recall, if I recall correctly, that what you had mentioned is that there would be a review of the practices in each of the correctional facilities, and in order, with a view towards trying to improve the culture and reducing violence. Also, you had touched upon the fact that the law firm will be talking with experts across the country. Will they also be doing a survey of policies and practices in other states which have been successful in reducing violence and improving culture?
Yeah, thank you for the question. In two parts. First, the law firm was hired as a result of the tragic murder of Mr. Brooks. But before that, we started, to move the culture in corrections in terms of really three pillars. It's really about opportunity, both for staff and the incarcerated, responsibility of all to make sure that we are meeting the mission of DOCS, and then accountability, right? In terms of the law firm, they really have a broad brush in terms of looking at anything and looking under every rock. I did not give them specific guardrails. I wanted them to look at our facilities, and they'll be assessing 5 facilities, originally 4, 2 max, 2 medium, different parts of the state, and then mid-state was added on as a result of the murder of
But
Mr.
if I
Nantwig.
may, sorry to interrupt, are you giving them specific detailed instructions, and then beyond that, they can go further?
Yeah, again, they're looking at the culture and the practice of those institutions. They're looking at our overall policies and procedure when it comes to use of force, de-escalation, interpersonal communication, what our academy curriculum entails, and as well as bringing in those national experts in terms of best practices.
So including what's done in other states?
Yeah, again, those experts are not experts from New York State.
And quick question, what is the policy on notification of an incarcerated individual being severely injured? This is further to Member Epstein's question.
Yeah, in terms of if an individual goes to outside hospital, there is a notification to the family that was codified in law last year, as well as an attempted suicide, and/or medical staff can reach out to families if there's a severe injury as well, as long as there's a medical release or a HIPAA release on
And the
file.
time frame for that?
Excuse me?
The time frame? How quickly?
Yeah, the notification, I can get back to you on the specific notification. I think it's case by case. The first primary thing is to treat the individual. In terms of the hospital and the suicide, that has to happen within 24 hours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hold on, I think, was there an adjustment? There was an adjustment that was requested, or Mr. Meeks, do you want to ask at this time? Are you fine? If you want to go now, you can. If you want to make the adjustment, I'll allow it. All right, so first, we've been joined by the Speaker of the Assembly, Mr. Carl Hasty, as well as Mr. Noah Burrows, who is a member of the Committee on Correction. And I guess Mr. Meeks has allowed Mr. Burrows to jump ahead, which I will allow. Mr. Burrows, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. Did you confer, or did you have any input on the prisons that were to be closed? That's one of the questions. The other is, have you had any discussions with family members, or have you toured the prisons as myself and some of the other members have? And what is your overall take of the treatment of the incarcerated individuals by the correctional staff? And do you have any ideas or opinions as to how do we correct the issue of mistreatment of incarcerated individuals and the upstate prison facilities?
Yeah, I appreciate the question to some of them. In terms of the prison closures, yes, I conduct a review of the prisons, and I do make a recommendation to the governor in terms of which prisons will close. With the budget passing, we will now undergo that analysis and make those recommendations and moving forward. In terms of touring the prisons, yeah, I am frequently inside of our prisons. It's actually where I'd rather be than in Albany at my office. Since the illegal strike, I've been in 28 different prisons with the goal to get to all 42 within the coming weeks, because I think it's important for us to be transparent with the population, to be seen, to communicate with them, as well as with their families and our staff throughout the system. In terms of overall, as I've been testifying to, I think, we we want a very progressive system, but we're certainly not perfect. And I'm willing to acknowledge those failures. Clearly, 2 murders is beyond failure, right? I mean, that's something that it's just reprehensible, right? And those people should be prosecuted and to the fullest extent of the law. And they'll probably be in my prisons on the other side in the near future. In terms of the accountability, I think the things that we're talking about, the deployment of the body-worn cameras where video evidence will allow for us to hold people accountable regardless of who's perpetrating the violence, the fixed camera systems, the OSI embedded in institutions on a regular basis, meeting with the ILCs. I communicate frequently by tablet with the incarcerated population directly. I'm in there meeting with the incarcerated without management, so I can have those one-on-one conversations about what's really going on and how I can really help drive policy to make sure that they're feeling safe, that they're getting access to progressive programs, because at the end of the day, they're all coming home to our communities. And I'm proud to report that the hard work that's going on is actually taking hold. For the last 2 years, our recidivism rate has been at 19%. If you look at people that are released on merit time,
Quick
it goes down
question.
to about
I only have a few
12.9.
seconds. Did you make a suggestion of the worst prison as far as Myra being closed? Was that a suggestion that you made?
I haven't made any recommendation on prison closures this year. Last year, I recommended the 2 that did close, which were Great Meadow and Sullivan.
Thank you. So on the Assembly side, just for housekeeping, we'll have Member Meeks next, followed by Levenberg, but the Senate may have the need to jump in between. So I'll go to Assembly Member Meeks.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I have a few questions. I'll try to make it fairly quick. Currently, how many facilities have the body scanners?
Each of the correctional facilities, with the exception of Edgecombe, has body scanners.
And what was the price tag on those body scanners approximately for the state of New York?
Approximately $11 million.
$11 million. And what percentage of visitors, family members, friends coming to visit incarcerated individuals actually go through those body scanners?
It's a high percentage. I don't have the exact number. I
Would
could
you
try to get
consider
that for you.
85 to 90%?
Yeah, I think it's a high percentage.
Okay.
I think that's,
And what percentage of correction officers refuse to go through the body scanners?
yeah, large percentage refuse.
Would you agree 85 to 90%?
Yeah.
Okay. With that being said, we know there's been an ongoing challenge of contraband coming into the facilities, in particular drugs, K2, and other items. And what we're seeing in our communities is a number of people who are coming home and having some major struggles with mental health. Some of that stemmed from the drug use. Do you believe that full use of the body scanners could really curb the amount of illegal contraband coming into the facilities?
Yeah, I think the body scanners is an effective tool, one of many tools that we have to utilize, because I think there's a variety of ways contraband enters our system.
So what do we need to do in order to assure that the 11 million spent by taxpayers is actually put to use, to good use?
Well, again, I will leave it to the legislature to actually enact the laws, but the current law, as it stands, allows people to opt out of scanning.
Okay, so we need to change that policy.
I'll leave that to the legislature, sir.
Okay, well, we're asking for your input, because if you left it to the legislature, there would be a number of prisons that would be shut down beyond just the 3, based
fair.
upon a number of people who have been murdered. And you mentioned 2 murders. Those were the 2 that were public. Were there any other murders that have taken place this year in our correctional facilities across the state of New York?
Again, no murders that I'm aware of other than those 2. Obviously, the medical examiners will render those determinations. If they're found to be, then certainly we'll take additional action, as I did now. I take a very aggressive stance when it comes to
So
that.
you mentioned that you're aware of. So do you believe that, you mentioned earlier that any murders taking place, you are informed, or any deaths in
I'm
the
informed of
facility?
every death.
Okay, so how many deaths have taken place this year?
46 have occurred this year.
Okay. And are any of them related to drug overdose?
Again, until the medical examiner rules that it's a drug overdose, I couldn't give you specific numbers. We
What's the
rely on that.
timeline for a medical examiner to respond to you?
I don't have the timeline. They set their own timeline in terms of releasing their autopsy reports.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We have Assemblymember Levenberg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate all of the steps that you're taking. I think that changing a culture is, we can't be doing that in baby steps. So I would really like to know how we can take a giant leap instead of just these small steps that it seems like we are taking or moving in that direction. I'm curious how you did improve the whistleblower policy and if you're seeing anything as a result of it working. And I also would like to know what is involved in that holistic review that the law firm is conducting, and will we be able to see the unedited notes and report?
Yeah, so appreciate the question. I'll try to hit them all, and if I don't, let me know, please. In terms of the culture, I think that the opportunity we have before us with 4,500 vacancies amongst correction officers is an opportunity that you don't often get, to add 4,500 new individuals into a workforce and infuse them to impact the culture. So I think this aggressive recruitment campaign, making sure that we're driving diversity amongst the people that we are recruiting, is a great opportunity, and I look forward to the partnership of the legislature, provider groups, and really identifying people that want to do this work, that find this work meaningful. So looking forward to that. In terms of the law firm, again, broad brush that they have, authority to look under every rock. The bottom line is that they're looking at the culture, the pattern and practice. They're looking at our use of force policies. What's our curriculum? What are we training people to do? Are we causing a divide where we feel that we're making an us versus them rather than a culture based in dignity and respect of just people, right? Because that's the bottom line. That's my philosophy, is that we have to get to a point where we recognize the similarities, and that's we're all people, and that we spark from a place of dignity and respect. So I look forward to hearing their results, and as I mentioned, it will be a publicly available report once it is published.
The report, but not necessarily the notes. But I would be curious to see all the notes. And also, I wanted to know if you keep track of disaggregated data, actually looking at racial disparities in use of force, whether it's towards incarcerated individuals or towards corrections officers. And you talked about diversity in hiring, which is great. But again, I think that, you want to make sure that we're not just hiring necessarily the people who are, may be of the same mindset of those who have been responsible for uses of force in the past.
Yeah, so in terms of racial disparity, we do collect data in terms of that on a whole host of fronts. We have a dashboard that we utilize internally to look at a number of different metrics. I recently also just entered into a contract where we're going to create data dashboards with correction data that'll be available on the website in addition to all of the reports that I currently publish. And in terms of those we recruit, yeah, we can't water down our standards because of our staffing shortfall. We need to make sure that we're still putting people through the psychological exam, the background exam, the medical and agility, and that we're reaching into communities that may not think of this as a career, going to job fairs, going to schools, and making sure that we're putting our best foot forward in terms of why this is important work and how it's impactful work, and it really drives overall public safety in this state.
I just hope you have a chance to also address racism and institutional racism in the facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn it to Senator Jamal Bailey for questions. And also, just before Senator Bailey begins, I wanted to acknowledge that we had also been joined by Senator Gustavo Rivera. Go ahead, Senator Bailey.
Can I get my mic at my 3 minutes back? I don't want to lose no time. All right, so good morning, Commissioner. Two really quick questions. One, I was listening earlier about the body-worn cameras requirement. 60 days in the budget, but you said it's going to be done by the end of summer. How do we reconcile that?
Yeah, we're gonna work with ITS, and now that it says 60 days, we're gonna try to update that number and make sure that we're going aggressive. ITS has been very cooperative. It's more those private entities that we need to come in and install the switches. But we've been working this. Again, we're at 27. We'll get there.
Okay, yeah, as you may know, I do have a bill about body-worn cameras, and it's really important to me that we have those done and critically important there. Question about college credit and programming. Obviously, when people are incarcerated, the true meaning of incarceration is supposed to be rehabilitative so that they can do something post-release. Ongoing staffing crisis, a lot of things were affected, I imagine. And I'm really, quite frankly, really worried that incarcerated people who are enrolled in this programming right now, they've had disruptions and delays and sort of things that weren't their fault. Has there been an impact on their ability to learn while they are incarcerated? And what, if any, effect do you see this having on their liberty going forward?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. College is important to me as well. I support all forms of education. In terms of the college, it's certainly been impacted in terms of not being able to do in-person classes. I think in-person classes are the premier way to deliver the service. But we've worked closely with the various providers to make sure that we continue to provide content and curriculum. We facilitate communication over the tablets between the colleges and the incarcerated to make sure that we have no gaps in service in terms of delivering that. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to maintain that as we go into the following semester.
Okay, it's critically important because, again, post-release it's a crucial time, and people being able to have the educational and the skill set from things that they learned while they were incarcerated is important. Yep. I guess one more thing that I would ask in relation to stress while in incarceration. Assemblymember Gibbs and I have some legislation about stress. I know you may not be able to answer it because you likely haven't reviewed it. I would simply ask that you guys, the agencies, take a look at the legislation about stress and what it does to not just individuals working inside, but individuals who have been released from incarceration and the effect that it has on their daily lives. It's crucial and critical. And one more question, I guess, while I have 20 seconds. Talk about diversity in hiring. How has this affected? Like, how has this affected docs? Like, we want to make sure that we have a diverse workforce. How has this been affecting docs?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, right now our workforce in total, 39% are members of protected class. We're doing a good outreach into those communities. More than 50% of recent classes have been representative Black and brown communities. And again, want to continue that momentum, reaching in urban areas, leveraging the legislature, other provider groups to make sure that we're getting the word out that this is a good career and that it's a good place to come and work. You can actually affect change.
Thank you for your time, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Assemblymember Gibbs.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. Commissioner, I only have 3 minutes. I have a million questions. I ask that you please reduce the political answers to a yes or no. Are there cameras located in the Mohawk Correctional Facility reception area?
All facilities do not have cameras.
It's a yes or no. Is there a camera located in the Mohawk Correctional Facility reception area? Yes, it is. It is. I hope you.
Okay, thank you.
Did OSI turn over that footage of Robert Marks leaving Mohawk? We had this conversation several times.
Yeah,
it's a yes or no.
All camera footage was turned over, yes.
Yeah, so where's the footage of Robert Brooks leaving Mohawk? I've requested it a million times. I asked you for it for a million times. But let that simmer. Let's go back down. 2 nights after Robert Brooks was murdered, I spent the night at Marcy Correctional Facility. Remember that?
I do, sir.
What's the name of the officer who was punching the wall 25 times in the bathroom because he was mad I was there? You said he was clapping his hands, but he was punching the walls. What's his name?
I don't remember his name off.
Okay, I figured that. Don't worry about that. My night at Marcy, I was confronted by Sergeant Kimberly Yeager. Remember that one?
I remember the sergeant.
2 days later, Niza Koba, along with you and others, released the footage to press to the Times Union of that video of me and her interaction. Do you usually work that fast releasing the footage?
I didn't release the footage to anyone.
No?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, move on to the next question. How many eyes died in your facilities since you were installed?
Last year we had, in the total calendar year, there were 144 deaths, and so far this year, 46.
I believe it was 178 since you were installed. You telling me out of 178 incarcerated individuals, only 2 killed themselves?
There were 2 murders, is that what you're referring to?
I mean, yeah, was only 2 murders out of 178.
Again, each death is independently investigated by not only OSI, but the state police and the Attorney General's office.
So you can't sit there and say there were only 2 murders if they're still investigating it. Let's go to Kaisaki, Freddie McCree. You told me that there was footage in front of Freddie McCree's cell and that he, in fact, hanged himself. He did not. And in fact, in his casket and in the autopsy, he has no rings around his neck, but rings around his hands, his wrists, bruises on his lips, his eyes. We had this conversation. You know where I'm going. Talk about Freddie McCree. His
Again,
sister's here, so she like to hear these things.
Yeah, again, what I told you was accurate.
It was murder. It was murder. Just be honest. It was murder. I got like 20 seconds left. It was murder. Last 2 questions. Did 10,000 correction officers break the Teller law? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
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 Did 10,000 incarcerated individuals get that pleasure of let me go home free because I broke the law?
No.
Thank you. Can't get all the fucking questions out.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. We have, at this point, we have Assemblymember Kellis.
So I want to thank you. You were talking about dignity and respect, and I agree with you tremendously. And it's important, of course, that we recognize that abuse can come in many forms, psychological as well. Do you think that dehumanizing someone is psychological abuse?
Yes.
Okay. So calling someone not by their name, but as fundamentally an inmate or a number, do you think that that's dehumanizing?
Yes.
Do you have a policy to prevent people from using those terms to people? Staff from using those terms?
Yeah, I don't know in terms of an
Yes or
actual.
no? You don't have a policy? Would that be appropriate to include in a policy if we recognize that as dehumanizing?
Yeah, I will definitely take that.
Okay, so you have from your own data, which I really appreciated that you put out this report, that merit time has been hugely effective in reducing violence against people incarcerated, against staff, and decreasing recidivism rates. But it's only eligible to a very small percentage of the population to have merit time to get credit for, taking classes, earning degrees. What percentage of the population right now is eligible?
It's probably around 20%.
Okay, so expanding that might improve the environment within the carceral system?
Yeah, again, I'm not going to comment on pending legislation, but I would say
But if
this.
your data
I
shows
support things that incentivize good behavior as well as rehabilitation for the population.
Wonderful. Right now, have you fully suspended all programming?
The programs for HALT were suspended for 90 days, but I do a 30-day review each 30 days, and there are some facilities that have resumed programming.
So educational programming is like getting a college degree in particular might be very effective, right? So I understand that like Cornell, Bard, they've not been able to go back to do their college courses.
Yeah, as I mentioned, in person, they weren't there. In a few institutions, we have brought college back where they had the staff to do it, but we've continued to work with those higher educational institutions to provide the coursework and facilitate communication so they still get their
So
credit.
my conversations with them is that they don't expect to be able to be back into the facility until the end of the year at this point, given what their experience has been. I'd love to see them in sooner than that.
Me too.
This summer, that would be fantastic. For the 46 people who died, do you have the average age?
I don't have that off
But
here today.
potentially-
I can get it for you.
On average, a lot older population?
Again, I don't know about the people that had died. I'd have to get you that, but we do have an older population, if that's what
being
you're
sick.
asking.
Well, yes, well, my question specifically is, when you were talking about actions of the older population, you have a growing population that's an older population. Would you say that they're less likely to be violent in the carceral system?
I mean, there's definitely pockets that are engaged in violence, but I would say
On average,
generally
statistically.
that statistically that they are not engaged in that kind
They're not the ones who are causing problems?
Correct.
Right, I think that's important to know. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So at the moment that exhausts the Assembly's list, I do want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Assemblymember Khalil Anderson, as well as a former Assemblymember and former chair of this committee, Mr. Jeff Aubrey, who mentored me and I could learn a lot from. in the years to come. Thank you, Jeff, for joining us. So with that, Senator Salazar, I believe.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll note that both Chair Dilan and I will take the privilege, just the two of us as chairs, to ask one second round of questions. Sorry, Dan.
It's okay.
Thank you. And I will begin. So you mentioned in your testimony greater external oversight of the department through expanded relationships with the New York State Commission of Corrections. I mention this because we did invite the SEOC to testify today. I think their testimony in this hearing would be really valuable, given their role in overseeing the state correction system, and particularly that the SEOC's Correction Medical Review Board is responsible for the investigation and review of the cause and circumstances surrounding the deaths of any incarcerated individual in a correctional facility. However, the SEOC declined to participate in this hearing today, unfortunately. So otherwise, I would ask them this question, but I wanted to ask you, per your testimony, what has expanding the relationship with the SEOC looked like so far?
Yeah, as you're aware, in the enacted budget, it was changes in legislation in terms of their role with state prisons. They're now going to be required to do annual visits and reports, as well as put up a complaint process on their website for people to file complaints directly with them, beyond just what they were doing in terms of the medical review board and looking at alterations, construction, and things of that nature. So now their visits to look at a whole panoply of things, and are required to do so annually at each facility.
Got it. So the SEOC will be able to receive complaints directly from incarcerated individuals anonymously? Would you
Yep.
say that's true?
Correct.
Great. And this is related to the question that Assemblymember Meeks asked, but I will ask it in a different way. Have any incarcerated individuals died following use of force incidents, or as a result of use of force incidents, other than Messiah Nantwi this year?
No, it's just that one at this point. I mean,
Okay.
obviously, there's investigations. If anything's uncovered, that could change my answer, but right now, that's the case.
Thank you. And the same question for last year, given that Mr. Brooks was killed last year. In addition to Mr. Brooks, any incarcerated individuals who died following or as a result of use of force, to your knowledge?
No.
Last year. Okay. Thank you. I don't have that much time. So in light of the news that several of the officers who were involved in the murder of Robert Brooks are facing ongoing lawsuits for abuse, has DOCS taken any steps to investigate or reinvestigate the prior incidents that those officers were involved in before they went on to be involved in the murder of Robert Brooks?
Yeah, we've gone back and certainly took a look at those cases and are turning them over to the district attorney's office in terms of how it can aid their criminal prosecution. So it's part of the larger criminal prosecution at this point.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to join the senator in just saying that I wish the State Corrections Commission had appeared before us today. They have a constitutional mandate in this area, and I believe they could have provided color to help us create the system that we look forward to. But with that, I want to focus some questions around your CERT teams. There have been numerous accusations of physical abuse and misconduct by DOCS CERT teams, which have led to civil and criminal cases. How does DOCS select employees to serve on CERT? Are all CERT members also issue body-worn cameras? And are employees who have been disciplined for excessive force eligible to serve on CERT?
Yeah, CERT is an area that I'm looking at with a critical eye, and also that the law firm is taking a look at. Right now, CERT members are chosen by their local superintendent, but supervisors come to central office. We need to change that process. I need to do a full vetting in terms of who's actually selected for CERT. They certainly play an important role, but we need to make sure that we're getting the right people for the right reason. So that's an area that I'm looking at.
You have
making
sufficient
some-
tools to change that on your own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I want to delve into just more broadly inside the system, what do you believe the root causes for violence are?
Well, I think there's a lot of things that drive violence within the system, but I think, illicit contraband and drugs are among the top things that are driving violence in our institutions that we need to continue to curb. I think we've made progressive steps towards providing access to medication-assisted treatment. So where people have problems to address their addiction, we're doing so. And again, we have to get back to dignity and respect. And I don't care what color uniform you wear when you come to work, whether you wear blue or you wear green, we need to remember that we're all people. And the basic premise that I say all the time, the people that come to my system to be incarcerated, they come as punishment and not for punishment. And we cannot, as a system, lose sight of that we are not in the punishment business, we're in the rehabilitation business. And we need to continue to drive that home at every step of the way.
So in my last remaining seconds, I want to take the time to publicly thank the members of the National Guard who stepped in to secure your facilities. Can you provide us at this time, do you have data on the amount of assaults that occurred while the National Guard was in place?
I can certainly do that breakdown because they're the Guard is still there, but at the height of the 22-day strike, we had almost 7,000 Guard in our facilities. We're down to 3,000. And I agree with you that I commend the National Guard, both from the Major General all the way down to the people right out, boots on the ground inside of our institutions. I had some facilities with only 2 correction officers. I couldn't have done the work. I couldn't be here today without the help of the National Guard, our OSI, our parole officers who stepped up to make sure we safeguarded our prisons, our staff, our incarcerated people, and the communities that we serve. I mean, tremendous work, and I'm so glad that you recognize them because I would have been remiss walking out here without recognizing them.
Thank you, Commissioner. We all have a ton more questions. We'll find ways to get them to you. This is the beginning of the process. I'd like to thank the members of my committee as well. I know we got further panels to hear from, but we thank you for your time and your
Thank you for your
testimony
time.
today. Thank you.
All right, Panel B is up next, and this panel is on monitoring and legal services, includes Prisoners Legal Services, Legal Action Center, the Correctional Association of New York, CANI, and LASPRP. All right, thank you. Good morning, and thank you all so much for taking the time to testify today. We can begin with Megan French-Marcellin. Oh, you want to begin with Jennifer?
I think Canny should begin.
Okay, great. In that case, we will begin with the Correctional Association of New York. Thank you for being here, Jennifer.
Thank you. Does green mean on? Yes, okay, great. Greetings, Chair Salazar and Delan and members of the committees.
Maybe pull the mic a little
Okay,
bit closer.
will do.
So, yeah.
Greetings. My name is Jennifer Scaife. I'm the Executive Director of the Correctional Association of New York, or CANI, and I appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. Our written testimony responds to many of the topics articulated in the hearing notice, but I'll just focus on a few highlights from the full testimony. First, on the topic of safety and security of incarcerated individuals, as we've already heard during the hearing today, in 2024, DOCS reported Our number said 143 deaths in custody. I think the commissioner said 144, which was a 34% increase from the 107 deaths reported in 2023. Last year in 2024, 43 individuals under the age of 40 died in custody, compared to 18 individuals under 40 in 2023, representing a 139% increase in the rate of deaths under age 40. 12 people died by suicide in custody in 2023, and 26 did in 2024. At least 3 people died by suicide in prison just last month. We urge the executive and the legislature to take additional action to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of incarcerated people by increasing data collection, reporting, and transparency about deaths in custody, addressing delays in access and quality of medical care, examining root causes of suicides, and implementing best practices for their prevention, and reforming the processes by which elderly and gravely ill individuals are considered for release. Second, I'd like to address the Incarcerated Grievance Program, which is the primary way that incarcerated people can seek resolution for complaints that cannot be resolved otherwise informally. Our 2023 report on the grievance program found, based on a survey, that 87% of respondents considered the program not effective or seldom effective. Incarcerated individuals nevertheless file about 20,000 grievances annually, which indicates that there is strong desire for mechanisms for effectively resolving problems. Our monitoring and analysis have identified systemic issues undermining the efficacy of the grievance process, which include significant delays in processing grievances timely, inconsistencies in how the process is applied from one facility to another, and a pattern of retaliation against individuals who file grievances. Medical concerns and staff misconduct are the most commonly filed types of grievances. And finally, on the topic of data collection, DOCS currently requires CANI to use the Freedom of Information Law to gain access to administrative records. And just as a reminder, CANI does have, under correction law, the authority to carry out oversight of prisons in New York. FOIL, as you well know, is a cumbersome and resource-draining exercise and subject to considerable delays. We filed 173 FOIL requests between July 2023 and December 2024. A bill carried by Assemblymember Weprin and Senator Salazar would provide CANI access to key records that the organization currently already obtains via FOIL. This proposed provision is consistent with ABA standards, which recommend that monitoring teams be given authority to review relevant records. It's also consistent with the level of access to information that most other oversight entities have. With better access to information, CANI can better ensure the accuracy, timeliness, and rigor of our monitoring reports. Concluding thoughts, the executive and legislature have recently taken significant steps to strengthen oversight of DOCS, and the pending bills that we've included in our full testimony suggest a number of ways to further advance needed reforms. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Senator Salazar, Assemblymember DeLon, and committee members, thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Anthony Gemmel. I'm a supervising attorney with the Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project. The issues before you today, as you know, safety, transparency, accountability in New York's correctional facilities could not be more pressing. Our state's prisons are in crisis. Last December, staff at Marcy Correctional Facility crowded around a handcuffed man, Robert Brooks, and ended his life. Less than 3 months later, Messiah Nantwi, just 22 years old, was killed under strikingly similar circumstances at Midstate Correctional Facility. These are not aberrations. They are the predictable outcome of a prison system saturated with staff violence and devoid of real accountability. The governor's press releases in the wake of these deaths announced modest first steps at accountability. But these steps represent too little, too late for Mr. Brooks and Mr. Nantwi, as well as thousands of incarcerated New Yorkers who remain at risk today. And that risk is growing. In February, corrections officers across the state engaged in an illegal work stoppage aimed at dismantling HALT, this legislature's landmark solitary confinement reform. At least 7 more incarcerated people died during that period. DOCS responded not by enforcing the law, but by suspending it. In the months since, thousands of people across the state have been subjected to extreme isolation, the very harm HALT was enacted to prevent. In Legal Aid's recent report entitled "I'm Just in Collateral Damage," 24 of our clients described the harrowing impact of the strike and the suspension of HALT in their own words. A copy of that report is included with our full testimony. DOCS's culture of staff violence and impunity must end, and because the agency has shown it will not hold itself accountable, the legislature must act to confront that failure and curb staff violence before more lives are lost. First, DOCS cannot be left to police itself. Complaints involving force must be automatically referred to the state's Inspector General. DOCS's internal investigations through the Office of Special Investigations are opaque, slow, and default to weighing staff credibility over incarcerated voices, regardless of the facts. There's little clarity around how OSI reaches its conclusions, and as a result, the legitimacy of its investigation is widely and justifiably questioned. OSI must operate under clear timelines with trained investigators who treat all testimony equally. Staff accused of serious use of force and sexual abuse should be removed from contact with incarcerated people pending investigation. Whistleblowers, both inside and outside DOCS, must be protected. Second, accountability mechanisms must have real teeth. DOCS's disciplinary structure, constrained by permissive union-negotiated arbitration process, too often results in no consequences, even for serious abuse. The legislature must ensure serious misconduct, including excessive force, false reporting, camera violations, retaliation, and sexual abuse, are adjudicated through a process independent of any union contract. Staff should be suspended while those cases are pending, and when serious misconduct is substantiated, the consequences have to be meaningful, including termination when warranted. Third, the system must be made more transparent. Surveillance and public reporting are essential tools for preventing abuse and building trust. The budget bill provides for body-worn cameras, a very promising first step, but more is needed. The legislature should pass legislation to install fixed surveillance cameras in all prisons and require full auditing to identify unmonitored spaces, including in housing areas and transport vehicles. And collecting footage alone isn't enough. DOCS has to strengthen its retention policies related to that footage, conduct regular spot checks, and ensure independent oversight authorities like the Office of the Inspector General have on-demand access. Video related to use of force should be automatically shared with investigators, and any unscheduled loss or destruction of footage must be publicly reported. DOCS should also publish aggregate data on its camera systems, allegations against staff, investigative outcomes, and discipline. Without transparency, there can be no real oversight and no public confidence. Finally, we must reform sentencing and parole. One of the surest ways to improve safety in prisons is to reduce their populations and support reentry. We urge the legislature to enact the Marvin Mayfield Act, the Second Look Act, and the Earned Time Act to eliminate mandatory minimum sentences, allow courts to revisit excessive sentences, and expand opportunities for early release based on positive behavior. We also call for passage of the Fair and Timely Parole and Elder Parole Acts to create more just and meaningful pathways to parole. New Yorkers continue to face intolerable abuse behind prison walls at the hands of staff and under a system that resists even basic accountability. The deaths of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi are the latest devastating consequences of that failure. Only systemic reform, independent investigations, real accountability, transparency, and sentencing and parole reform can begin to address these issues. These steps are achievable, and we stand ready to work with the legislature to make them real. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Karen.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Salazar, Chairman Dilan, and committee members for inviting PLS to present testimony today. I am Karen Murtaugh, Executive Director of Prisoners Legal Services. You have my rather lengthy testimony, so I'll use my time to summarize it. PLS was created in the wake of the 1971 Attica Uprising, commonly referred to as the bloodiest prison riot in American history. The underlying causes of Attica were rooted in the conditions under which the prison population were held. Conditions such as long-term isolation, brutality, harassment, lack of programming, education, medical and mental health care, denial of showers, visits, legal counsel, no grievance program, the provision of only one roll of toilet paper a month, and the list goes on. There were 18 prisons in New York State in 1971, and a total of over 12,000 individuals. Fast forward to today, we have 42 prisons and over 32,000 people in those prisons. In the past several months, we have witnessed the brutal murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Notwe at the hands of corrections staff. Also, as a result of the illegal wildcat strike, incarcerated people were locked in their cells 24 hours a day, days on end, without hot water, showers, or basic cleaning or hygiene supplies. People were denied toilet paper, with one person noting, "When we ran out of toilet paper and we went to the CO on duty, he told us, 'No more, use your hands and the water from the toilet.'" Others were denied medical and mental health care. All programming, education, phone calls, and visits were suspended, even legal visits and legal phone calls, until PLS sued docs. Incarcerated people reported to PLS that staff violence, harassment, and discrimination increased. Others reported significant difficulties filing grievances, never receiving a response to their grievance, or being verbally threatened by security staff when they attempted to file them. Many reported that the National Guard made better COs. One noting, "National Guards treated incarcerated individuals better than DOC's employees ever have. They treated us as humans and with dignity. DOC's employees treat us like animals." While the strike is technically over, the consequences of the strike were and still are dire. People are still being locked in their cells for extended periods of time. Education and programming is still not fully operational, and visits are severely limited. As of April 22nd, one person noted, "To this date, the COs here at Eastern continue to strike in-house by intentionally delaying our access to available programs, rec, services, and weekly visits." Another commented about the strike itself. "I am in prison for breaking the law, and these officers broke the law and got away with it. Why can they break the law and nothing happens? What kind of message does this convey to people?" Attica happened 54 years ago because conditions in the prison were horrible. Tensions were high, and the incarcerated population felt disrespected, disenfranchised, and marginalized. We are facing similar issues today. Acknowledging that we are at a critical juncture is the first step. Identifying and implementing ways to address these issues is the next. In our testimony, we proposed 8 recommendations to help address these issues. I will briefly summarize 5 of them here. Mandate docs make certain data publicly available on a daily basis, including staffing levels and a list of all program and education that are operating at which facilities. Require statewide and expansive use of body-worn cameras, and mandate that hearing officers must draw an adverse inference against corrections officers in prison disciplinary cases where COs involved failed to comply with the body-worn camera policy. Pass A661, S6727 changing the standard of proof at disciplinary hearings from substantial evidence to the preponderance of evidence, and mandate that people accused of misbehavior and their attorneys are provided all disciplinary records in a timely manner. Two more. Pass 6600 S6419, which requires a more rigorous standard of proof for prison disciplinary charges if the misbehavior report was authored within 180 days of the grievance by the staff person against whom the grievance was filed. And finally, pass the 3 pending bills that would dramatically increase oversight and accountability. The first, authorizing DOCS to discipline DOCS employees for serious misconduct. The second, creating the Office of the Correctional Ombudsman. And the third, authorizing the Correctional Association to visit correctional facilities at any time without notice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Megan.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Salazar and Chairman Dilan and members of the committee. My name is Megan French-Marslin, and I appear today on behalf of a coalition of reentry providers, because many of my colleagues have already testified about conditions, and I know that people will later. I'm choosing not to be duplicative. That said, I want to make clear that the murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi are not isolated, but rather indicative of a deeply entrenched culture of violence, one in which far too many staff believe they could act with impunity. Now, we are at a flashpoint where we have to make decisions about how to establish dignity, humanity, and care in our system. It is exceptionally clear that amid this crisis, part of how we do that is a renewed and targeted effort to release people through all mechanisms at our disposal. While we appreciate the Commissioner's attempt to reduce the population, utilizing Correction Law 73 is not just ineffective, it is not even being deployed as outlined in law. And that creates gaps in the resources for every person released. CL 73 allows for the early release of individuals to a residential treatment facility. Unsurprisingly, the guidelines for release in the statute are tailored to individuals who will be residing at RTFs, and not, as the statute is being used now, to individuals being released to private residences. While individuals ostensibly can access services at an RTF, there are logistical and programmatic concerns about how. In reality, it is almost a misnomer to refer to people being released under this statute as released. Rather, they are being classified as on the out count, meaning they are technically in custody, and we understand that DOCS has therefore determined that they cannot access essential community services. This includes Medicaid, SNAP, and other public benefits. It is unclear to us as providers how an individual is supposed to come home and be successful without access to programming, without access to food, employment, or healthcare. For example, without Medicaid, their ability to obtain healthcare will be extremely limited. People will have no choice but to travel to an RTF, and mind you, they aren't in every county, or the prisons from which they are released for primary healthcare, mental health care, and substance use treatment. I do not need to explain how problematic and potentially traumatizing this may be. RTFs are not a substitute for real healthcare. I explain in my written testimony that we believe there is no basis in state or federal statute to prevent people from accessing full Medicaid coverage while in outcount. What I will say here today is that sending people home from prison without access to Medicaid flies in the face of public health. People return to communities with exceptionally high rates of chronic health conditions that require immediate care. And the impact is already clear. Just last week, we received word from a man released through CL 73 who during his incarceration benefited from DOCS's medication for addiction treatment program. Now, upon release and without access to health insurance, The only way he can receive medication is to return to facility. This policy creates an undue burden on this man and also on his family, but also has the potential to jeopardize his recovery. The outcount status has other implications as well that clearly hinder successful reentry, including placing burdens on families. Given that we anticipate the vast majority of people released under CL 73 will be living with family, it is important to note that more than 2/3 of families with incarcerated loved ones struggle to meet their basic needs. Without access to SNAP, this policy will only exacerbate that reality, made further by the fact that folks only get temporary work IDs, and therefore finding employment is going to be challenging. We believe that there are other mechanisms, which I outlined in my written testimony, that New York can and should use to pursue decarceration, including, but not limited to, executive clemency. Our network of reentry providers welcomes the opportunity to collaborate on identifying those mechanisms and creating the individualized discharge planning that will set people up for success. Thank you.
Thank you all very much again for your testimony. I will begin with some questions. First, for the Correctional Association, Jennifer. CANY's 2023 report of the Correctional Association's visit to Marcy in 2022, I believe should have been a warning sign for docs, but clearly no steps or inadequate steps were taken. Could you inform us about the content of that report and perhaps what docs could have done in response to that report that may have prevented violence, including what happened to Robert Brooks, potentially saving his life?
I think the two main findings that we've cited frequently in the past several months from the report were that 80% of incarcerated people interviewed reported having experienced or witnessed abuse or violence from staff, and that a similarly high number, more than half of the people we interviewed, asserted that they'd been subject to racial discrimination or some sort of abuse connected to racism. And we recommended at that time that Docs OSI carry out an investigation into these pervasive allegations of abuse, and that the State Inspector General also launch an investigation. And so, as I've said before publicly, we're not aware until after the fact whether those investigations are actually opened due to the nature of law enforcement investigations, but we certainly do think that these findings can serve as an early warning system and a kind of canary in the coal mine about not only past abuse, but also the potential for future danger.
Thank you. And when investigations are opened by OSI or law enforcement that are relevant to what you just mentioned, do they promptly, as practice, inform CANY?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you. A question with limited time for the legal experts who have testified. Thank you. Our office, my office, frequently hears from incarcerated individuals or their loved ones who have been assaulted allegedly by an officer and have subsequently received a disciplinary ticket stating that they assaulted an officer rather than the other way around. Do your organizations hear about this practice, hear these accounts, and could you speak to how widespread this is? I'll also direct this to actually everyone on the panel because I understand that the Correctional Association probably receives complaints like this as well.
Well, I can say on behalf of PLS, we receive hundreds of such complaints annually. We represent people at their disciplinary hearings and on their administrative appeals. And we often see that scenario where a client is assaulted by an officer, but then the allegation is that the client came off the wall during a pat frisk and had to be taken down because just lifting your hand from the wall can be deemed an attempted assault. So we oftentimes are not successful if we don't have body cam footage or some other way to disprove the allegation because it's a credibility issue at a disciplinary hearing. And the hearing officers are DOCS employees. So a CO comes in and says this happened, and then our client says, no, it didn't, and a decision is made. So one of the bills that is pending is to change the standard of evidence at a disciplinary hearing to preponderance, which would help in these instances, but also the use of body cam footage, which just tells you, lets everybody know how it happened without any issue about, favorability on the credibility end of things.
Anyone else? Anthony?
Our experience at the Prisoners' Rights Project is very similar. We hear about these sorts of concerning reports all the time, and I do want to emphasize just how important it is that body camera footage is available, and also that people have ready access to legal representation for their disciplinary hearings.
Thank you. Only a little bit of time left, but wanted to ask, well, I don't have a lot of time, so I'll defer to other legislators. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say at this point, I've enjoyed working with most of you. I haven't worked with everyone on this panel, but I look forward to. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. I'm going to open up the question to members of my committee first, and then as chair, clean up towards the back end. So at this moment, if Assemblymember Kellis is ready, she would be recognized, and then she'd be followed by the ranker, Mr. Palmisano, on the Assembly side when it's our turn. Assemblymember Kellis.
Wonderful. Ms. Shave, you were talking about the grievance process. Is there, two questions. Is there an appeal process for that, the grievance process?
Yes. So if a grievant chooses, the grievance can be pursued through the Central Office Review Committee, which then ultimately determines whether the grievance is found favorable or not for the grievant. One of the things that our reporting has uncovered is that there's a very high variability between facilities in the rates of finding grievances favorable versus unfavorable. And many prison superintendents have historically considered finding a grievance in favor of the grievant as some sort of demerit or acknowledgement of wrongdoing on part of the facility, which I think is an interesting dynamic and one that I have spoken with the commissioner about, and I think that he's recognized and sought to address. But yes, to get back to your question, this CRC is the kind of
So just giving us a percentage of what you found, what is the range of what you found of them finding grievances to be valid?
It's typically low, but there is, and I don't have DOCS annual reports. DOCS does report to the legislature on grievances annually.
Okay. Mr. Gemmell, you were talking about retaliation. Can you, how many people are you hearing from that are experiencing retaliation? What kind of retaliation are you hearing?
Sorry, is that still for
That
me?
was Mr. Gemmell. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, sorry.
No problem at all. We're hearing about lots of instances of retaliation, I would say, on a weekly basis via our hotline. I would describe it as just a perennial issue in DOCS custody.
Can you describe, when you're saying retaliation, can you describe some of the examples of?
Things from denying people access to the precious few opportunities they have to leave their cells, very relatively minor things, to very, very serious instances of physical assault, verbal assault, that sort of thing.
And do you think, so HALT is, they were pushing very hard in the strike to get HALT back. Is that effective? Do you think that it reduces violence against? What do you think its purpose? Why do you think that they wanted it back? I'm just curious what are good alternatives for all of you, any of you?
I'm sorry, their question is?
The question is with respect to HALT. There was a big push to have it reinstated. It's being used now, because of excuses of not having staffing.
Yeah.
What is it effective in actually reducing violence in the carceral system? What is the result of it, and what are alternatives?
So I think the HALT Act, which limits solitary confinement, if properly implemented, could be incredibly effective at reducing violence in facilities while ensuring more humane conditions. The problem is that HALT has never since its passage been effectively implemented at every stage. My organization has litigation against DOCS related to its failure to comply with HALT's limitations on placing people with disabilities in solitary confinement. There have been similar lawsuits brought by other organizations. And so I think for us to see the fruits of HALT, we need to see DOCS make a real commitment to enforcing it.
Thank you. I will now pass it to Senator Rollison.
Thank you, Chair. I want to direct just a few questions to Canny, Jennifer, if that's okay. As the independent oversight group since 1844, I think, is that
That's right.
accurate? You've been in these facilities continually. You said in your remarks, your written remarks, just wanted a shift that prioritized safety, transparency, and accountability at all levels. And we've talked about it today, the culture of violence within facilities, some more than others, I assume. And that is with everyone that is in our care and custody, the individuals that work in these facilities, both as corrections officers and civilian staff members. Is it fair to say that a culture is a broad thing within a facility, right? It's not, violence is pervasive in many forms. And does Canny look at that whole picture as well? And do you think, and I know you've got a specific role or roles that you play, but shouldn't that be part of that discussion or that oversight that someone else is looking at?
Absolutely. I mean, we do strive in our reports to provide a very nuanced and fair assessment of what we see happening and hear happening in facilities. We also acknowledge that when we go on monitoring visits, we're there for 2 days, and these are 24/7, 365 operations. But we do make a point of speaking with not only line staff, clinical staff, medical staff, the leadership, but also union representatives. And when they accept our invitation to meet with them, we find them extremely valuable conversations where we learn different perspectives on issues that we also hear about from incarcerated people. And we find that there's a tremendous amount of common ground and opportunity for advancing reforms that would benefit both incarcerated people and staff alike.
I had the opportunity with my colleague, Assemblyman Bepan, to meet with the Incarcerated Liaison Committee and in Greenhaven. We had a wide-ranging discussion on a variety of things, and mental health was certainly a concern that two of the individuals from the committee work in receiving, and they spoke about seeing people coming through the door, right? In other words, coming from another facility or from a county correctional facility, and they could tell. These are individuals who are doing some serious time too, so they know, they understand the system, and they see the challenges that are coming through the door that, of course, we need to address in a much more comprehensive way, which also can contribute to the violence that is taking place within the correctional facilities. And I think that you play a critical role in being that independent voice. So I hope that we can continue to have these conversations on the culture.
Absolutely, and I will just add that many of the corrections staff that we speak to say that they require and really need but are not receiving enough training and support in working with individuals who are experiencing mental health problems.
For legal action in the minute and 28 seconds that I have left, you talked about medication and the access to medication upon release. And can you expand upon that a little bit? Because that certainly is something, that's the continuum that may be tough to continue if it's not readily available, especially geographically.
Yeah, thank you for that. So last night I was scrambling to do some research about where residential treatment facilities are across New York State, and there is no available information about where they are and where they're not, outside of the fact that Edgecombe is listed as one of those facilities. As you know, certain medications, especially medications for addiction treatment, have to be administered daily. And what that means is that someone like the man that we were discussing earlier who got released will have to go across county lines to back to a facility, which is traumatizing and isn't really release, to have medication administered daily. That can't be a good way of us providing healthcare to people outside. And the reality is, I don't think it has to be. Like, I think when we talk about early release, it should be early release. You should not be in custody anymore. And therefore, you should have access to a wealth of other benefits that help you stabilize in community and don't put a burden on your family. But if that is not true, at least people need to have bare minimum access to health care.
Agreed. Thank you.
On my side, the ranker, Mr. Palmisano.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for Ms. Scaife. As your mission is to provide independent monitoring and oversight of our state prisons, and I want to kind of piggyback off what Senator Rollison said, have you examined or ever looked into the needs and concerns of staff, safety, staffing, and quality of life, and issued reports on that in any of your documentation? And if not, do you have any plans to do so?
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, we did attempt to carry out a massive survey of staff, and unfortunately, we only received 12 responses. It is not something that we've given up on, though, and we've spoken to the commissioner about it a number of times. As I mentioned, we do attempt to meet with union representatives and to speak with staff every time we're in facilities, and we have recently incorporated a section in our reports that summarizes perspectives that we've gathered from staff in an informal and kind of ad hoc way.
I would like to see some of that feedback, if that's okay, and
Absolutely.
encourage you to continue that outreach to staff. My next area, as many of my colleagues know, I'm a very vocal critic of HALT, as some of my other colleagues are, despite my admiration and respect for our former colleague and sponsor of this law, who I know worked incredibly hard, and I hope he knows how much respect and admiration I have for him. I certainly miss him. We all miss him, and we continue to wish him well in his retirement. But with that being said, and I know there's a lot of number of staff. I talk about HALT, 3 years of data, and taking incarcerated assaults on its staff and taking away staff on incarcerated. I want to talk about incarcerated on incarcerated, because I know there's a great deal of concern about what's going on with our incarcerated individuals. In the HALT, since the implementation of HALT, assaults, incarcerated and incarcerated, are up over 169% to a record near level of 3,000. So we know about the violence in our facilities. We know about the safety. We know the assaults are rising. We know the drugs are getting in contraband. They're at a record high level, 32% increase since the implementation of HALT. We know there's gang activity in our correctional facilities, and drugs create violence. This all creates violence. Now, I firmly believe, and I think all of us believe, there are a number of individuals inside our correctional facilities who want to do their time. They want to rehabilitate and give back and become productive members of society. But we also have to acknowledge there are a number of bad actors in prison, too, who have no interest in doing that and just really want to disrupt and create chaos. With that being said, with these record numbers, if we restrict and eliminate the ability to segregate, and I will want to, just for the record, say, I do take issue with the word solitary confinement. I think segregatory confinement is the word, because I won't get into that, but I just want that for the record. But if we can't segregate the most dangerous and violent incarcerated individuals who are disruptors, who are attacking other incarcerated individuals. We hear of incarcerated individuals who want to go to medical to be avoided. They want to. What is the answer to address this issue if we can't segregate them and kind of keep them away from the general population? Because if they have no interest in rehabilitating, just want to hurt people and disrupt, anyone can answer that. I mean, that's just a concern I have, because, and I'm focused on the incarcerated, and that's a credible problem that seems to be kind of be brushed under the rug with this violence. And I just want to know your thoughts on that with the time I have.
Sure, I'll just.
Any of you.
Briefly.
I know Anthony, you talked about it too, so whoever.
I'd like to echo your admiration for former Assembly Member Aubrey, who's, I know, in the room today, and we miss him dearly. And so a couple things on HALT. I will just say that I share your concern about violence among incarcerated people, and I've spoken to people in prison who have healing wounds on their faces from having been assaulted by other incarcerated people. And so it is a real concern. I will say that studies show that isolation, segregation, solitary confinement, however you want to call it, actually does increase the risk that people will come out of those settings with more behavior problems and challenges than when they went in. And so I think that there are better interventions that really relate to whole unit, whole facility safety, and the department is engaging in some of that in partnership with Chicago Beyond. The final thing that I'll just quickly say is that our access to data does not allow us to isolate the single, and I don't think there is a single cause of violence in correctional facilities, and I couldn't say that that if you did an analysis that HALT could be isolated as the driver.
Thank you.
I believe the Senate has exhausted their list. So on the Assembly side, we have Levenberg. I don't know if the minority has any other, so it'd be Levenberg, BPAN, and then the rest of the Democratic list.
Thank you so much for your testimony this morning. And I don't know who I'm going to direct these two questions to, but I was wondering if somebody could actually discuss the specific, and I think maybe Anthony, that maybe this for you, because you mentioned specifically about HALT that it wasn't fully implemented, right? And we know that, but could you talk a little bit about what are the specific missing pieces that need to be implemented? And we also heard that it's related to money. So if you could talk about that as well.
Yes, so on the ways in which HALT has not fully been implemented, there are quite a number. The ones that I think are high priority, is a provision of HALT that limits segregated confinement to 3 days in most situations, and to extend segregation beyond that requires a heightened showing. DOCS has been found by a court to maintain a practice of not making those heightened findings before imposing segregated confinement. Another significant issue, HALT imposes a categorical ban on solitary or segregated confinement for people in special populations, which includes a number of categories, but includes people with disabilities. And I think we could all agree that or I hope we could, that placing people with disabilities, especially people with mental illness, in segregated confinement absolutely sets them up to fail. And what we've found, and we are litigating right now against DOCS, is the fact that DOCS has both a policy and a practice by which it routinely places people with disabilities in segregated confinement. Beyond that, there are once someone has served a confinement sanction, they are in some sort of disciplinary confinement setting, HALT requires that they be transferred out of that setting once their discipline is ended. That often does not happen. There are many other issues, but these are just some of the ways in which we.
Thank you. I'm just gonna ask my next
Yeah.
question because I only have 30 seconds left. Does anybody have recommendations for how docs can more quickly get the facilities back up and running, even with this lack of staffing right now? You've talked a little bit about incarcerated persons complaining that they aren't having access to services or a whole host of things.
Well, I think the issue is Doc says they don't have the staff to transport people, but we are hearing from several incarcerated folks who say that they see COs sitting over in the corner chit-chatting, not doing anything, kind of being on strike inside the prisons. So I think if there could be more of an audit as to who is present in these prisons and what programs are being run and why certain programs or education aren't happening, then we could do an analysis, but nobody knows. It's just shut down. People are, I actually know people that go into work to teach programs and they're told to just sit at their desk because the incarcerated folks can't be brought to their classroom.
Thank you.
We were also joined earlier by Assemblymember Septimo. We've also been joined by a former chair of this committee in the Assembly and current Assembly member, David Weprin. With that, we turn to Assemblymember Bepan.
Thank you, Chair. I guess this is just directed towards Candy, but any of you feel free to jump in as well. Building upon what Senator Rollison mentioned, him and I visited our facilities and met with that liaison group. And one key topic that they brought up was the topic of keep block and segregated housing, and specifically how difficult it's been to separate folks, especially during points of high tension, any fights that may break out, something gang-related. They brought up the fact that if they were able to be separated for a few more days than they currently are, perhaps cooler heads may prevail in those situations, especially because a lot of times they can't move them out of that block that they're in. Have you heard anything similar, and have you suggested any changes to HALT or any of the policies that could potentially deal with this situation?
We have heard that concern. We've heard it primarily from staff. We've occasionally heard it from incarcerated people as well. I think that one challenge is that there are other options available to docs, which just involve moving people from into a different housing unit and a kind of choreographing of schedules that keeps people separated in lieu of confinement. And I think that there are some challenges with that docs is working through. We are in the process of finalizing a follow-up report on the implementation of HALT, which we expect to submit to the department for its 60-day review within the next couple of weeks. And I do know that there is a active discussion going on among staff in docs now around looking at some of the possible adjustments to implementation that could be made as part of the agreement following the conclusion of the strike.
Okay, and would that impact, like for instance, one of the prohibiting reasons why they can't move incarcerated individuals is because, say, one block is reserved for earned housing. Would part of your suggestions be to modify that or put general pop in earned housing as well for separation purposes, or?
I think it's going to kind of vary from one facility. So thinking about Greenhaven, it's a big facility.
Yeah.
And lots of facilities now have consolidated housing units because they're under capacity. So I think that, as you're suggesting, there are some kind of tweaks. I wouldn't want to touch earned housing because it's a privilege, and I think it is this incentive for positive behavior. And yet I think that, some of the excess capacity does present opportunities for more flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Beepan. We have Assemblymember Meeks.
Thank you, Sir Chair. This question goes to Megan. You touched on the reentry from the inside out, and I think that it's a major challenge that we've seen time and time again. I just would like you to expand on that as it relates to providing people with identification and other needed resources before they come back into the community.
Thank you for that question. I didn't touch on this in my oral testimony, but I'll say that there's a number of ways that we can facilitate better reentry for people. I'd say first and foremost, that is to allow community-based providers to be doing the reentry planning. Over the course of last fall, the New York State Alternatives to Incarceration and Reentry Coalition conducted a 5-county study where we looked at places where the rates of incarceration are going up and the number of people coming home are going up. That included Buffalo, your home district, Syracuse, and Columbia County, and here in Albany. And the findings were remarkably similar. We talked to 200 providers, and we talked to formerly incarcerated people in all 5 cities. And what we found was that the vast majority of people who are being released from DOC's custody get a piece of paper. That's it. They say, these are the resources in your neighborhood. Go find them. That is not responsible reentry planning. But it is what we heard time and time again. Community-based providers are not allowed to do that planning right now. But there are ways that could facilitate a very different process that promotes public safety, community reintegration, and helps keep people stay out. There are a few bills right now that might do that. One is actually called Reentry from the Inside Out. And what those bills do is create a partnership between DOCs and reentry providers to go in 6 months prior to release to facilitate that, to actually look at, do you need services, mental health services or substance use treatment? We'll set you up with an OTP. We'll do this. Do you need transitional housing? We'll do that. And then work with people a year post-release to ensure that there is a wraparound holistic supports for people. Those are the kinds of programs that we really need to be investing in if we are going to see real change.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Burdick.
Thank you, Chair. And I thank each of you for your testimony and the work that you do. This is for PLS. We know that there's a stated agreement among everyone that DOCS needs to change the culture. We heard it from the commissioner repeatedly and from each of you, but of course, getting there may lack consensus. As you may have heard, DOCS has retained an independent law firm, quote, to conduct a holistic review of our practices, and we're conducting a safety gap analysis with Chicago Beyond. What directives do you feel DOCS should give to the law firm and Chicago Beyond to make sure that the review is done the way it ought to be done, and that from that we can get the recommendations that we need?
Well, I would hope that they would mandate that both the law firm and the Chicago company, go into the communities and go into the prisons, talk to the incarcerated population, talk to the families of the incarcerated population, talk to the families of the corrections officers. We have to drill down on this culture issue. I watched a video yesterday. One of our clients got written up for allegedly starting a riot in the yard, and I watched the video, and there was no riot at all. The anger,
I'm sorry to interrupt,
Oh,
but
sorry.
can you be specific in terms of what directives they ought to be giving? I mean, obviously, we don't know the contract, but what would you be directing the law firm and Chicago Beyond to do specifically? The first part is great. Go and talk to the incarcerated and their families. What else?
Analyze all the data that DOCS has and require DOCS to keep data with respect to use of force, grievances, arbitrations against corrections officers that can be pulled out and easily looked at in terms of following a certain CO and whether that CO has engaged in excessive use of force over the past several years. We can't get any of that data. DOCS doesn't keep it in formats
Is there any other data that you think not now being maintained should be maintained?
There's probably a lot.
Okay. Perhaps if you could provide that to us, sending it to the chairs, that would be helpful.
We would be happy to do that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burdick. Ms. Levenberg? Oh, did I go? I went to you already. I'm sorry. Mr. Epstein.
Dana wants to go twice. Thank you all for being here and testifying. Has Docs talked to any of you about these potential reforms they're talking about with the report they're issuing sometime this summer? They talked to you? Anyone else has they talked to you about potential? No?
So I know you guys nodding your heads, but could
Yeah,
you just
say it out loud.
answer for the record? Yeah.
No.
No.
Only in the broadest contours.
Yeah, and I've spoken with the commissioner. I've also spoken with the firm who's carrying out the review.
I would really encourage, obviously now we know they're doing a report that's going to release this summer. I would encourage you all to reach out to Docs now and CC the chairs on this or us on this so we can make sure that you're engaged in this process. Because critically, whatever they report in July may set some recommendations going forward. And I want to make sure they reach out to incarcerated individuals and family members that we hear Docs gets a full sense of information. So as much as you can do to help us in that process, I'd appreciate it. We heard earlier from one of my colleagues about violence, and he made an allegation that it's somehow connected to the HALT reforms that we passed. Can anyone respond? I mean, my understanding is there are lots of things that are happening in corrections facilities that don't relate to HALT at all, and fully implemented, I think HALT would improve the level of violence. Do any of you believe that this increase in violence is directly related to HALT?
I'm happy to start. No, I don't think so. There are correction systems around the country and around the world that do not use isolation practices that DOCS uses and have much lower levels of violence. There are obviously many confounding factors here. I also think there are questions around the way in which data is kept, how instances of violence are reported. So I do not think that there is a link, or a positive link between like an increase in violence and the enactment of HALT.
I appreciate that. Do the other panelists generally agree with that position?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. The bottom line is,
And I only have 30 seconds, so I can't. Is there anything else? No. Okay. So we've seen talked a lot about death of incarcerated people and the failure to give accurate information to families. Do you feel like DOCS has provided families timely information about the death of a loved one and circumstances around that? Maybe Correctional Institute, I don't know if you,
We've heard a number of concern. We don't hear from people who are happy, right? We hear
Right,
from people who
exactly.
are concerned about communication and about their loved ones, and we've heard a number of complaints from family members who have lots of questions.
thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. So I'm going to jump in here and just start with PLS and legal services. On the, as it relates to disciplinary hearings, if body cam footage is requested, how often is it provided to you? And as a result of any of this, do you find that individuals are hesitant to file? Well, let me not do the joint question. Let's start with that part of the question first.
Well, if there is body cam footage, it is typically provided to us. The problem is it may not be timely provided to us. We have been representing people at their actual hearings. That didn't used to happen. It used to be that we would take the cases after the hearing happened and just do the appeal. So we can oftentimes look at the body camera footage, like the case we had yesterday, which clearly showed that there was no riot happening in the yard. So that is very helpful. But the problem is that often there isn't body cam footage. In several facilities, only sergeants have body cams. Oftentimes, we receive complaints that the body cams are shut off or not turned on when there is an encounter with an incarcerated person. So that is not, body cams are not being used across the board the way they're supposed to be.
And it also sounds like if you do get the body cam footage, the disciplinary proceeding may have concluded.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an answer?
Nothing to add. That's
No,
exactly
no.
right.
Oh, okay, so then, I guess as a result, do you find that incarcerated individuals are hesitant to file an action against a correctional officer for assault while they're still incarcerated? Is there hesitancy? I mean, I imagine it happens. In fact, I say I know it happens, but I guess could you provide color to that?
Yeah, cases are several cases are filed by incarcerated people, both pro bono and with counsel. But we often see retaliation as a result of that. That also happens when grievances are filed. People are retaliated against. That's why we support your bill that takes care of a piece of this, that says if a misbehavior report is written by a CO for whom a grievance had been filed against by the person he is accusing within 180 days of filing that grievance, there will be more evidence required of guilt than just the CO saying, you did this. So trying to pick away at the opportunities for retaliation is incredibly important. The other piece is to change the grievance system within DOCS when it comes to allegations of brutality or harassment. We should not be requiring individuals to hand a grievance to a CO that says, that CO over there beat me up. We should have a grievance procedure that follows the grievance procedure set out for the Prison Rape Elimination Act, where an individual can call OSI, call a family member, and a family member can report it, but having to write it down and hand it to a CO is just a recipe for retaliation.
And maybe not an appropriate check and balance, but anyone else want to provide color? If not, I'll move on to my next question. So I guess for Caney, we had the pleasure to do a joint visit, which was very insightful to me. One, to learn your operations, and then two, so that I can learn to do my own independent visits more effectively. So it had that dual impact for me. I also am concerned about your ability to visit facilities and provide and be that independent check that you need to be. So I guess the simple question I have is, do you believe DOCS grants your organization with adequate visitation access to facilities?
We don't get any pushback from docs within the constraints of existing law, which requires that we provide 72 hours notice ahead of a monitoring visit. We do believe that unannounced visits is a best practice and appropriate for effective oversight. We also believe that after hours visits, visits on holidays, weekends, are appropriate and best practice as well.
Got it. Geez, 5 minutes went fast. I have so much more, but I will do it offline. In the interest of time, I will turn it over to the Senate. I don't know if they have any further needs. Oh,
Thank,
okay.
is there?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I will ask additional questions and just take chair privilege to do that. First of all, I wanted to ask all of you, based on your experiences either representing, advocating for incarcerated individuals or collecting data on relevant issues, what do each of you see as the most urgent reforms for the legislature to implement and why?
Just quickly, I'll say, where do we begin? We're all kind of looking at each other. But I think that the fundamental starting place is increased transparency through oversight, because it leads to opportunities for policymakers and the public to understand the issues better in order to bring about accountability and further policymaking and reform.
I echo that an independent process for investigating abuse by staff is critically important and perhaps the linchpin.
I agree. In my verbal testimony, there are the 3 bills, Senator, that you are supporting in terms of oversight that I think are critical, especially the unannounced visits from the Correctional Association and the Ombudsman's Office. I don't think we can. I testified in 2015 about oversight, and we haven't done anything since then. We need to move on this. It's incredibly important, and those bills should be passed this year.
I will echo everything my colleagues have said. We outlined specific bills in our written testimony that we think would improve conditions and ultimately ensure the timely release of people.
Thank you. I'll just quickly note, I realize that all of you mentioned policy proposals in your testimony, and I deeply appreciate that, and only ask to give you the opportunity to elaborate, because I see that as the fundamental purpose and goal of this hearing.
And the funny thing was, that was my next question. But before you are let go, I do have another Assembly member that wishes to ask questions, Assemblymember Gibbs.
Thank you, Brother Chair. First and foremost, Megan, Karen, Jennifer, Anthony, I'm your biggest fan. I'm a big fan of your work. Your fan base starts here. Jennifer, what are the top three state facilities in New York that you think should be closed?
I can't give you a top 3.
What are the top 3 abuses that you've heard from?
There are just so many metrics, and I'm not giving you a political answer. I'm just giving you an honest answer, which is that I think that there are a lot of different variables, and there is no kind of monolith in terms of the incarcerated population or the staff. I think that each facility has its strengths. I think that facilities that are old present a lot of problems.
I appreciate that. I don't have enough time.
Okay.
Karen, how do you get the body cam video so fast?
Well, it's only in very limited situations where we have notified docs that we will be representing the individual at their hearing. We're hoping to expand that with our disciplinary representation unit, where we'll be doing more of those, but that typically is not the case. So we usually have to wait through FOIL to get both video and body cam, and it can take months.
Thank you, Karen. You and I, because I'm still waiting for a FOIA request from Sergeant Yeager She got my video out 2 days in New York Times, and I can't get her videos, right? I want to spend this last 1 minute and 20 seconds with Megan. I'm sorry, Anthony, if you want to chime in, you can do it as well. Megan, what is your wish list here?
People should come home. That's my wish list. That's it. I think we have spent decades in New York sentencing people under incredibly draconian sentencing laws. We have the opportunity before us today to begin to reverse those. And as we have Mr. Aubrey in the room, I would be remiss to not talk about the monumental change we saw after the 2009 drug law reforms. But we're not done. We need to bring our people home.
Thank you. And Anthony, it's yours. You got 30 seconds.
I just want to I should start by turning my mic on. I want to echo everything that Megan just said. I think it's incredibly important. The various legislative bills that are in our testimony that allow for people to return home and allow for successful reentry be prioritized. Those are the most important way that we can ensure a safer system.
I appreciate each and every
Could
one
I
of you.
just add one thing that is not in my testimony? But there are so many people who were not able to program or do their education during the strike. And because of the way the law is written with respect to merit time, many hundreds are being held in prison longer than they should be. And if the legislature could fix that before the end of the session and have an exception because of this illegal strike, I think it would go a long way in reducing the prison population and being just and fair to the people that are incarcerated who were in no way responsible for this strike.
You guys are my heroes.
Thank you. Senator Salazar said she deferred the last 45 seconds of her time to you to answer that question. So with that, we'd like to thank the panel and thank all the members for the questions of this panel. We'll proceed in calling the next panel, which Senator Salazar will do. But I guess at this time, I will acknowledge that we have received written testimony from the New York State Commission on Correction. And then we know that you guys have summarized your testimony, and that your testimony will be entered into the record in full as it is written, as will this testimony from the State Commission on Correction as well. Thank you, and Senator Salazar now has.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chair. Next, I will call up our third panel, representatives from labor unions whose members work in docks. That includes PEF, AFSCME, Council 82. Thank you all for joining us.
Wayne Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Spence, Mr. Gilmore, Mr. McDonald. Whoever would like to begin first, please go ahead.
So I'd like to say good afternoon, Chairpersons Salazar, Chairperson Dillon, and others, honorable members of the legislature. My name is Wayne Spence, and I'm the president of the Public
Mr. Spence, could you bring the mic a little closer so that we can get your testimony and adjust it as need be?
All right, thank you. Is this better?
Say it again.
Is this better?
A little closer.
Okay.
A little closer.
All right. So again, good morning, and thank you to the legislature. Thank you, Chairperson Salazar, Chairperson Dillon, and honorable members of the legislature. My name is Wayne Spence, and I'm the president of the Public Employees Federation, which I'll refer to as PEF, PEF represents 54,000 public employees across New York State, which include teachers, nurses, mental health professionals, addiction specialists, and parole officers within DOCS. In fact, I'm a New York State parole officer. I've been here 32 years. I actually remembered testifying here as a parole officer several years ago when Mr. Aubrey actually chaired. And I am now sitting in this position as a union president. You know, I wrote this several days ago in preparation when I heard about the hearings. And it's kind of hard for me to read what I wrote after sitting here and listening. Because when I wrote this, I didn't realize that 147, and that number could be higher, died in some way. And I'm like, damn, how do you go forward with that? How do I talk about the fact that I'm here to talk about the fact that last year alone, 4 nurses were sexually assaulted? Of the sexual assault, 4 of them were rapes. How do I talk about the fact that a nurse was exposed several times, 20 people were exposed several times at a facility, and 1 of them lost their baby? How do I have that conversation knowing that in the scheme of things, 147,000 people lost their lives? But I want you guys to know that this conversation and this thing that I went through in my head didn't start recently. Because in March 31st to April 4th of 2023, I took a group of 20 people, 10 parole people, 10 people, to Montgomery, Alabama, to talk about criminal justice and us. And it talked about looking at criminal justice reform in New York State through a racial justice lens. Because I think the part about racial justice is an elephant in the room that some people don't even want to have a conversation about. But I just want folks to know that this was not an afterthought after what happened. This was something that I gave thought to years ago. So with that, I'll try and continue within the minutes and go through my testimony. We feel PEF is uniquely positioned to bring stakeholders together, as each one of my members is dedicated to providing incarcerated individuals and parolees who want to change their lives with the services, education, treatment, and support they need to rehabilitate their lives and successfully return to their communities. PEF believes that the HALT law was well-intentioned, but has resulted in unintended consequences that leave incarcerated individuals and staff less safe. No one is safe in DOCS, no one. PEF supports the fair and humane treatment of all individuals and the prosecution of all individuals who assault or harm others within DOCS, whether it be incarcerated individuals or staff. This is why we appreciate the convening of this joint committee to discuss the issues facing DOCS and the increase in assaults among both staff and incarcerated individuals. PEF support the expanded use of body cameras at DOCS and the expanded role for the Commission on Corrections, including in this year's state budget. I actually believe that the use of body cams on my civilians will give an opportunity for them to see and for people to see what civilians, especially my civilians' staff, have to deal with. The Wildcat strike, DOC staff worked, and I want to go back for a second. So we talked about the Wildcat strike. I don't know if people realize that before the strike, DOC staff worked more than 6 million hours of overtime at a cost of $350 million. That is not sustainable. The state needs to do a better job attracting and retaining staff at DOCS to stabilize security, expand education and treatment services, and reduce the over-reliance on existing staff. And that is why I read those numbers. During the strike, parole officers was asked to step up and go into facilities, even though they were not trained as parole officers. I know because I'm a parole officer and I'm an instructor. But yet, parole officers heed the call and went in. And not until a week later, when I threatened to go to court after hiring an attorney, they were brought out. But I learned a lot from the parole officers who went into that facility. And I want you guys to understand, when I gave testimony years ago as a parole officer, there were over 1,300 parole officers. Now there's less than 460 parole officers in New York State. Think about that for a second. And when we talk about having people come out to the community, when we have conversation about getting people out of correctional facilities, because in case you don't know, I asked the commissioner last week before I testified, what is the capacity right now? Are there any correctional facilities over 60% in terms of corrections officers? And the answer was no. My members, the civilians who are there, who were never trained to do that type of work, are now tasked with doing that work. PEF supports funding for additional therapeutic staff and programming to address the mental health, behavioral addiction, and other issues experienced by the increased population to reduce violence and provide for a more successful reintegration upon release. For the use of restraints for a short period of time, but defined period of time to allow for the acclimation of incarcerated individuals into the institutional setting and to assess the nature of the individual. Restraint should not be removed after a finite period is provided that the incarcerated individual does not exhibit aggression, behavior, or violence against staff or other incarcerated individuals. Now, let me tell you for a second.
Mr. Spence, if you indulge me, could you summarize, and certainly
Sure.
your testimony will be entered
All
into
right.
the record in full, but
So-
in the interest of time, I
So,
want to.
in the interest of time, I want to make sure that people understand that PEF understand that putting people in isolation does not work. Social workers who are PEF members have said, it does not work putting people and locking them away. But at the same time, you cannot have somebody get raped. You cannot have somebody get stabbed, including a staff person, and then there's no consequences. Then who would want to work? What civilian would want to come to a facility and work after they've seen or heard that their coworkers were raped and there were no consequences to the person that perpetrated that crime? And I'll end right there.
Good afternoon, Chair. We good to go? Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair Salazar, Chair Dillon, distinguished members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Brian McDonald, and I'm the Political and Legislative Director for AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, Municipal Employees here in New York. We represent nearly 400,000 public service workers here across the state. I work for the national union, but here in the state we have 5 state-based affiliates, including CSEA, District Council 37, and Council 82, which is our law enforcement affiliate here in New York. I'm joined today by Kelly Gilmore, who's the Northern Region Vice President for Local 2951, which is the union that represents state corrections lieutenants at the remaining 42 state correctional facilities. Kelly's been a lieutenant for 8 years and a correctional officer for 28 years. During the recent strike, Lieutenant Gilmore stayed at Upstate Correctional for 18 straight days without going home. I want to say that again. He did not leave the facility for 18 days during the strike, and I think he should be commended for his dedication. Local 2951 represents more than 400 lieutenants across the state. Every hour of every day, our members help manage these facilities with continuously less staff and fewer resources. The state corrections lieutenants supervise state prisons for 16 hours each day when other managerial staff go home. The experience that they bring to the table is invaluable. The local is made up of problem solvers, of pragmatists, and dedicated professionals. They should be an essential stakeholder at the table in any discussion with docs, certainly around conversations regarding safety and transparency and accountability. The death of a single incarcerated individual while in state custody is one too many. Our union stands ready to partner with docs, with the governor's administration, with the members of the legislature to ensure that both incarcerated persons and the staff who work at these facilities are safe and protected from any harm. For too long, the correctional system has suffered from chronic understaffing. Particularly for our members, less staff means less focus on smoothly operating facilities. It means less educational programming for those who are incarcerated and safety standards that are threatened. Our members tell us that there has been an erosion of institutional authority and that this threatens their safety and the safety of individuals who they supervise. This has led to an undeniable increase in violence, contraband, and disorder. We would like to see more training for officers, including in the areas of de-escalation, mental health awareness, and cultural understanding. We support the expanded use of body cameras because we believe they can be a tool to exonerate rule-following officers. We also believe that the state needs to continue to invest in the workforce, including increasing the pay for officers so that we can compete for capable and qualified applicants, Additionally, we call on the governor's office to sign death gamble legislation sponsored by one of the committee members here today, which allows seasoned corrections veterans like our members to stay in the job that they're trained for rather than retiring early out of fear that their loved ones will never see the pension benefits that they've accrued over years of service in the event of an untimely early death. Too many of our capable and qualified leaders retire as soon as they're eligible out of fear that they might die before retiring and therefore deny their loved ones retirement security that they've earned over their years. Our union will meet with anyone and treat them with respect. Even robust disagreement does not have to be disagreeable. I'm firmly convinced that 80% of us want to solve the problems facing our correctional system. We ask that our professional and pragmatic member leaders be invited to the table. Thank you. Gotta really hold it.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here. Like my colleague stated, my name is Kelly Gilmore. I represent the members of the State Corrections Lieutenant number 2951. The staffing crisis is still at the forefront and is the driving factor behind many of the major issues in corrections today. Although many recruitment efforts have been made, we feel more needs to be done to retain the workforce. Like was stated, the signing of the death gamble bill would be a major step forward in easing the minds of the staff who are eligible to retire but fear that their loved ones may be left with nothing if they pass while still on the job. I work at the largest RRU facility within DOCS, and while the theory behind HALT has a lot of credibility, the authors need to be open-minded to making changes so the program can reach its full potential. Just like a few bad members can mar the reputation of all the others, the same is true with the incarcerated population. The very low percentage that continue to be disruptive without further consequences are diminishing the effectiveness of the program for those who meaningfully participate. We as lieutenants are willing to meet and discuss these issues so productive changes can be made for the betterment of all involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all taking the time. I'll start with a question that any of you could answer. And I want to preface this by saying my questions are related to the topic of this hearing and are by no means intended to malign any of your hardworking members. In both Mr. Brooks and Mr. Nantui's murders, according to court documents, there were employees who witnessed the incidents, didn't report it, and even allegedly participated in cover-ups. What systems are in place for any of your members to report when they witness violence such as what occurred at Marcy or Midstate, if they witness another employee's misconduct in the facility? Perhaps, you know, as a result of the collective bargaining agreement, just to the best of your knowledge.
Just so I'm clear, what systems are in place? Is that what you're asking, ma'am?
Yeah, basically, what could a member do in order to report when they witness another employee's misconduct? And I think as an extension of that question, do you think that your members feel safe reporting misconduct, or might they be concerned about retaliation from docs?
They immediately could report to their supervisor, and I know, you know, corrections has implemented the whistleblower policy, which would give them some anonymity if they choose that way, which would be a help. Any wrongdoing should be reported. You know, we don't condone, lieutenants do not condone any of that misbehavior. And it should be reported so that we can have, now I'm stuck.
All right, Senator, I'm going to answer your question with something that happened to me. As a parole officer, I made complaints about sex offenders being dumped into communities of color in Roosevelt and other parts of Long Island. And what came out of that was bad press for parole before parole merged. And they didn't suspend me, took the ability to protect my family when they knew there was a death threat against my life and my family's life, verified by the FBI that a Hells Angels had a hit on me. That's what happens when you speak. That is what happened. And that is before parole on doxes, but that is systematic of how New York State, I call them career managers. It doesn't matter who is in the legislature. It doesn't matter who is governor. You got career managers who said they're gonna run things their way. And it's no different in docs. My nurses, when I came here in 2015, nurses said they were afraid to talk out when they see something wrong. Because if they talk out, if a teacher talks out, they might be in a situation where they need help and no help's gonna come. You've given iPads, but nobody has given body alarms to my members. So why should they? Because there is a saying, snitches get stitches. So very right in a correctional facility.
Thank you. I think this probably goes without saying because of what you just said, but it sounds like the whistleblower policy is inadequate at protecting your members and giving them the security that they need in order to report. Is that, would you agree with that, or?
It's toilet paper.
Right. Okay. Are there any, and I understand if you feel that this is a cultural problem rather than one that can be addressed through policy, but if there are policy recommendations that you would make that could potentially change that could offer more protection for your members so that they would be able to report, could you share those with us?
You want to go first? You want to take it? I will take it by saying that I welcome, first of all, body cams. Because I say body cams make everybody, it's transparent. What it is, what you see, you can unsee. What you say, you can unsay. And if you're a bad actor, it's going to reveal itself. If you're a good actor, it's going to show itself. And it will show what really happens. And I will think, that one of the things, it keeps everybody transparent. And it will start actually showing what really happens. Because I know that I believe what Assemblyman Gibbs said. It is kind of hard to believe that of all those deaths, that only 2 were deemed murders. Come on now. It's more than that. But then let's not paint all of us with that brush. Not every corrections officer, not every nurse, not every civilian, not every person that worked in a correction facility is that person. I believe something like that will ferret out bad actors. But it's also beyond bad actors. What about those career managers who foster the culture that currently exists? Because it didn't just start with the COs.
Just to follow up, we would echo the sentiment that we're supportive of body cams for all. And we think that the good actors will be shown, and so will the bad actors. So we're comfortable with that.
Okay, thanks. And I want to begin by extending the same sentiment to you and your members, Mr. Spence, that I did with the commissioners panel on the National Guard. I want to thank you and your members for stepping up and conducting roles that are not currently in your job titles during the strike. I want to thank your members for that. Did want to touch on, some of the instances your members have experienced during your tenure, the rapes and stuff, and while the same way we don't condone violence of officers on incarcerated individuals, we certainly, I know if I had a wife who was a guard or a nurse at a facility, I would want her to be safe. I would want her to come home not being sexually assaulted. I guess the conversation I would like to have with you in and around that is, you said it went unpunished, and I believe you. I'm going to take you at your word on that. But DOCS does have the ability, through their disciplinary process, to, add new charges for rape and such. So I see your body language. Talk to me about that. How often does that happen? Of course, that adds time, which is not something we're looking for, right? We're not looking, we're hoping that folks serve their sentence in a way that they do the time that they deserve and they come home. But when you add additional offenses, those 2 have to be dealt with. So I guess what's been the totality of your experience when some of your members are assaulted. And I think sexual assaults in general on both sides could be, the subject of a hearing in and of itself. But I'd just like to hear from you.
So, Assemblyman Lon, I don't know if I said, would I get in trouble? There are Colin Fergusons in facilities, and I say that this is somebody who's going to be doing life. There's nothing, what are you going to do, life on top of life? There are certain individuals who it doesn't matter what you do.
Okay.
Nothing's going to change. So when things happen, what my members hear is that the person was maybe keep locked since halt for X amount of days, but they're coming out, or they might be transferred to another facility. And if they get transferred to another facility, then the same thing happens. Yes, in many cases, the system goes through, they're gonna be prosecuted. But when somebody's doing major time, or somebody is just so seriously antisocial, it doesn't matter. And my members want to feel safe. They want their friends to be safe. They want the charges, the incarcerated individuals to feel safe. Assemblyman, let me tell you what you might not hear. My teachers tell me, the teachers that I represent who work, that when they come to class, many times they can't even teach because their students are waiting to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, wait, what do you mean waiting to go to the bathroom? That makes no sense. They're being shaken down that if they don't pay money while they're in their cells, they can't go to the bathroom. So when they come to class, that is the only time they can go to the bathroom. And it's because the people who shake them down, if they were to report it, there's no consequence. They'll get segregated for a couple of days, they come back and they beat the crap out of them.
I hear you, I understand certain instances, but I would say, in the instance you cited, someone serving life without the possibility of parole, they certainly could see a circumstance where you cited that could happen. But for the most part, folks who are incarcerated don't control the amount of time that could be added to their sentences. So for the most part, I have to believe that's a determinant in and of itself. But I can see where there are instances, like you mentioned, that would be correct. So I guess in the remaining time that I have for everyone, I guess beyond the body cams, do your agencies or your unions have any position on any of the reforms outside of body cams?
Yes, we believe that we've looked at, I'm a member of an organization called OVU, One Voice United, it's a national organization. They have access to other unions, corrections union, and access to management in other states where they've had better outcomes. Some of the best outcomes where they moved away from solitary confinement is programming, meaning that there is either one-on-one individual therapy sessions or group therapy sessions all the time. We enacted HALT, but did not give any resources to it. Give us some resources. Give us real resources. Give us resources. Look at other states that have had good outcomes. And let's not, I understand that New York and California have two states with big egos that we always lead. There are other smaller states that are doing better than we do.
I would say I look forward to doing that with you. I'm out of time. I know you're eager to answer, but I guess in fairness, I have to turn it over back to the Senate, and we can certainly follow up with that answer in short order with you.
Can I make a quick comment without eating into someone else's time? Just an observation, or no? Because I can weave it in.
If you're able to hold it until we do, the chairs do a second round, that would be great, so that I'm respecting everyone's time. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I'll hand it over to Senator Rawlston.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here this afternoon. Mr. Spence, representing approximately 4,500 members within your organization, how is staffing statewide right now with the different types of careers and crafts that you represent within DOCS?
It's tough. Nurses coming out of COVID, they're worth their weight in gold. There are other places they can go other than going into a correctional facility. And so when you start hearing when a husband put up a video that said that my wife was exposed to a substance that nobody can tell me what it is. State police can't, the hospital can't, but yet my wife was exposed to a substance and I now lost my child. Who would want to do that job? And when you look at what they are paying, who would want to go there? I don't want to sit here and talk about the corrections officers. I don't represent them. But I can tell you, since the Wildcat strike, nobody's knocking down the door to become a corrections officer. Nobody. In today's, the way people think, kids are growing up with smartphones and everything. Nobody wants to go to a job where their lifeline, especially if they've grown up with it from kindergarten, they can't have access to a cell phone or something. Nobody's interested in coming in there. So it's tough to recruit and retain. And when you add a staff shortage to it, and the draconian, toxic work environment, it's hell.
As I've said to the discussions you've had with the previous panelists, this is a whole of corrections approach that we need to take here to solve these challenges, especially when we're talking about violence, and violence within the buildings, and violence against incarcerated, against COs, against civilian staff. It is all connected. And to Lieutenant Gilmore, to your group, how many lieutenants do you currently have?
Approximately 400.
And where is that in the hierarchy of what you should have? Are you down? Are you short?
About 15% down, I believe.
And I know it probably varies upon each correctional facility, but the scope of supervision that a lieutenant has within those facilities, I had mentioned this earlier too, that supervision is the key to a running facility where there are ways to make it run better, to hold people accountable, the staff, knowing that they have the ability to go to their bosses to report. You talk about reporting things. Well, if those folks don't exist, it's more difficult to report. So in any given facility, how many sergeants are underneath a lieutenant? I know it on size. Lieutenant, sergeants, COs.
Yep.
I mean, is there sort of a model
As far as ratio,
that docs follows?
typically, I'm going to say roughly like the highest staffed jail lieutenant-wise is 13 to 14. And then sergeants are usually double that. And it's not a ratio, it's just the size of the facility. So upstate, we have currently 11 lieutenants. Since the strike, we're down, but pre-strike, we had 31 sergeants.
And we heard testimony earlier from the DOCS commissioner about executive staff being on now from the morning till go through the afternoon shift. So at night, is a captain running a building? Is a lieutenant running an entire facility? How is it, again, how on size?
So they vary their schedule, the administrative staff that stays for the afternoon shift.
Sure.
So they're there, at least, for the short term, they're there to rely on a little bit, if that's what you're asking. And it varies between a captain and it could be a DEP of admin, DEP of program.
So quickly, because I need to interrupt you. On the overnight tour, who's running the building? A lieutenant, a captain?
Lieutenant.
A lieutenant,
Yes.
okay. And one last question for all of you. Do you feel as union representatives that you are sufficiently consulted when it comes to the safety inside our correctional facilities of everyone that's in there? Every single person, whether they're the incarcerated or the staff?
On a daily basis or with?
On an ongoing basis when discussions need to happen?
No, not enough.
Mr. Spence?
No.
No.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Thank you. I have Mr. Palmisano, followed by Mr. Gibbs when it's the Assembly's turn.
Yes, first, to the three of you gentlemen, I just want to say thank you for what your members do for all of us across the state, what you have been doing, what you continue to do, so I just wanted to say that first. Staffing and safety, that's the common theme I hear over and over again when we talk about our correctional issues. Mr. Spence, I'd like to talk with you, because I was reading your testimony, you had talked about, and I know you talked about the HALT and the challenges with segregated confinement and repercussions for bad behavior and how it impacts everyone else. I think when I was looking through your testimony, you had some suggestions for Halt. We know there's this working task force that's going on right now. Are there any suggestions that you, from your organization, that you recommend that might help address, to deal with the Halt issue as far as to try to make the situation better and safer?
We did meet as a group. I don't know if we want to talk about it now. If it's okay, Assembly Member, we gave our, all the different unions came together and gave their solutions. We did it individually, but what we found out that most of the unions were pretty much on the same page, and surprisingly, on the same page with DOC's management. So we did make some recommendations. If I can ask, Pat, is there anything you would like to add? I'll switch. It said it's in the testimony. I didn't get to it.
That's fine. I would like to kind of just pivot a little bit more because staffing issues, and I know, Mr. Gilmore, you talked a lot about staffing and, you know, the challenges we're having. And I've seen some of your notes in your testimony too. All of you, I mean, what are like some of the important things that we could do from a staffing level to help the situation? I mean, y'all mentioned the death gamble. That would be a priority, yes?
Death gamble would be a huge bonus.
Yes.
It's going to keep capable and veteran officers who otherwise are going to leave.
Right. Other suggestions, I mean, obviously, starting salary of, obviously, the staff, I mean, obviously, CEO is $57,000, that's different, but if you want to get corrections officers, should we be looking at the increase in the wage? What about retirement benefits, recruitment bonuses, retention bonuses? Because the reason I bring that up is because the commissioner has said in the past about closing correctional facilities. We need it as because of the staffing crisis, I think he kind of dismissed it, but, we have staffing crises in hospitals and nursing homes too. We don't just go close those down. You give recruitment bonuses, you give retention bonuses, you better pay, better benefits. Those are all things we should be looking at to try to enhance for our workforce, to try to get more corrections officers in, because obviously better staffing equals better outcomes.
Yep.
Which equals safer staffing and safer outcomes, correct? So do you have any other suggestions on things that we should be?
Assemblymember, again, I don't want to speak for NYSCOBA, but if you heard what it is, the strike was really not about money.
That's right.
It wasn't. It was really about safety. And one of the things we found out as a group was the issue around protective custody, that right now there is no protective custody. Somebody can't say they want to go into protective custody. What we found out is that in order to get into protective custody, if you're an II, incarcerated individual, and you're being preyed upon, you can't ask to go into protective custody. The only way you can get to be segregated, strike a staff. You strike or assault a staff, then you get separated. So guess what? You're being preyed upon. It's no longer there. Strike a staff. One of the things we are going to be recommending is that we put back in protective custody. This is one of we think, again, is let's stop for a second and understand that HALT was not perfect, and let's recognize some of the unintended consequences of this piece of legislation.
Yes, PC is huge. To touch on your first piece, staffing level drives everything. Maybe it sounds odd, but if we were closer to be fully staffed, the violence would drop. I mean, staff members having to work 16 plus hours a day, day on end, it just doesn't work. And to go on the PC piece, it is huge. There's, certain incarcerated individuals that feel they need protection, and they're not afforded, there's not an easy way to obtain it anymore. And that's a change that needs to be addressed.
So one point that I would make, and we don't talk about this enough, is that the rolling back of the Rockefeller drug laws was an essential and overdue reform. But what it did was it changed the population of jails and prisons. And now the population that's in there is more violent. And also, certainly in the county jail level, more people with mental health problems and drug addiction. What our members tell us is that 90% of the people in a county jail struggle with those issues. Those are difficult people to control and to help.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. And I agree 100% with you. The strike, the protest wasn't about money. It was about safety. And quality of life, So thank you, because I visited those people out in the communities, the 3 correctional facilities in and around my district. So that was the main thing: safety, staffing, quality of life. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you again for what your members do for us. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Does the Senate have any needs?
No, after members, I can do a second
Okay, so Assemblymember Gibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wayne, our eyes do not assault staff. They're too afraid. They're afraid of repercussions. You see what happened to Robert Brooks? You see what happened to Sam? See what happened to Freddie McCree? The list goes on and on and on and on. I visited 42 prisons in the state. Each prison, there are reports of abuse in every one. Most incarcerated individuals who reported the abuse stated that civilians, nurses, and staff always turned a blind eye and filed false reports while doing so. When Robert was being murdered, you seen civilians in the hallway laughing. A nurse entered the room while they murdering Robert, refuses to look at Robert, but yet stand there and write a false report about what's happening to Robert. Mr. Gilmore, thank you for your service. I appreciate your service, and Mr. Bryan said you sacrificed 18 days during the strike. You came into the facility and you stood there for 18 days.
Lots of people did. Yep.
It's commendable, and I appreciate that. One of the officers who did not break the law. It's the sense of coming here and doing legislation and you break the law, or 10,000 of you guys. So I appreciate that. Most facilities were run by inexperienced National Guard members, correct? During this 21-day illegal strike?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the numbers of incidents during these strikes against incarcerated individuals and staff, or staff on staff, or incarcerated individuals on incarcerated individuals during the strike?
I don't.
There aren't any. There were only 3 incidents of violence, and 1 was on staff and 2 was on other. So it wasn't any. 21 days, prisons unsupervised. And in fact,
Member, can I push back
no, you
on
cannot.
that?
I'm talking. I got the mic.
Right, okay.
In addition, about 8 or 9 state legislatures, we enter these prisons. We excuse the officers, we excuse the sergeants, we excuse the lieutenants, and we there by ourselves, 9 legislators, and we leave the way we came in. These incarcerated individuals too afraid to do anything to anyone, especially a civilian. And in closing, I want to say to, again, my good friend Wayne, the strike wasn't about safety. The strike was about 12 officers getting indicted and staff for getting indicted for killing a black man on camera. That strike happened right after that, and then came Sam. Hawk was never a problem. I visited 42 prisons and talked to every lieutenant and every dep in those prisons. Hawk was never a situation. You guys did this illegal strike because y'all got caught killing a black man on camera, and you have to figure out some way to distract the indictment. Let's not play the game.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. I will allow the panel a brief response to Mr. Gibbs' questions, very brief, and then we'll turn to the next
So
question.
I'm going to say, as a black man who have a degree in electrical engineering, who got arrested and spent 3 nights in jail in my last year of college, took 3 nights, yes, that's right, 3 nights in jail to say, hey, boy, when you're on camera,
Mr. Gibbs,
smile,
Mr. Spence
smile
has
when
the
you're on camera, because that's when a new show came out, Cops on Location. Changed my life, decided to do something different, decided to say, you know what? I don't ever want to be on the other side of handcuffs where people who have no authority or their privilege can do that. And I decided to do something else. Got my degree, gave it to my mother, and decided to go into social work where I can make work. And I became a probation officer and a parole officer. What Mr. Gibbs doesn't know that there's many assaults on inmates on each other. Nobody want to report it because it would have made the state look bad. It would have made it look like I was crying foul when I kept saying, do not send my nurses and the parole officers into these bad locations because it is bad. But nobody wanted to see it. So there was a lot more than 3. And so you want to say what you want to say, you have that right, Assemblyman, but then you're full of it.
Raising your voice don't make you white, Wayne.
And
Remember,
talking
I was
over me
there.
and having your
I was
side.
there
Don't
5.5
make it right
years.
either, brother.
I was there 5.5 years versus
At
your
this
3
point-
days, parole
at this
officer.
point- at this
I
point,
was
we're
there.
Brother,
Take your voice
I'm
down.
same place
Take
where
your
you're
voice
from.
down.
We're going to have to agree and
Raising your
disagree.
voice don't mean nothing.
At this point, we have
Nothing.
to move on. at this point, we
Your
have to
voice
move on.
raising means nothing,
If the
especially to this panelist.
If the discourse can't be civil, we have to move on. I do
Figure that
have
out.
sentiment that is in line with Mr. Gibbs in terms of the timing of the strike, but that's my sentiment. It's not a question. I'll address that later, but at this point, we'll go to Mr. Bepan.
Thank you, Chair. Want to pivot a little bit to body cams. I know all three of you brought them up at one point or another. From our conversations within the prisons, we've heard situations where staff have difficulty pulling that body cam footage in use of defending themselves in various disciplinary circumstances. Have you heard any reports of something similar?
Can you say that? I'm sorry. Can you say that? Reports?
Of staff having difficulties pulling body cam footage in one defending themselves in a disciplinary situation or using it for a report or circumstances where they're being assaulted.
So it's quite an undertaking to produce, and I mean, it's slow to produce a body-worn camera footage.
Okay.
It's there. It just, with the technology that we have, speaking for myself at Upstate, it's a slow process. And priority goes to the disciplinary hearings so that the IIs have, if they request it, that they have it for their, to defend themselves at the hearing. The body camera footage never goes away.
Right.
They get docked at night. It gets downloaded into a cloud. It's always there now. So, the new system, that should eliminate any problems of not getting any footage. It's there.
What's the timeline generally to get a copy of that footage?
That goes through central office in the FOIA request. Is that?
Okay.
And
Oh,
then
so it is a FOIL request that they have to follow,
I
essentially?
would, even staff members put in a FOIA request to get that for themselves, yes.
Got it. I'm going to also then pivot back to the protective custody. I kind of brought this up with Canny before. Senator Rollison and I met with our local liaison groups in each of the prisons, and they agreed that protective custody could potentially help with cooler heads prevailing in circumstances. Do any of you want to expand on that a bit more for the next minute?
It would give the individual the option of putting themselves into some protective custody that's not afforded through HALT. Other than, Mr. Spence spoke of, other than, assaulting staff or severely assaulting another incarcerated individual in order to accomplish that goal.
Have you proposed these changes in previous working groups, and how's the reaction to
Council
that?
82 had started a work group previous to the state starting theirs. And that was in a lot of the discussion, the PC issues, not only at the state level, but at the county level as well.
Got it.
If I could address that really
Please.
quickly. So in addition to the state correctional officers, we represent county correctional officers. In Albany County, here in Albany County, 20% of the population in the Albany County Jail are in voluntary protective custody. These are people who say, I don't want to be out there, I want to be safe, please put me in PC. They're accommodating them, but that's a big population of the overall population because they're afraid.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Mr. Meeks, followed by Mr. Epstein.
Thank you, Chair. I just really want to go on record and say once again that my mom would be proud of me. Because when y'all sat there and kept a straight face and said the strike was about safety, I mean, there were so many things that I could have said and been out of order and unruly, but I chose not to. But I just want to say, I mean, to even fathom that it was about safety is disgusting. It's about upholding a racist culture of brutality that we've seen for far too long in this system. And it took me back some years, being from Rochester, New York, and I remember there was another brutal moment where we saw a death at the hands of police officers in our community, and some called for a defund the police, right? That became a popular thing, defund the police, and it wasn't about taking money away from the police. It's about finding resources and programming and programming and programming, as Wayne stated. And we actually saw protests take place as it relates to response times for incidents of assaults in our community by way of our police department. And what we find is there's these protests that are, there was a question about, are people above the law? And time again, we find this with law enforcement where it really seems that they're above the law. The commissioner spoke earlier and he said, wanting the power to discipline, and he's mentioned the collective bargaining agreement. And for me, being a labor organizer for 10 years, I've never seen anything in a collective bargaining agreement that would uphold an egregious act such as murder. So I pose that question to you all. Is there anything in your collective bargaining agreements that would uphold murder?
Mr. Meeks, can I go first? Yes. No, sir, because my members get disciplined and get fired for far less than what I've seen. And, and let me go on record again, if I can, sir. I saw that video from its various place. I asked a lot of my members who work in the facilities, like nurses, did you watch it? No. Well, let me tell you about it. I watched a man get beaten unconscious.
For
Then
sake of time, I want each representative
I'm just
to
going to tell
answer
you,
that,
I saw
that
it
yes or
and I
no
was
question.
like, unconscionable in any way, shape, or form. I can't speak for them, but I can tell you that my members have had issues with HALT. And I'll just leave it like that.
Thank you.
Assemblyman, guilty individuals should be prosecuted.
I concur.
Okay, so Mr. Gilmore, you mentioned that there's a slow undertaking as it relates to body-worn cameras, right? And you mentioned it may have to be foiled in order to retrieve that document. However, there was a video released within 2 days of an encounter with Assemblyman Eddie Gibbs and an encounter in a correctional facility with a corrections officer. Who has the power to release that information in such a timely manner to the media?
Way above my pay grade.
Okay. And the commissioner stated it wasn't on him. It wasn't on him.
I'm not going to, not at the lieutenant level.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Epstein, followed by Mr. Burdick.
Thank you all for being here. I just want to be clear, do you all agree with me that there's a culture of violence and racism in our correctional facilities?
Yes.
Violence, yes. Yes.
But not racism?
I'm not going to say that there isn't any. That would be foolish if I said that. So.
I agree with your statement.
All right, okay, so it sounds like we have 2.5 agreements that there's violence and racism
We'll go with
in
3, sir.
2.75.
in our correctional facilities.
Mr. Gilmore, could you pull your mic a little closer? Sorry.
Mr. Gilmore, you mentioned before that short staffing increases violence. Did I understand you correctly?
The short staffing,
I mean, people working overtime, people working long hours.
Makes containing violence harder, I believe.
Makes it harder when you're on 24 hours, 48 hours, when you're doing long shifts. You know, it's all of us have shorter tempers. Is that you're saying is a factor?
That's not the only factor.
No, I'm not saying it's the only factor. I'm asking, is it a factor?
Would fatigue be a factor? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it could be a factor. Yeah, that's right. And I wanted to just check in on about staff going through metal detectors. It seems like there's real issues with correctional staff going through metal detectors. Have you talked to your members about why that's an issue?
We go through quarterly checks, quarterly staff checks go through, and I walk through the metal detector every time.
Right. Mr. Spencer, how about your members?
I never had that conversation with my members, Mr. Epstein. I actually assumed that they had to. Whenever I've had to go to a correctional facility to go see my members or do something, I walk through the metal detector.
Yeah, I do too. When I go in, and it seems like 85% refuse to. You think that's a concern?
I can tell you again.
You should respond.
I'm going to tell you, listen, I can't say who I am, and some of my members might get pissed about it, but I would be concerned. I would be concerned because in my mind, what you got to hide?
Yeah, what are we hiding? Exactly. So we want to have a facility that's safer for the staff and the incarcerated individuals there. It would make sense that we would all go through them.
But I believe there's a mix-up there's a difference between the metal detectors, like a walk-through metal detector and a body scanner, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe that's where the percentages
Yeah, I'm
were
sorry
thrown.
about that, yeah.
That's okay. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, so is there a reason why we wouldn't want everyone to go through body scanners?
I have no issues going in.
No issues,
don't.
right?
Nope.
How do we convince your members to do that?
So, can I answer that question?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were talking about body scanners. I know I go through a body scanner when I go to the airport, but that's not all the time. The question then becomes, will there be a health and safety impact to people going through a body scanner constantly? I don't know. If the answer is no and the proof is there, then I wouldn't have a problem with it. But that would be my first question for my members, especially, again, my female members or anybody else. What is going to be the impact of constantly going through that once or twice a day?
I know I've run out of time. Thank you, Chair.
Just a comment real quick. This is an interesting format. I've had individual conversations with a lot of you members over the years. This is not a format that leads to thoughtful and nuanced discussion. We embrace following up with all of you after this hearing to have more complicated, nuanced conversations.
Mr. Burdick?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your service. I'd like to continue the line of questioning that I've been asking about what should be done by the law firm that's been engaged and others engaged by docs to look into a holistic review, in effect, of what's going on in each of our prisons throughout the state, and what directives would you give to them so that we can come out and have recommendations that can actually change the culture, that there seems to be widespread consensus needs to be changed? Maybe if we could start with Mr. Spence.
Given the fact that 30-something years working for corrections or in a correctional setting, I want to make sure that if my members do say, and is contrite and open and honest, that there won't be any repercussions. Because many times people are fear to actually give a true answer.
Fair enough. In other words, you'd like to see some assurances that there won't be retribution, that there won't be any action taken, and that it'll be confidential? What specifically would you suggest to
Either they
protect
do-
your members?
They do it off-site or do it in such a, they got to come up with a way that can protect my members' identity so they can get a true understanding without any
Mr. Gilmore, what would you suggest?
I would suggest somewhere along the same line. I've been involved in a lot of audits from Caney and different groups.
So the same sort of thing.
Yeah, they come in and not for nothing, you know, they'll walk down the galleries.
Super.
And you don't get you don't get the true reality of what's going on when you ask the individual, whether it be staff or incarcerated at the cell door.
I don't have much time. Sorry,
Sorry.
Mr. McDonald?
I see Dan.
Okay. And, you know, one of the thoughts in the previous panel was to talk to the incarcerated the families of those who are incarcerated. Do you think that makes sense too, to hear from them? To hear from others that come into the correctional facilities?
Absolutely.
Okay. And how about those organizations such as RTA or others? Talk to them too? Do you think that that also would be helpful since they observe things that others don't?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And any other thoughts that you would provide and suggestions that you would provide to the firm that's conducting this, that in order to make sure that we get some solid recommendations that are based on really a thorough analysis and really willing to ask hard questions and to do a hard study? Mr. Spence, any thoughts on that?
Unannounced visit, because I do believe that if they know, people know that somebody's going to show up, they pretty the place up before you show up. You don't see it in its true form.
Could I get a quick one, Mr. Gilmore?
I don't know.
Nothing else?
I got nothing right now.
Mr.
I'm
McDonald?
sorry. I apologize.
I'll follow up with you.
Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Assemblyman.
Thank you, Senate.
All right, thank you. I will do a quick second round. As promised, I wanted to quickly make a note just about protective custody as it relates to HALT. As I think you all know, but I want to say it for everyone's knowledge, the HALT solitary confinement law does not by any means eliminate
right, the use of protective custody. The intent in the law is to ensure that protective custody is not used as punishment. Additionally, that the special housing unit, for which the purpose is discipline, right, segregated confinement, that it would not be used when people request protective custody. I continue to see failures in the implementation of HALT that include denying protective custody to individuals, and so anyway, I share that concern. I wanted to give Brian a chance to finish the remarks that you were trying to finish earlier, but ran out of time.
Two things, and I'm not an expert, but I will follow up with you with experts. As I understand it, particularly in these county facilities, many of them don't have the floor print, the footprint to handle protective custody. So I'm thinking of Schenectady County where I live. They simply don't have the capacity to have PC. So what that means is that incarcerated persons who have suffered violence at the hands of other incarcerated persons literally have nowhere that they can go to be protected. And that culture of violence makes them afraid all the time. The other thing I wanted to say, and again, I sort of snuck it in there, what I've learned about this industry is that the changes that happened under Rockefeller dramatically changed the system. But these are complicated issues, and that's why I said in my opening remarks that I think 80% of the people are trying to figure out how to solve these problems. Many times when I meet with correctional officers who work in prisons or in jails, it's overwhelming. The amount of contraband that's coming in make these facilities very violent. Lieutenant Gilmore was telling me earlier that when he started in corrections, there were a lot of long-timers who stayed beyond their 25 years. They're all gone now. And the people who hit the 25 years get out because they no longer want to work in this environment. So clearly the system is broken. I think we can all acknowledge that. I would call for thoughtful people getting into a room and taking everybody's perspectives. I have a great deal of respect for Assemblyman Meeks. We have a great relationship in Rochester. Our members think very highly of him. I think you've got a different perspective than we have, but we'd love to work with you on solving some of these problems. And that goes for all of you. Thanks.
So I just have a few things in closing, and I'll say them as humbly and as diplomatically as possible. As a state, I believe we all collectively respect and support our workforce. Many of us are pro-labor to different levels. But I have to just say that while I believe you are sincere in your statement that the strike was more about safety over compensation, you're probably accurate in that part, but understand from a holistic perspective of the state, while the safety conditions may have been a concern prior to the murder of Robert Brooks, they may have existed prior to the murder of Robert Brooks, having Mr. Brooks's murder be the boiling point to address this maybe is not the best look to address those safety concerns. So I think that needs to be put out there and addressed so that we can deal with these complicated issues that are really nuanced, and we can address them from a humane perspective, because somebody did lose their son, and we're worried about someone losing their job, and it just doesn't equate to me. I'm a father. Losing my son is my worst nightmare. So I just want to put that perspective out there. It's not as me dictating to you what's up, but just on a human level, I think we all need to realize that. So thank you for your time and your testimony today. I think that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
You can, yeah, it's fine.
All right. Next, we will hear from Panel D, the impacted loved ones of incarcerated or formerly incarcerated individuals. And that includes, Robert Ricks, Jessica Lawman, Messiah Rumkison. I apologize if I have mispronounced anyone's name. please feel free to correct me. Good afternoon, and whichever of you would like to begin first, please feel free.
Mike, your mic is off. The green is on, and then you can adjust it towards you.
I think
to make sure that
think
we
we're
can-
here?
Yep.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Messiah Ramkisoon. I am the Associate Executive Director of Youth Justice Network. I'd like to thank Chair Senator Julia Salazar and Assemblymember Eric Delon, along with the other members of the committees of this joint hearing for the opportunity to address you today. Youth Justice Network is an NYC citywide nonprofit whose mission is to break cycles of incarceration and help build a more equitable justice system that provides young people individualized advocacy, mentorship, and opportunities to grow, thrive, and lead. I am here today to talk about the life and experience of Messiah Nantwi. Before Messiah, at 22 years old, was brutally beaten to death by officers at Mid-State Correctional Facility, he was well known at Youth Justice Network as one of our youth members. Messiah would often visit sitting and speaking with his mentors. I am proud to say I was one of those mentors. In addition to sharing a name, Messiah and I shared real time together. We both lived at a certain point in our lives on 129th Street in Harlem, and our paths would occasionally cross in the neighborhood. He was a hopeful, soft-spoken, intelligent teen who devoured and loved books. Messiah appreciated our arts and mentorship programs, and he was an active participant in our youth photography programs. He participated in our financial literacy sessions for young people and possessed an entrepreneurial spirit, launching his own clothing line called Viva La Freedom. Messiah also loved music and would engage with our music studio partner, Audio Pictures, where he would record and exercise with the music team. He wanted to travel the world and once asked us, why did a kid have to get in trouble to have access to a program like Youth Justice Network? He also told us that it was easier for young people like him to get a gun than it was to get a book in his neighborhood. We would often call to check in on our youth members, and in Messiah's case, he was reciprocal in the sense he would call to check in on me. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Youth Justice Network Borough headquarters was closed, and our young people, including Messiah, lost their consistent hub of support within the neighborhood. Messiah's phone was disconnected, and we did not hear from him for months. The next time we heard from Messiah was when he was 18, when he was arrested in the Bronx incident that started as a graffiti stop and ended with his being shot by the police. Messiah was shot 28 times by the police, to be exact, 28 times. After his miraculous survival, Messiah's case proceeded through the court system, during which he worked on his physical rehabilitation and recovery. He worked hard to do well and tried to get his life back on the right track. With support from his mentors, he took coding classes, was admitted to college, and filled out his financial aid forms. By this time, the justice system had done its job, and the joy in Messiah's eyes had faded, his hope for his future extinguished, and his mental health severely compromised. His pain was palpable. Messiah ultimately pled guilty to criminal possession of a weapon and was sentenced to a 5-year period of imprisonment that eventually brought him to Mid-State Correctional Facility. At age 22, instead of getting a college diploma, he was beaten to death on March 1st, 2025, by the very people meant to protect him. New York State correction officers. At the time, Messiah was awaiting trial, indicted for the shooting death of 2 people, one of whom was only 19 years old. I'd like to extend my heartfelt condolences to the families of both people. There are thousands of kids out there like Messiah that have been and continue to be victimized by a system that prefers to imprison its youth rather than provide them with the opportunities to succeed. I urge the committee members not to allow Messiah Nantwi to die in vain, and do something to lift our communities and each other up by prioritizing young people's safety and well-being through opportunity, access to support and services, and positive community networks. Please break the cycle of knee-jerk responses like more imprisonment, fewer parole opportunities, and harsher sentences for adolescents. These short-sighted policy initiatives only lead to a misery, a costly human and financial toll, and solve little when it comes to equal justice, public safety, and the mass incarceration of Black and brown young people. I urge the committee to take concrete action in response to this trauma, pain, and loss. I would urge you to pass Assembly Bill A767 and Senate Bill S643 that would establish a Youth Justice Innovation Fund to make funds available to community-based organizations. There's a quote from Messiah's aunt that I'd love to share if you have 5 seconds of time. And I'll jump ahead a little bit for that. I believe you have my testimony. And I'd love to leave the committee with this quote by Messiah's aunt who couldn't be with us today. Messiah had a chance, but his dreams were tarnished by 27 undeserving bullets that forever changed his life. Through his traumatized mind, he was still reaching for his dreams and visions. His trauma/paranoia unfortunately affected more individuals to feel the same pains he went through. Messiah had a brilliant mind, a heart that wanted to help those around him, and a soul that could impact everyone that met him. His death was unnecessary, cruel, devastating, and a disgusting abuse of power. Senseless beatings. A week before his 23rd birthday, my nephew was given a death sentence that neither a judge nor state law approved. Yes, sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jessica Lowe. Clement Lowe was my father. At the age of 62, he was brutally beaten by Correctional Emergency Response Team officers at Greenhaven Correctional Facility, subjected to water hosing and completely demoralized. He was then denied medical care and medication, and on November 7th, 2023, he died. I've chosen to provide this testimony because I believe my father would want his story shared. I understand that my father was incarcerated. He was more than that. He was a human being, and the injustice and inhumane treatment he endured is outrageous and unacceptable. In the summer of 1998, at the age of 14 years old, I had the opportunity to observe my father's unwavering dedication to his business. He was the sole proprietor of a restaurant situated directly opposite Barclays Center on Flatbush Avenue. His daily routine was rigorous. He would get up at 5 a.m. in the morning, drive from Queens to Brooklyn to open his restaurant, and then come back to Queens to get my sister and I in the summer. We spent the entire day at the restaurant with him. His day concluded around 10 p.m. at night, and then we would get up and do the same thing all over again the next day. Throughout this time, I witnessed my father's generosity, as he often provided free meals to those who entered his establishment, claiming that they couldn't afford to pay. His exceptional work ethic and tireless efforts profoundly influenced my perspective, instilling in me the belief that with dedication, any goal is attainable. My father's commitment extended beyond his business. He was a devoted parent who deeply loved his children and consistently provided for his family. The experience occurred before an unfortunate turn of events, which led to his imprisonment, during which time he was still a respected businessman in the community. Despite his incarceration, my father played an integral role in my life from birth until his passing. His influence shaped me into the woman I am today and contributed significantly to my success. My father emphasized the importance of education to all his children. He remained actively involved in my daughter's life as well, one of which published a medical research paper at the age of 16 years old. And this is a testament to his influence. My father was the kindest person I've ever known, with an incredibly big heart. We were extremely close, and we spoke at least 2 to 3 times on a weekly basis. Throughout his 26 years of incarceration, he always maintained a positive outlook and faith in eventual freedom. This incident, however, broke him in a way that I have never witnessed before. On October 10th, 2023, I received a call from a counselor or rehabilitation program specialist at Upstate Correctional stating that my father was transferred from Greenhaven, and he asked her to call me and let me know where he is. The lady also noted She also noted that she will see my father at least 3 times daily, and he will be in a special rehabilitation program. On October 11th, my father called me crying, which is the first time in 26 years I've ever heard him cry, and outlining the details of the severe beatdown at Greenhaven. He also stated that he was in excruciating pain, and he has been telling the Upstate nurses that he needed to go to the hospital due to the pain in his head, where he was beaten with baton. He was frustrated that he was being ignored. He detailed the incident to me. The beatdown occurred at housing location 3331 West Side on October 7th, 2023 at an estimated 8:20 a.m. He was dragged through courtyard B and C around 8:45 a.m., further dragged to the hospital at 8:50 a.m., and then dragged to H Block at 9 a.m., after which he was water hosed in his underwear only and left to sit in his feces for hours, then thrown on a bus and sent to Upstate several hours later. While he was there, he was denied his medication. I made several calls asking for help, speaking to the nurses there, and no one assisted until I went to visit him at Upstate. When I spoke to him on the Thursday, I went to visit him on the Saturday, booked an emergency flight, and then they took him to the hospital on Sunday, where he later died.
Ms. Lowe, if you would like to finish your testimony, please feel free to.
On the morning of October 7, 2023, 7 officers dressed in black stormed in cell 331, where he was seated on his bed. They proceeded to beat him. He complied with whatever they told him to do. The officers, 2 officers, they stood on his hand, twisted their heel in his hand, in the back of his hand. One officer tried to pull his eyes out of his socket. The others continuously beating him with a baton to his head, his stomach, and his rib. Kindly note that my dad is in his 60s, or was. After throwing him on the bus the same day, On October 14th, my father called again stating that he was in pain. His voice started to sound different. I asked him if he had a cold or if he was getting sick. He stated that he needed to go to the hospital, but they would not send him. He said his request to go to the hospital was being ignored. On October 17th, he called me again. He complained about the pain in his head and said he could hardly hold a pen and feed himself because his nerves were damaged in his hands. His voice started sounding weak. On October 20th, he called and complained of excruciating pain in his head. He stated that his head was very tender to the touch on the side where he was beaten. He sounded sick. On October 23rd, he called and he said it was really rough with not feeling well. On October 26th, he called, sounding extremely weak. I told him that he sounded like he was having a stroke because he had a stroke in 2022. I asked him what was going on. He proceeded to tell me that his medications, he never received his medications. They were finished, and that the facility did not give him a refill for weeks. He stated that his continuous request of a refill was not received. I listed all the medications that you have in the testimony as well. After hearing this, I called the facility twice on the 27th of October to confirm the standard operating procedures as it relates to refilling an incarcerated person's prescription. I expressed concerns of my dad getting another stroke because he was not taking his medicine, and also based on his symptoms, he appeared to have an elevated sugar level. I also called Albany Regional Medical Director Office to report the issue. I spoke to a gentleman who documented all the details of my dad's medication that was being withheld, and the fact that he needed to go to the ER for his injuries. The gentleman stated he would pass the information on to the appropriate parties. Nothing happened. I called back upstate to get an update on my father's situation and spoke to a Bethany and a NA Downer, who stated that a nurse went down to take my dad's vitals. If someone is diabetic and someone has high blood pressure, just taking their vitals will not indicate whether they're at risk for honk. I expressed concerns that merely taking his blood pressure is not enough. On the 29th of October, my dad called and confirmed he received his medications. He stated that the nurse practitioner took his vitals on the 27th and his blood pressure was okay. He sounded even weaker than when I spoke to him. On November 1st, he called, and it was the worst I ever heard him. He was slurring in his speech, and tongue sounded heavy. He expressed severe dry mouth and frequent urination. He sounded like he had a stroke, and he was dying. After speaking with him, my best friend, who is a medical director of a hospital, and I contacted the facility's medical department, and begged them to please take him to the ER. N.A. Davis in the infirmary answered the phone on November 1st and stated that everyone here is an adult. Some of them are even older than I am. If they need medical attention, they should open their mouth and ask for it. When my friend Dr. Thomas stated that based on the symptoms, they may not be strong enough, N.A. Davis explicitly stated she doesn't care and hung up the phone. On November 2nd, I called Albany Regional Medical Director to report the issue re-medical care. I spoke to Ashley, who took all the details. I expressed my concern. He had a stroke and possible neurodamage, and that he needs to be seen urgently to an ER. She took the information and said she would pass it on. November 4th, I booked a flight from Palm Beach to visit my dad at upstate, as he sounded like he was dying. When I arrived to the visiting room, I was instructed to sit at J4 and did so. After waiting a period of time, the correctional officer stated that I should go to B1 for the visit. When I got there, I was in shock. as my father was unrecognizable. He looked extremely emaciated and appeared to have lost over 20 to 30 pounds. He was the only incarcerated individual sitting at B. So he was isolated. His pupils appeared dilated, and he had the stare of someone who had a stroke. The correctional officer asked him if he wanted to go back in his wheelchair, and he nodded yes. I saw my dad a few months before that, and he was walking just fine. He was unable to make a complete sentence. His mouth was draining saliva, which I had to wipe continuously. He did not speak much, and after 45 minutes, he gestured he wanted to return to his cell. The trauma of what happened to my father has deeply impacted both me and my family. The pain of knowing his suffering, which could have been avoided if he had been treated as a human being, persists, and even with therapy, this impacts my ability to perform daily tasks. This tragedy has profoundly affected everyone who knew and loved him. I believe that my father's story underscores the urgent need for reform in our correctional system to prevent this type of inhumane treatment in the future. As this is a first world country, we must do better in treating individuals, even those convicted, with the dignity and respect they deserve as human beings.
Thank you.
I hate coming here. Every time I get ready to come here, I just feel so sad. When I get here, from the moment I set foot in this building, I want to cry. And I don't want to cry because my son is dead. I want to cry because there's an eerie, omnipresent feeling in the African American community that's unspoken, often unspoken, that nothing's gonna change. So I come here feeling like I'm getting ready to fight the wind. I got a speech prepared, but there's just a couple things that I want to say because some things just kind of kicked up in me when I was sitting here listening to the three gentlemen that was here. And like you say that the system is broken and it's complicated, but it's not complicated. It's not complicated. If we can send rockets to the moon, if we can create bombs that blow up whole planets, that blow up whole countries, we can't stop people from beating people to death. I mean, the thought in my head is like, where do you find these people? Where do you find this level of evil? Because what she just expressed was evil. If you've never buried a kid, then you probably won't understand. But if you've never buried a kid and then had to watch him being beat to death on video, you will not understand what I'm feeling. You will not understand my pain. I have a youth organization. I work with about 60 kids a year. Often their parents call me and say, Mr. Ricks, will you come and go to the school with me? Something happened with my kid. When I get to that school, there isn't a single place in that school that they don't record what happened with those kids. Not a single place. Everything that goes on in that school is recorded, and they play it back. I don't understand why that can't happen in the prison system. Okay, I mean, do you really need a camera on your body? Put a camera in the corner. I know that, like, with Mr. Gibbs, like, I know people be wanting that. Yeah, I know people be wanting to. And the reality is, if they could come up there and punch you in the face and get away with it, and have no repercussions, you'd have a swole face. The stuff that these officers are getting away with is just beyond me. I don't understand it. I know that I have not heard anybody say anything in reference to what my son did to justify. Well, I know there's no justification for what happened to my son, the beating that they put on my son. But nobody said that he did anything. People are saying that he did absolutely nothing. I don't get it. I really just truly don't get it. My name is Robert Lee Ricks, and I'm the father of Robert Lee Brooks, who was murdered by New York State correctional staff on December 9th at Marcy Correctional Facility. As I have said before, I truly believe that my son died so that others may live. And you in this room have the power to see that my son did not die in vain. The system that has tolerated and enabled the epidemic of violence against prisoners in New York prison system and jails for decades, it has to change. You have seen the videotape of my son being beaten to death by correctional officers while nurses and other doc staff looked on and did nothing to stop them. I'm asking you today to commit to passing real reform before the legislative session ends in June. I want to call your attention to the Robert Brooks Agenda for Justice, which is being distributed here today. It is a list of 9 bills that will bring about meaningful change in this broken system. The primary focus of the Agenda for Justice is transparency and accountability. It will strengthen both the State Commission on Corrections and the Correctional Association of New York so that they can provide meaningful oversight. It will enable more prisoners to file civil actions against abusive staff without fear of reprisal. It will install more cameras in prisons, reduce the number of dead zones. More importantly, one of the bills in the Agenda for Justice, S1671A5355, would make it much easier for docs to discipline correctional staff that assault prisoners. Between 2010 and 2022, docs sought to terminate correctional staff for abusing prisoners in the amount of 290 cases. It is shocking that this number is so low, but it is even more shocking that at the end of its opaque process, DOC was only able to terminate 28 officers. An op-ed column published in the Albany Times-Union last month by my friend and counsel, Attorney General Eric Schneiderman, exposed the fact that DOCS does not have a functional system to discipline for correctional officers. I urge you all to read it. Finally, I know this to be true on a personal level. If DOCS had an effective system of investigating and disciplining correctional staff, officers who had already been credibly accused of abuse by other prisoners, my son would be here today. My son would be here today. Some of those officers that beat my son to death had had charges prior to, and some even pending. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ricks. Thank you, Ms. Lowe. Thank you, Messiah. Please, first of all, I want to just allow for you to take your time in responding to our questions. This is incredibly difficult to speak about. I would also just want to extend my my condolences to each one of you for the horrific loss of your loved ones. It's unacceptable, to say the least. I want to begin with Messiah. Mr. Nantwi significantly benefited from the community resources, including community resources that your organization offers prior to his incarceration. What can this body, what can the legislature do to increase those services? And what more can we do to prevent this from happening, to prevent young people like Messiah from ending up in this incredibly violent system in the first place?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's multifold, There's an aspect of it that I think really deals with proactive investments. It costs it's about $287,000 a year to keep one young person, at minimum, $287,000 a year to keep one young person on Rikers, right? But unfortunately, with organizations like us, whose job is to undo systems, the investment is disproportionately smaller. So we will get a grant of $287,000 a year and expect to save 1,000 kids. Meanwhile, that investment goes into locking up one kid. So I think we need to really look at how we prioritize and utilize our platforms as far as advocacy. Also on the proactive front, in communities where we come from, I think there needs to be a double down on mentorship, right? A lot of the officers who are patrolling the streets of our community don't come from our communities. A lot of them are afraid of our communities. And we have those who speak language of communities, are ambassadors to community and affecting change. And I think that's where the investments need to be placed in, because that's who communities are going to best respond to when we talk about shifting the paradigm. So I really think of organizations that are really doing the work, brothers like this brother who's doing great community work back home. And, we need to really not just wait until these tragedies happen, but look at this as a day-to-day lifestyle that we are proactively investing resources into. And each of you represent a specific community that has a commonality, a common thread when it comes to need, when it comes to communities like ours that are being profiled, targeted, and brothers like Messiah Nantwi, who, if you met this kid, you would think he could have been the next world leader, the next someone that would push culture forward, brilliant. And after that kid was shot 28 times, we saw that brilliant, bright energy just became a nervous wreck, looking out the window, watching his back, not feeling safe. We saw what that can do to mental health. So when we talk about the investments, I also think healing is a big part of the conversation. Communities that we come from, healing is not really the mantra. It's more survival and coping, right? Because we don't have the luxury to do otherwise. So I think if we can also get an investment on not just thinking about the young people, but the parents, the families, I think the investment has to be holistic.
Thank you. Ms. Lowe, well, first I want to say I don't know the joy of having a son. I really hope that I never intimately know the sorrow of losing a son. But I did have a father. And your testimony about your father's treatment and his death is not just extremely compelling, but it's moving, and it resonates deeply. Could you please share with us more about your outreach to docs, your communication with docs for assistance with your father's medical care at the time? And was there any acknowledgement from docs at any point throughout that time of the severity of your father's condition?
So, while he was at Upstate, every time I spoke to him, and he was there for a period of about 1 month, 4 weeks. I continuously called the correctional facility almost every day in reference to his medical condition. I also retained an attorney to try to assist with the process because I didn't feel like I was getting anywhere. I actually begged them. I cried on the phone and I begged them. I explained to them the medical implications, what can happen if he's not seen. They refused to take him to the hospital. I exhausted all resources. Yeah. I mean, I called every day. Nothing happened. The nurse said she didn't care. She explicitly stated that. And I believe it's a recorded line, so that information can be pulled. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ricks, based on what you know now, what changes do you think are most urgent for this body to address? I know you spoke about the Docs Discipline Bill, and I really appreciate that. But I just wanted to give you an additional opportunity to talk about a policy agenda that you believe is necessary to prevent this from happening to another person like it did to your son.
I've read quite a few acts that are being brought up and attempted to be turned into laws. But the one that resonate, there's a few that resonates with me, but what I know is this, is that if I can put my hands on somebody and there is no repercussions, like I work with a lot of kids, and I come work with kids from really dysfunctional families, and they are angry and they're hurt because, you know, generations and generations of neglect and poverty will suck the life out of a child. And the thought of like hitting one of them, the thought of having a physical confrontation with one of them just never crosses my mind. And it's like, my alarm clock goes off at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I work until midnight. My program runs from 2 until midnight. I wake up at 6. And I mean, even at midnight, I'm not thinking about physically harming anybody. So there is no justification. There is no rationale for me as an adult to put my hands on another adult. Maybe if the adult is trying to put their hands on me. But from what I know is that the situations in these prison systems that's not what's happening. The Second Look Act, I think that, I know for me, I was in jail for 18 months. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. The degradation, the humiliation, I wasn't going back. So I don't think it takes 25 years, 30 years, 45 years to get rehabilitated if that's what you're doing, if you're rehabilitating. I believe that my son had did 8 years, almost 8 years on a 12-year sentence. He was getting ready to come home. I spent my life savings preparing a job for him because he liked to cook. So I spent all my money to open a restaurant for him. And then I closed it because he never made it home. I believe that if the things that he was doing in prison would have been considered, that he would have been home much earlier. We talk regularly. He got his GED. He was taking horticulture classes. He got his sign language certificate. He was doing things to prepare to come home. So I believe that that he would have been home prior to his murder had some of these laws been implemented. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, as I have done with other panels, I'm going to defer my questions for this panel to the end, but I would like to give Assemblymember Meeks the the privilege of addressing this panel first on the Assembly side. Mr. Meeks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sir Chair. Everyone that's in this room that has lost a loved one to an authority, whether incarcerated or not, anyone here that has ever been experienced brutality at the hands of law enforcement, in this room, from top to bottom, I ask that you please stand at this time. You may be seated. I want to commend the three of you and every individual that joined me in standing, because we are all survivors. And I hear Jessica speak of her dad, Brother Robert, your son, Robert, and Messiah, your friend, your mentee, Messiah. And I've experienced it firsthand, and the abuse, the brutality. And I believe that it's intentional. It's intentional. And we experience it in a number of different walks of life. And I believe his brother Ben Crump, he used the term spirit murderers, where there's an intentional ploy to murder your spirit as well as the onlookers, to show you that if I could do this to this strong black man, imagine what I could subject you to. For me, it goes back some childhood experiences, but most recently, as a sitting state assemblyman, 2020, show up, a mother and 3 children been evicted on a cold winter day in Rochester. Figure, let me show the community what's taking place. So I go live on my Facebook page. And lo and behold, Rochester Police Department, 30 deep in riot gear. First person they grab and wrap up, which led to eventual surgery on my shoulder, was myself. And I believe that it wasn't just about Assemblyman Meeks. It was about all those people in the community that believe in me, the things that I sacrificed in order to be in this leadership role, that listen, we'll do this to the best of you. So imagine what we'll do to you. But I think we have to be intentional in taking on the spirit of those who came before us, the blood, sweat, and tears that allow us to sit here on a day such as this and know that they made sacrifices. There's no more time to be scared or concerned that, oh, if I speak up, this is what they'll do to me. We got to do what's right by those who we serve and truly believe that it's not about us in this moment, but what about the generations to come? Those folks that you all have committed to serving day to day, those children that you all have committed to serving. And one of the things that hurt our organizations as it relates to giving back to our youth and our community, the way that we fund things in this state is, oh, well, we'll reimburse you. Well, these folks are doing the work, but they don't have the money or the time to wait on a reimbursement. And things have continued to go backwards and backwards. I was told there was a time where they would pay out at least the first 25% of those monies, those grants, and then pay you at 75 cents on the dollars 100%. That you request. They no longer offer that. And it make me wonder and ask the question, why? So I say to my colleagues, we have work to do in this space, but I say to you all, I thank you for allowing to keep a grip on your mental, on your psyche, and I know there's a God above, and I know that you all are believers. And hold true and hold on to your faith, and we must commit that we will not allow them to murder our spirits or the spirits of our children and generations to come. Just want to say thank you all for continuing to stand in this gap. God bless you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sir Chair.
God bless you.
Thank you, Member Meeks. Senator Rollison?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Ricks, I'm here again to listen to you and thank you for coming. To Jessica and Masai, thank you as well. I guess it's easy for me to say I'm sorry for your loss, because I am. And I know it's not easy to come to a place like this, the state capitol, and have these discussions, but it's needed. And it's needed to be heard from you and not others who have not experienced that loss in such a way. It also gives me the opportunity, of course, to listen, but also to thank you for what you're doing. Mr. Ricks, Messiah, Jessica, the programs, the people, the lives that you've touched and will continue to touch, that make a difference in the communities in which you're doing it. And I'm just going to end and turn this back over to my colleagues, is that I think I can speak for everyone that's in this hearing room today. We're here for a reason, and that is to listen to this testimony and make things better in our correctional system. And I thank you again for being here.
Thank you, Senator. Assemblymember Palmisano.
Yes, thank you all for being here. I have no questions for you. I really wanted to listen. But I did want to say thank you very much for your very personal testimony and sharing your connections with your loved ones and what they experienced and what you experienced and what you're all still experiencing today. It takes a lot of courage to do that. And Mr. Ricks, I remember your testimony at the public protection hearing back in January. It was very powerful and impactful then, just as your testimony here was today. All of your testimony was very powerful and impactful, so I thank you for that. And I recognize there are no words I can say here today that will do justice to what all of you have gone through in your families. But I did just want to say to you, if I may, I'm so truly, truly sorry for your loss of your loved ones. What happened to your loved ones should have never, ever have happened. So I'm just so truly, truly very sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblymember Gibbs.
Robert, 32 hours ago, I was hospitalized, got a CAT scan, and they determined that I had diverticulitis. I wanted me to stay in the hospital for a few days, receive some antibiotic treatments and such, and I did. I was supposed to be there today in the bed. This morning, Robert, Damon Meeks called me. So it's very important that we have this hearing today and you be here. I discharged myself, took the IV out, and walked out the hospital. Came here, put my suit on, minus the lapel, because I wasn't worried about him jumping over the table and punching me in the face as much as I was jumping over this desk and slapping him in his. I'm built for it. 87 legislatures, including chairmen in each House, Senate, State Senate, and Assembly, signed a letter to close Marcy Correctional Facility and Mid-State. And I'll tell you why, Messiah, in a few. 87 of us. Let's see what Commissioner Monticello and Governor Kathy Hochul decide to do. Will they listen to us, or will they continue to play politics with Black and brown men's lives? Messiah, I spent 5.5 years in prison, manslaughter charge. Didn't have money to defend myself, self-defense. But I accepted a plea bargain of 3 years after serving 18 months on Rikers Island. Seemed like I was gonna come home the next day. So I accepted the plea bargain with the best wishes of my legal aid attorney who just wanted to get the case off his desk. When I got to Elmira, stayed there for about a year or two, then they transferred me to Cayuga, where I was a teacher's aide. I was prepping young men to take the GED exam. Lo and behold, in the classroom across the hall from where I was working was a civilian. I won't say her name. But I think she kind of was impressed with the work I was doing. And as a result, she would send me mock necks, sweaters during the winters, and nice little cozy letters. Nothing I initiated, all from this white lady. Paranoid, but I wore the sweaters. It was cold up there, right? Docs found out, transferred me. They couldn't charge me. I didn't initiate no conversations. It was all her. They fired her. And they transferred me from Cayuga to Midstate, where there was a welcoming party. 5 officers. Fuck you ever talk to a white female again here, we kill you. 25 minutes of beatings. Sent me on my little way and said, mind your business from here on. At Midstate. Just for being a dynamic young man and a lady sending me a sweater. Got my head banged in. Jessica, we heard about your dad. I'm the first formerly incarcerated New York legislature, and I encourage my colleagues to visit prisons. And in 2013 and 24, we heard about your dad's story, but docs wouldn't give me your contact information. I've asked Commissioner Monticello. Was it Monticello or was it the other guy at the time? It was the other commissioner before Monticello, but you still have Kyle Whiting. And I asked Kyle Whiting for your number. For whatever reason, they couldn't give it to me. But your dad's cellmates, Antoine and the rest of the guys, explained explicitly what's going on with your dad. I'm sorry, as legislators, we couldn't help him. And I want to be frank with you 3 here. They play politics with people's lives. Some people can't sign the closing letter, though you've seen on video the killing of Robert. Some people couldn't sign it because they live in the district or they represent that district and they don't want to lose votes and they want to get reelected. Their reelection is more important than your son's lives. And the other incarcerated individuals are getting beaten there daily. I've seen it, I hear it, I know the culture. I lived the culture. 5.5 years from maximum and 2 mediums. So I excuse officers when we go in there. Every prison, we are locked in dorms or cells with over 100 or so incarcerated individuals, the violent ones they call, come out unscathed and informed. It's a bad system. I know we did some bad things to get there. It's about rehabilitation, not murder, not abuse by the hands of racist white men. And it seems like the further north you go, more complaints you get. We were just at Bear Hill. It's horrible. I thank you 3 for your testimony. Robert, I thank you for your resolve. Because I couldn't sit there if I was you. Because I'll throw a chair at every legislature sitting up here. For real people do for real things. I'm not a politician, I'm a people-tician. I don't give a damn about the lapel. I care about people's lives. And if it happened in Rikers, if it happened upstate, close it down. I apologize to each and every one of you guys. We tried our best.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. We have Mr. Burdick.
I'm so sorry for your losses. And I just want to thank you for your courage in coming here today and sharing with us your heart-rending testimony. I just want to say that I think we have here at the state a moral responsibility to do everything we can to root out racism and violence in our carceral system. And I will be joining my colleagues to do everything to that end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Levenberg?
I just want to start by saying I'm sorry, along with my colleague at the other end of that table. I'm sorry also for the tragedy that we have all suffered as a result of the loss of the lives of these people, these human beings who were treated not like human beings. And I'm sorry that we haven't been able to fix this broken system. All we can do is chip away with little bits, little nothings. And we lose people who have made change, have shared love, have been somebody's child, somebody's father, somebody's mentor, somebody's mentee. I don't know why we call it corrections. I just can't figure it out. And the question, Mr. Ricks, that you asked, I continually want to know also, what did my son do to justify this? What did my father do to justify this? When people are on a path, either to corrections, or maybe they didn't need corrections, but to actually pay it forward, to pay their experience forward, to make life better on this earth. How is this possible? How are human beings doing this to other human beings? I don't understand it. And I know that we have to do everything we can. Mr. Ricks, I appreciate you giving us our marching orders. And I certainly will do everything I can in my power as one person of 150 to make those changes necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levenberg. I want to start by saying, you know, I'm proud of the members of the committee because for the most part, and I know Senator Salazar may be able to share this experience, you do a hearing this long and it's just the chairperson sitting here. So the fact that you guys are still here and still weighing in reflects on you. So I'm proud of you guys in that regard. Want to say to the members of the other side of the aisle, you know, thank you for listening and absorbing the testimony of people who've been adversely impacted by our system. I ask you bring that back to your conferences, share the experience. It makes it, to some degree, a little bit easier to absorb the problems your constituents are facing as well. In my mind, we have to deal with the immediate, right? And the immediate is the murders of 2 individuals who tragically lost their lives. So I'm here to do the work. I mean, I think that's all you really can ask of us. The emotions are hard. The work should be easy, but I know it won't be. It should be. So I'll ask some simple questions. And is, what would you like for the legislature to know, the executive to know, for docs to know about your family's experience as we look to implement these reforms, the legislative priorities, things that docs may have missed, and just the overall sentiment of where you think we should lead this agency or try to steer this agency in the future so that it is what you said in your testimony and what I said earlier. It is a place where you just go and serve the sentence that you were lawfully given to by a state and not one that someone decided to bestow upon you. I guess I know Mr. Rick stated the 9 bills. You know, if he wants to in his answer, if he wants to elaborate on the 9 bills, just what message do you want to send your government? What reforms do you want to see?
Well, I love for us to have more conversations independent of spaces such as these. While I think and know this is very important, you know, I urge all of you to be more present in our local sites. You know, come speak to our youth leaders, you know, and allow them to articulate to you exactly what their needs are. Sometimes we ask these questions and we expect a generic answer, but it's never one size fits all when it comes to our village, right? We're very nuanced people. The trauma that affects one may affect the other differently, right? A lot of it is intergenerational. So like I said earlier, I think that the support needs to be holistic, but I think it starts with having safe space for community to express, to be listened to, and to be responded to and acted upon. So I will say that, we invite you out. We at Youth Justice Network, we're in all 5 boroughs of New York City, not just office-wise. We have buses that go to the block in a different borough each day of the week and bring the services to the doorstep of the neighborhood. We expect young people to come home and go across town and knock on the door and say, hey, I'm gonna make a change. It's not always that realistic. We have to meet community where they are, like the NYPD meets them on the block where they are, right? We have to invest in the resources that also meets them where they are. And I think that on a proactive front, so I will say that those are areas that we can best be supported in our work, because day by day we work with young people who have so much to offer, such as Messiah could have been the next president, the next Malcolm X. He was powerful. He would sit by my desk and want to read every book, and the kids would go play basketball. He wouldn't want to play basketball with them. He wanted to expand his mind. But those are so many of our young people. When you walk through the jails, they're asking you for books that can flourish and nourish them. But after you work for some of these companies, even while you're incarcerated, you can work for Victoria's Secret, right? You can do free labor for IBM, but these companies won't necessarily hire you once you come home with a record, right? So I think if we can look at ways to really, from a proactive standpoint, empower our village by being more present outside of the offices and in the spaces where community is, and those doing the work are, then we can best get closer to solution.
My mother was a sharecropper's daughter. My grandfather was a sharecropper. My great-grandfather was a slave. My mother came here from Opelika, Alabama with a 3rd grade education. And the reason she had a 3rd grade education was because she was a sharecropper's daughter. And as a sharecropper's daughter, you don't go to school, you work the fields. So she cleaned toilets and mopped floors for the suburbanites to try to facilitate the needs of her 3 kids. Because she was unsuccessful at doing that on the level in which we needed her to be, I started making decisions long before I was capable of making good decisions consistently. And because I made those decisions, my life took off on a trajectory. Because my life took on that trajectory, and I had a child, had no idea what a real father looked like. Didn't have the resources, the connections, the information to be a good, responsible dad, or to even be a good boyfriend or a good father. I didn't have the information. I didn't have the resources. So I ran away from home because it's easier for me to say I don't have when I'm on the outside. But when I'm on the inside and I'm seeing him every day and he asking me for dollars for lunch money and I can't provide it, it's unbearable. So I ran away from home. So my son's mother, growing up under similar circumstances and situations, my son received a lot of misinformation from a lot of misinformed people. And there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of misinformed people in our community. And it all stems back. It all stems back to Jim Crow and sharecropping and slavery, and it all stems back there. So I say that to say, like, my son's downhill spiral didn't begin at Marcy. It ended at Marcy. It's ugly out there. It's ugly in the hood. It's real, real ugly, and it's hard. And for me, and for countless others in the community, we give all we got and reach in and give again. And oftentimes it's still not enough. It's still not enough. So I have to kind of piggyback on and connect with what it was that you said. Yes, sir. That we need resources. We need bodies. I know that Mr. Meeks, I'm bringing him in. I got an 8 to late program that runs from 7 o'clock until midnight, from 14 to 17 until 10, and 18 to 21 until midnight, doing basketball and a whole bunch of different other things. I'm asking Mr. Meeks to come and speak to my girls and my boys next week. We need, like he said, we need y'all in the community. We need the resources. I mean, I got a youth organization with 3 staff that works with like 125 kids. And I've taken out 3 personal loans in order to facilitate it because I was blessed enough to, at some point, change the trajectory of my life. So my goal now is to touch and change as many lives as I possibly can. Broke, rusty, crusty, dusty, and musty. If I can't do it in a building, I'll do it in a basement. If I can't do it in a basement, I'll do it in a backyard, because I know that it's going to take people like me, people like Mr. Meeks, people like this gentleman, the pain that this lady just expressed, to impact the community, to impact the kids. There's 3 sections of this. There's the stuff that we do. That's the preventative stuff. There's the stuff that that's done after men and women come home from prison, the reentry program. And then there's this part. There's this part. There's the incarceration part, which again is y'all part. Fix them fathers. Send them home with some new information, with a new outlook, some hope, some skills, and send them back into our community to love on their little girls and strengthen their little boys and redirect them and direct them and embrace them and encourage them. Help us with the resources that we need to prevent the young people from taking that path. We need you. We need you. We need your resources of body, support, encouragement.
What I would say that I would like to see from you guys as it relates to these correctional facilities and how incarcerated individuals are treated, accountability, just to sum it up, accountability. I believe there should be cameras. It just seems like there's no level of accountability. They can do whatever they want and nothing happens. And this is just based on my experience as well with calling there consistently and being told explicitly that they don't care what happens to my father. So developing some form of legislation that will hold individuals accountable for the work that they're doing. I know, I'm accountable with my job, you know? So accountability is what I would ask for.
Thank you. That concludes this assembly. Does the Senate have anything further?
No, Chair, but I do once again want to thank all of you for sharing your deeply personal stories with us. And, you would have every right to choose not to be here today, not only to not be here today, but to, to do whatever you would like with your time after suffering the loss of your loved ones. And instead, you have chosen courageously to take those experiences and try to make sure that it does not happen to anyone else in our state. And I just want to recognize that. That is highly commendable. And we, all of us on the dais, all of us in the legislature, we have a responsibility that we have to take very seriously, and I believe we must do it this session, to act in response and make sure that we do change the law so that there is accountability, like you said, Ms. Lowe, but additionally to prevent these things from happening in the first place to any other New Yorker who's incarcerated. So, thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming.
Our next panel is Panel E. That includes the Osborne Association, the Vera Institute, and the Cattell Center. I know that all three of you have name tags, but if you could help us by each of you, when you give your testimony, first state your name for the record. Would really appreciate that. And whichever one of you would like to begin first, please feel free.
Thank you. I want to just say, my name is Ziada Amatumatine. I'm representing the KTEL Center for Equity, Health, and Justice. And I want to say thank you, Senator Julia Salazar and Assembly Member Eric Dalan, and members of the committee for holding this joint legislative hearing on the safety of persons in custody, transparency, and accountability with state correctional facilities. I stand here today fighting for my deceased brother and for my son who is currently incarcerated. For decades, state prisons across New York has failed to keep our incarcerated loved ones safe. With the recent killing of Robert Brooks and Messiah Natway in state prisons, we are at a critical moment. Too many lives has been lost by this cruel system. My brother Ramadan Mubarak Ibn Abdul Mateen died at Windy Correctional Facility because of the lack of access to medical care and excessive force. While detained, he experienced so much pain at the hands of correctional officers. Words cannot express the pain that we feel to have a loved one die behind bars and not be able to be there with them, to take care of them in their last hours. My brother deserved better. Robert Brooks deserved better. Messiah Natway deserved better. I'm so sick and tired of our loved ones being abused, mistreated, medically neglected, and murdered by this cruel criminal legal system disguised as justice. My son, who is currently incarcerated in New York State prisons, is experiencing the same horrific conditions my brother faced. He's been starved, medically neglected, and physically abused. My son is diabetic and has many medical complications that need urgent care, but it can take months for him to see a doctor. The excuse he is given is that they are short-staffed. That is not acceptable. Access to medical care should not be an option, but a right. That is why my family has requested a motion to have his sentence pardoned or to place him under community supervision. It is clear to us that every day that he remains in prison, his life is at risk. As family members, we shouldn't have to grieve our loved ones or worry daily about their well-being while detained at a New York State correctional facility. Yet that is the current reality we face. The New York State legislature should do everything possible to pass reforms needed to address the horrible conditions in prisons by increasing oversight and shutting down dangerous and deadly facilities. A necessary step in this process is to overhaul the State Commission of Corrections. In this year's budget, the legislature already increased the funding of the SCOC to $7.1 million, an increase of $3 million from the last year's budget, and strengthen oversight and accountability provisions. We urge the legislature to build on the reforms included in the budget and expand the SCOC by passing S856 Salazar and A2315 Gallagher. The State Commission on Correction is an independent body mandated with the constitutional authority to ensure that correctional facilities across New York, all local jails and state prisons are safe, stable, and humane. The SCOC has wide-ranging power to hold jails and prisons in compliance by conducting inspections, obtaining information from correctional staff, examining documentations and medical records, issuing subpoenas, and more. The commission also has the power to shut down correctional facilities found to be out of compliance. But for more than 20 years, the SCOC has consistently failed to meet its responsibilities. That's why we're working on legislation to fix the SCOC by bringing greater accountability so that it meets its mandates with regards to prison oversight throughout the state. This legislation will expand the number of commissioners from 3 to 9 and distributes appointments among the governor, the Senate, the Assembly, and the Correctional Association of New York. The appointment requirements will guarantee a diversity of backgrounds, including public health, behavioral health care, prisoners' rights litigation, and personal experience of incarceration. Support for these legislations is growing, with over 90 community legal advocacy and faith-based groups demanding the immediate passage, and nearly 50 legislators signed on as co-sponsors. We urge the legislator to urgently pass this legislation to help address the crisis unfolding in New York State prisons. Lives are at stake. The clock is running out. Our families and communities deserve better. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Thank you.
My name is Tanya Krupet. I'm the Vice President for Policy and Advocacy at the Osborne Association, and I just wanted to say it's incredibly difficult to follow the previous panel, and my heart aches for the pain that we heard, the lack of accountability, the double standard, the racism and violence inflicted by a system of corrections is beyond words, and also the struggles of families to navigate DOCS. We've long called for a family liaison within DOCS who could respond to families' urgent requests and build transparency. So that's something we could look into again. As you may know, Osborne is one of the largest and oldest criminal justice service organizations in the state. We reach over 14,000 individuals each year, assisting them and their families in navigating arrest, courts, incarceration, and reentry. We now provide a variety of reentry housing as well, including the Fulton Community Reentry Center in the Bronx, which we opened last April, a former prison that now provides transitional supportive housing for 140 men returning from DOCS. My testimony highlights our insights into the current challenges faced based on our longstanding and broad experience working within New York State prisons and collaborating with DOCS both on programming and policy changes. All of our work at Osborne is grounded in our core values, which include recognizing our shared humanity, advancing racial justice and equity, promoting healing and accountability, and strengthening communities. We believe prisons are harmful places for everyone, those who live there, work there, and visit there. And we believe we are at a crossroads where we need to both address the daily crisis and also pull back to examine the big picture and rethink our strategy and approach. As Danielle Surratt says, we need to center repair, not revenge. We know what works, we just don't invest in it. What are we seeing on the ground? When programs are up and running, as they were prior to the strike, Osborne is in 39 of the state's 42 prisons. We operate 19 hospitality centers, 5 family centers, and offer parenting and an array of programming, including a reentry program in 27 prisons. Since the end of the strike, we see varying levels of resumption of programs. For example, out of 8 parenting programs, we offer only 3 are back up and running. At Greenhaven, we are planning our parenting graduation. You're welcome to attend. And at Woodburn, nothing is back up and running. Our family center just reopened, but no programming. The lack of programming for months is dire, and programming is critical for many, many reasons. Regarding visiting, we are very concerned that 7-day-a-week visits have not been restored at the 13 maximum security facilities, which together house over 14,000 people. With these prisons reduced from 7 days to 2, there are high numbers of visitors on weekends, which is a strain on officers as well as visitors. Last week, 76 organizations sent a letter to Commissioner Martuscello asking for restoration of 7-day visits by May 19th. We have not heard a response. We are also very concerned about the use of body scanners that abruptly went into effect on March 22nd without detailed guidance or training. This was a request of striking officers and was granted to them. Our staff have received phone calls from crying visitors who were turned away and accused of having drugs on them when they did not. If people refuse the body scanners but are cleared in other ways, they're offered a non-contact visit, but this has a lot of limitations. What's a mother visiting with her 3 children supposed to do if only 2 people are allowed in a non-contact visit? This needs to be monitored, and staff need to be adequately trained in how to use them. Visiting is such a critical lifeline. While there are officers and DOC staff who support and believe in visiting, there's a pervasive assumption that visitors are the major source of contraband, yet we heard this morning that staff do not go through body scanners, yet visitors are all required to do so. My written testimony details the release mechanisms we need right now, our own experience with CL-73, and legislation that is urgently needed, such as passing the elder parole and fair and timely parole bills, reentry from the inside out, and reentry assistance bills. Providers like Osborne and other critical stakeholders are partners in arriving at a better place, one that supports correctional administrators, their staff, and those inside, their children and families. We look forward to working together, not just to identify day-to-day solutions, but with big picture and current context in mind. There are deeper reasons why people don't want to be corrections officers. That has to do with the system we currently have and how it treats people. And adding 18-year-olds to this is not the answer. A different approach is possible, and now is the time to make bold changes. This is not us versus them, but about all of our shared humanity and arriving in a system that addresses harm without inflicting more of it. Thank you.
My name is Sebastian Solomon, and I am the Associate Director of the Vera Institute of Justice's Greater Justice New York program. Vera works to end mass incarceration, protect immigrants' rights, ensure dignity for people behind bars, and build safe, thriving communities. Thank you to Senator Salazar and Assemblymember Dillon, as well as the other members of the Corrections Committee for the opportunity to testify today. We applaud the Senate and Assembly committees for turning their attention to safety, transparency, and accountability inside state correctional facilities. The recent wildcat strikes, alongside the murders of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi, have demonstrated the seriousness of these issues. The current state of our prisons causes trauma and harm to both incarcerated people and staff, ultimately making all New Yorkers less safe. Increasing transparency and accountability will, in turn, increase safety. Incarceration is costly both in terms of public funds and the toll it takes on individuals, families, and broader communities who suffer from financial strain, emotional distress, and social stigma. Pursuing true safety means questioning who is in our prisons, for how long, and under what conditions, as well as how our facilities give people the tools they need to succeed upon release. Our written testimony discusses 4 ways that the legislature can improve safety, transparency, and accountability, including by passing the Earned Time and Second Look Acts, passing a package of bills titled Prison Safety is Public Safety, Robert Brooks Transparency and Accountability, passing fair and timely parole and elder parole, and equipping corrections and parole professionals with the resources necessary to carry out their jobs effectively and with dignity. As you already have the written testimony, I will focus my comments today on the first and fourth items. To improve safety in our prisons, we need to prioritize and incentivize participation in rehabilitative programming. Passing the Earned Time and Second Look Acts will do just that. The Earned Time Act will change New York's maritime laws to incentivize program participation more widely than existing restrictions allow. For too long, New York has restricted access to maritime credits. The vast majority of people incarcerated are ineligible solely because they are serving time for a violent offense, a restriction that dates to the Pataki administration in the 1990s. Yet the benefits of rehabilitative programming for all participants are clear, regardless of their crime or conviction. Removing maritime credit restrictions will incentivize participation in programming, which will improve behavior to make prisons safer for incarcerated people and staff alike, safely reduce the prison population, and improve post-release outcomes, reducing recidivism and increasing public safety. In tandem with the Earned Time Act, the Second Look Act will help make our system more rehabilitative. Second Look laws allow judges to review individual cases after a person has served a significant amount of time to determine if that person has been rehabilitated, such that their sentence should be reduced. This legal mechanism rewards rehabilitation and ensures that the state does not waste public funds incarcerating people who are no longer a threat to public safety. Both the Earned Time and Second Look Acts have the public's overwhelming support. In October 2024, Vera commissioned polling of 500 New Yorkers, representative of the state's geographies and demographics regarding these two policies. The polling found that 74% of New Yorkers support allowing people to earn time off their sentence, including majority support across all age groups, gender and racial groups, and self-identified political categories. Similarly, 68% support allowing judges to reassess sentences, also including a majority across demographics. Passing the Earned Time and Second Look Acts will improve safety both within the state's prisons and communities. We urge the Senate and Assembly to pass these bills swiftly. Corrections professionals are tasked with helping incarcerated people grow and change. Their jobs can be difficult given the stressful working environment and the toll that prison takes on both corrections professionals and incarcerated people, as evidenced by the recent corrections officer strike. Research has shown that compared to the general population, corrections professionals have higher rates of depression and post-traumatic stress, higher rates of suicide, and significantly reduced lifespans. We recommend that the legislature fund training for corrections professionals focused on emotional intelligence, mental health awareness and practices, de-escalation, and transformational leadership. Easy, anonymous access to quality mental health services such as independent therapists, on-site wellness rooms, as well as physical exercise and other avenues to promote wellness, and adequate time off to rest and recuperate between shifts. All these investments will ensure that corrections professionals are better equipped to carry out the difficult tasks of supervision and support within prisons and communities. Finally, we urge the legislature to couple the legislation mentioned here with funding increases for parole officers. Passing earned time, second look, fair and timely parole, and elder parole legislation will increase eligibility for in-prison programming and enable people to be released from prison sooner, which both corrections professionals and incarcerated people agree will improve conditions behind bars and reduce violence. To implement these pieces of legislation adequately, parole officers will need additional support so that they can take on the increased responsibilities they will have with more people on parole. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you all. First, I want to begin by saying to Ms. Amatul Mladeen, I'm very sorry for the loss of your brother, and appreciate your testimony. I wanted to ask, in part because you mentioned the bill related to the State Commission of Correction, and of course because of your personal experience both with losing your brother and having a son who's currently incarcerated. How do you feel, or what do you think about the fact that the SCOC declined to testify at today's hearing in person? They did, in the middle of the hearing, ultimately submit written testimony to us, but I'm just curious what you think about that as someone who had a loved one who died, but additionally as someone who has a son who is currently incarcerated under the conditions that we've heard about today.
Thank you for that question. I feel we're making progress for me to be here today. I'm with an amazing group of people with the KTEL Center for Health, Justice, and Equity. So we're concerned with our progress we're making for being here today. And I'm not pointing any fingers. People make their choices. My choices are with the higher power, with this group of people, that what's gonna happen is gonna happen. And we're making a difference to be here today. And I thank you guys for listening to our testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I think that's a generous and positive response. Both Tanya and Sebastian, you mentioned in your testimony the role of programming. And Tanya, of course, you spoke to the fact that programming has been initially suspended, it's been curtailed, in part as a result of the work stoppage in February, but for other reasons as well. And programs continue to be affected in facilities. There are those in the legislature, this does not include myself, but those who are not necessarily sympathetic to the value that programming brings to the lives of incarcerated individuals. But I was wondering if you would be willing to speak more to, and Sebastian, this is for you as well, the value that programs have in the interest of prison safety and, by extension, public safety.
Yeah, absolutely. There is also evidence, linking the value of programs as there is with value of visiting, both for the institutional environment, quote unquote, institutional adjustment, and many officers support programming and want it to happen, and when it's not happening, they see a difference. I think we also have evidence in our own parenting programs. People who take that program go on to take college. It's a motivator. It ripples out to affect their children in the community. A lot of programs that are inside were created by people who are incarcerated, and the value of programming on multiple levels, as with visiting. And we can share the evidence that is there, but also the anecdotal evidence. And I invite anyone who is skeptical about it to come to a parenting graduation, talk to people who are running the programs, who've built the programs. I think we wouldn't need as many officers if we had more programs. Programs create an environment that is truly rehabilitative and transformative, and people are focusing on their programs, they care about that, it, contributes to just a better environment overall, as does visiting, actually. I think visiting is a completely underappreciated, underutilized tool, and it's essential to the well-being of everyone. We're also very concerned the impact of increased isolation, meaning lack of programming, lack of visiting. You can't get a package from home anymore. You can't get an original letter from your child. Everything's photocopied. We're concerned about contraband too, but as you've heard, it's not an equal approach to addressing contraband. We'd be more than happy to sit on a task force to address contraband, but it seems unfairly weighed on punishing families and taking away people's ability to connect with their families and connect with their potential.
Thank you.
I'll just say that, I don't have much to add other than, I think for those who were here this morning, I think the Commissioner of Corrections also acknowledged the importance of programming as an important tool for both inside and for preparing, for helping inside and for preparing people for their release.
Absolutely. Thank you. And also just want to acknowledge that, of course, there isn't enough time for you to read your testimony in full that all of you submitted, the written testimony, and just want to acknowledge that it is in the public record because I have read the testimony and it is comprehensive and includes a lot of policy recommendations and is not limited to, while I appreciate the support for existing legislation very much, it's not even just limited to that, but also you make policy recommendations in your testimony that goes beyond existing legislation, and that's really valuable to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leads into my question. Would you want to expand upon those policy recommendations beyond those in the existing forms of legislation that you have already cited that we know about? What have we missed? Is there an opportunity, well, I wouldn't say opportunity, but is there something we're not seeing that needs to be addressed and either brought to docs where they can implement their change on their own, or where members can step in and potentially propose a legislative change to seek the transparency and safety that's the subject of this hearing?
Well, I'd like to answer that. I think that's a good question. Assemblyman Eric Delon. That name is me.
That's fine.
But
That's fine.
we're excited that we making progress, that we have got out the SCOC bill passed out of the Finance Department. And we're looking forward to just getting more signatures from you guys signing on as assemblymen.
Gotcha. I had specific questions for you about about the State Commission on Corrections. I should
by
have
the deadline.
I should have prefaced my questions
Okay, sorry.
to them. No, that's fine. Don't be sorry at all. Because it's not that we're not interested. So I guess what I'll do, I'll take my time with her now since we did that, and I'll ask the question to you. So you've cited a specific bill that you're in favor of. We're aware of that bill. I guess we're not going to get into the details of any particular bill, but we are aware of it. I guess, talk to me about Catal's perspective on SCOC. What would be helpful for the Assembly? Because I think the Assembly internally is looking to take a broad look at the agency to see if their constitutional mandate is being met, to see what happened to some of their authority constitutionally some years ago. Is there any color you could provide to that as we look at potentially making changes? I mean, I'm glad we do at least have written testimony, but it would have been great to hear from them. Maybe we can talk to them offline at some point. But I think in light of what has happened, I think it is important to have these discussions publicly. But we're here. So give me Catal's perspective or your perspective on what you think we should do beyond the bill, because I'll take that as a given that you believe we should do that.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Is it okay I can get the support one of my colleagues.
If they want to come down, I guess they just have to identify it for the record, and they have to stay within the allotted
Thank you.
time frame. And I do
I'm
have
new at
questions for
this.
the other panel, so they gotta hurry.
Thank you.
Just state your name and then.
Yeah, Yona Zeitz with the Catal Center. No, thanks so much for the question. I think, as Yada mentioned, I think this agency definitely needs an overhaul. I think them not showing up today to testify at a hearing that is about the crisis unfolding in state prisons, when it is literally their mandate to ensure that incarcerated people at every state prison are safe, stable, and humane, I think is just a testament to this this commission. And we attend every single one of the monthly meetings. They have not mentioned the name of Robert Brooks or Messiah Nantwi since they were murdered in state facilities. And I think the cumulative total of the last 5 monthly State Commission on Corrections meetings, the public portion, has been about 30 minutes long. And they've addressed nothing going on in state prisons or local jails, from Rikers Island to some of the other local jails across the state. So I think this commission is in need of a dire overhaul. I think there's other stuff that could definitely be done around this commission. I think one thing that we're super alarmed about is that the medical review reports take almost 2 years.
I've indulged, and I look forward to meeting with you guys more. But I do want to give Osborne and Vera a chance to expound on their testimony. And my side is interested, so don't take our lack of bringing the bill to committee as a lack of disinterest. We are. We're just not sure of the way we want to move forward. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you for asking that. It was hard to fit everything into 5 minutes, but I think there's so much that can be done even outside of legislation, including this morning the recommendation of Karen Murtaugh from PLS in terms of a landscape and workforce analysis. Others have pointed out the staffing crisis. I'm not sure it's a crisis. When you look at the incarcerated population has decreased by over 56% since 1999. Staffing has decreased in that time by 48%. So, you'd expect a proportional, if you have fewer people in, you need fewer staff. So I think it demands a look at what do we need for the current system we have today. And New York State still has one of the highest ratios of staff, the lowest ratio, but the most staff compared to its incarcerated population. So that's one thing. I think we need to release a lot more people. CL 73 was, well-intended, but as you heard, there's a lot of problems with that, and we have a lot of release mechanisms that are not pulled right now, a lot of levers to pull that exist. Parole, clemency, the parole rates are very low. There was a recent study, it's in my testimony, looking at 91 variables in an algorithm in a whole study. The conclusion was that the board could have doubled the release rate without increasing the total or violent felony arrest rate, and they could have achieved these gains while simultaneously eliminating racial disparities in release rates. So there's a lot of proof that our parole release rate should be higher. And then also just wanted to a note about parole supervision. That's the other side of docs we don't talk very much about. There's over 14,000 people on parole community supervision. A lot of them should not be on parole supervision anymore. They should be released and truly free. And we're not looking at what are those rates, people come out with lifetime parole, shouldn't be a thing. They should have discretionary review and people should be getting off parole. So that's a whole other side that I think we should look at.
And Mr. Solomon, very quickly, I'm sorry, but I do look forward to talking with you all as we continue the legislative session.
I'll just say that, I think they've touched on pretty much everything. I'll just say that, from Vera's perspective, we have worked in prison systems in other states to reimagine how specific facilities operate and redesign those. And we've even done some studies of those redesigns to show their success in recreating or in reimagining the correctional environment. And I think that looking at those kinds of models, which we have shared with the department, would be something to think about.
Okay, thanks. I do have one member on my side. I don't believe, before I go to you, I don't believe, nothing here. Mr. Epstein.
Yeah, thank you all for being here and the time you took. So we have this racist, violent system, and I just wonder if training is going to resolve the violence and the racism. And I want to be optimistic about this, but I worry that we're kind of putting, when people say lipstick on a pig, I don't know how you want to say it, but as a vegan, I don't think that's a perfect one. But, do we just need to close facilities more? Do we need to re-envision what docks look like? Do we need to make sure that they are closer to city centers? Do we need to have, in a way, more oversight to hold more folks accountable? Is training going to get us to where we need to go? Is revisiting our prisons going to be where we need to go? Or is it we just have many structural problems that we, I don't know. It's a question that may not have an answer, but I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yes, think that's a good question. Thank you for asking. Everything starts from inside, and not just inside, but inside here as our person. So it's the choices that we're choosing to make, right? We've been taught love thy neighbor, doing to others what you want them to do to you, So it's these principles that has been put in place already. I mean, the profession, I have gone through the training of corrections as well, but it's one part is we're not trying to, the increase of the dislike is that you don't want to have the incarcerated person get over on you. So you got to have this element in you so you can be on alert that you don't get set up with anything trying to deal with the incarcerated person. But it has to be a balance of looking at another individual besides just thinking off the gist that they did to get over on you. They just want to survive through the program. Thank you.
Go for it.
Oh, sorry. I would definitely believe in that. I think there's an expression, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? So we have done a lot of training. We've trained corrections officers on Rikers and done a lot of training in law enforcement. And I think training as part of a broader strategy, but thinking of it as professional development, but as part of performance, standards, culture, core values, all of this is part of the reimagining that you spoke of. So send someone to training, and in many of law enforcement systems, training is seen as punishment. People resent it. If you've never worn the uniform, they don't buy what you're selling, and it doesn't work as a one-time to check the box. Training is part of a culture change strategy. We trained over 200 corrections officers on Rikers in 2019, and out of the full day experience, had we been able to go back, build the relationship. Change happens in relationship. So as part of a broader strategy, that's also backed by other things, including zero tolerance policies for certain behaviors and actions and consequences. But I think we need to rethink training has earned a bad, for real reasons. You can't send someone to a 1-hour training and say, oh, now there's no more racism, everyone's had implicit bias training. We know that doesn't work. It's much deeper. But as part of a broader strategy, it's very important, I believe.
Sure. I think, as I sort of mentioned in my comments, I think we do need to restart from scratch. Start from scratch to sort of think, I talked about sort of thinking about who's in there, who's in prisons for how long, and the conditions in which they are incarcerated. And I think that I'm not going to go on too long because of time, but just to say that those are the kinds of questions we should be starting with.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
All right, and then I have Assemblymember Kellis.
Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. So first question, what do you see as the positive impact of programming when programming is available on people when they enter back into communities, and also the impact on their families that you see that you could share?
Oh, I done dealt with, that's a great question. I have several family members that has been incarcerated, come back into community, and they feel hopeless. Like they have to just stay behind the scenes to make a living. The elements of behavior is negative toward the us as family members. They want to disconnect because they don't believe they can make no more mistakes in our presence. So it's abstract. It's like it's so distant. And it's hurtful to us as striving to love our loved one. It's very painful just to witness. I have a brother right now. I don't want to go into details, but he's untouchable.
He's traumatized.
Yes, he's untouchable. There's no amount of love or hugs we can give him to make up
He's
for
a
what
different
been
person than he
through.
was.
Yes, totally different. So thank you for asking that.
I think, you know, what I know of programming, if you, you know, get job training and you get education and you have degrees and you come out, you've had a productive, but if you aren't allowed to have access to any of that or it doesn't exist, then you come out
And
often
he
broken.
also have lifetime parole, probation, whatever that is.
Then another question, what system would we need to have in place to accurately assess and remove people from parole, do you think? You were talking about, I mean, because people are left on indefinitely. My understanding, if you have an indeterminate sentence, let's say to 25 years, then you can be on parole for 25 years. So, but that isn't necessarily effective or useful or productive for the community or the person.
Well, this is something that I'm trying to research, and there are probably people in this room who know a lot more, but 259J, I believe, Executive Law 259J requires discretionary review with maybe the same similar standards to parole. So if you don't pose a current risk, and again, the nature of your offense and crime should not be the reason, the one thing you can't change, again, as with parole and same with parole review. So you should be getting off parole. The longer you're on it, the more likelihood you are of being violated for anything. You can't really live your life with curfews and limits and endless rules put on you. And it's a waste of taxpayer dollars, and then we have a staffing crisis because parole community supervision is supervising people they don't need to be supervising anymore.
Just one last very quick question. Have you seen change as a result of your training when you are doing trainings? What has been effective with the training with people?
I mean, again, I think the training is a drop in the bucket if they're sent back into a
Absolutely.
system.
That's my point is it's
just
so small.
Literally, we've had people, crumple up our materials and throw them in the garbage when the training's over. So I think, but that said, the more hands-on it is, the more relational. When we've been with corrections officers, again, not within DOCS, but within the New York City system anyway, they don't get to share strategies with each other. There's very little positive reward that gets with that system either, incentives and recognizing those who actually do care about families or do want visits or do support programs. So I think training is a part of it, but again, it has to be supported by culture and leadership and core values. And I just wanted to say to this question about programming, I think, the results of programs for children and families, the ripple effects, but there are people who are leading organizations now who, are formerly incarcerated. They've developed programs. They're leaders in our community, and many of them are here today. So the results of programs, the evidence is everywhere.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the assembly is exhausted, so I think that would do it for this panel. Thank you for your time and testimony.
Thank you.
So our final panel is representatives from New Hour. One moment. Just verifying. New Hour for Women and Children, and that is Serena Martin. Center for Community Alternatives, Thomas Gant. Releasing Aging People in Prison, that's the RAP campaign, Stanley Bellamy. Halt Solitary campaign, Jerome Wright. And Parole Preparation Project, Anthony Dixon. Also just want to thank all 5 of you for your patience and sitting through testimony today. I know that you've been here since this morning, so really appreciate your patience with us. And whoever is ready to start, when you're ready to begin, please feel free.
Good afternoon. My name is Serena Martin. I'm the Executive Director of New Hour for Women and Children on Long Island. And I founded New Hour after having come home from incarceration myself. I just want to note that in the audience today, we have women who've traveled by bus since 5 a.m. They're sitting behind me. And I want to acknowledge that my conversation and speaking here is representing women who have given birth behind bars, who have been shackled during labor while incarcerated, who have lost weight because they weren't given enough food while jailed. The women in this audience with us today are the women that we represent, and it is our primary focus for this conversation to think about the ways in which we can ameliorate the issues that women who are pregnant or parenting behind bars face. And it is not lost on me that the conversations we have in the halls of the Assembly and Senate are not often with the focus on gender. And they are not often considering the conversations that we have about the challenges that women behind bars face. At the core of our mission, we are consistently seeking ways to stem the trauma that is intrinsic to women and mothers and people who have experienced incarceration. In New York State, 79% of women are mothers in local jails, and part of the challenges of this come with all of the issues that pregnancy for women behind bars face. There is an inherent risk to be pregnant behind bars, and certainly that is a risk that also affects infants and those women who are pregnant and parenting. The CARE Act, the Compassion and Reproductive Equity Act, S4583, A4879, along with a slate of other bills reintroduced this session, including the Protect In-Person Visiting Bill, the Anti-Shackling Bill, and the Breast Pump Access Bill, are aimed at protecting the dignity and rights of pregnant people and protecting and nurturing family bonds. Prisons often throughout the United States do not supply support for women who are pregnant behind bars. 6 state prison systems, Alaska, Hawaii, Iowa, Maine, Nevada, Washington, report providing no staff training on the care of pregnant individuals. And I will say that the Bureau of Justice statistics show that over 1,900 pregnant individuals were admitted into prisons in 2023. In jails, the number was even higher, over 55,000 pregnant admissions in 1 year, 2023. It is the suffering of these women that fuel the commitment of myself and many of you, many lawmakers, including Senator Salazar and Assemblymember Kellis, who co-sponsor this legislation, and is the stories that we hear from our women each day who call us collect, they call us from the prisons, they call us to say, how can you help me while I'm pregnant and incarcerated? One of the things that we are looking to focus on is amendments to Section 611, which will create transparency and will make sure that there are regulatory practices in place that are mandated for all jails and prisons. Currently, we work with Sheriff Errol Toulon on Long Island in the Suffolk County jails, and we are grateful because he has prioritized allowing New Hour to provide nursery program inside the jails. We have social workers and doulas and support behind bars for our women. But that is an anomaly. That is not the case. It is not current state law. That is simply him prioritizing women and infants, especially our pregnant women, and again, infants who have done nothing wrong, and women detained who may or may not be guilty. Under current law, localities are not required to have a nursery, and many do not. The CARE Act would change this. And I think one of the other challenges that we're looking at is why are we keeping women behind bars who are pregnant when we can find alternative to incarceration programs in the community or safe spaces in the community where they can receive support and address their needs in terms of substance use and domestic violence. I will say, while incarcerated myself as a 20-year-old, I still recall the struggles of pregnant women trudging up and down the big hill inside Bedford Hills. Very little has changed about their experiences over the last 2 decades. They still endure multiple outside hospital trips, put in waiting rooms in basements of hospitals with incarcerated men, And to that end, we very much would like to urge the passage of the CARE Act. And thank you for addressing this issue today.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Gant. I'm a community organizer for the Center for Community Alternatives. And I spent 25 years in New York State prisons. I'm here for the people I left behind and for the families that didn't make it out alive. Last year, 143 people died in docks. We learned today that 46 have died this year. That's one death for every 60 hours. If that happened in a school or a hospital, we call it a crisis, but in prison, it is treated as normal. Behind every number is a life that mattered. But instead of addressing this crisis, DOCS censors testimony, retaliates against whistleblowers, and hides the truth. When we tried to gather statements from people inside for this hearing, DOCS blocked dozens of messages, including every one that we sent to people at Marcy Correctional, where Robert Brooks was murdered. They claimed our messages were either threatening and not in the good order of the facility. But what does good order mean in a system where violence is routine? Abuse is unchecked. Silence is enforced through fear. If we want safety inside and out, we must change that culture. And to do that, we need laws to create accountability, hope, and a reason to change. That's why I urge you to pass the Earned Time Act, the Second Look Act. Right now, more than 80% of incarcerated people in New York can't even earn 1 day off of their sentence. No matter how hard they work to change, we eliminated nearly all meaningful earned time programs in the 1990s, leaving people with no incentive to grow and no hope. That hopelessness is what fuels violence. I've seen it. The Earned Time Act will reverse that. It will allow people to reduce their sentences through education, job training, and rehabilitation. When people have something to work toward, everything changes. Conflicts de-escalate, people invest in themselves, they create peace. Staff experience safer conditions, prisons become less volatile. This isn't just what I've seen, it's what the data shows. States like Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and even Alabama have stronger earned time programs than New York. They've reduced violence, lowered recidivism, and is a massive cost and savings. DOC's own numbers show that people who earn merit time are far less likely to return to prison. The Earned Time Act is a public safety bill. It works. The Second Look Act is just as important. It allows someone who has served at least 10 years to request a review of their sentence that's not automatic for release, but it gives a chance for a judge to evaluate who they are today. I've seen people change behind bars in ways that define belief. Men who were once angry, like me, broken, are now mentors, educators, artists, peacemakers. They've taken accountability for their harm. They have grown. But our system refuses to acknowledge that growth. It locks people away forever based on who they are, not who they've become. Second Look recognizes the human capacity to change. It offers a legal path for transformation to be seen and not ignored. And again, the data backs this up. People released after long sentences have some of the lowest recidivism rates of any group. We are wasting lives and taxpayer dollars keeping people behind bars who pose no danger to the public. If we truly believe in public safety, we need a justice system that is responsive to change, not frozen in time. I'll close with this. Violence and dehumanization have been normalized in New York's prisons. That is a policy choice, and we can choose differently. The Earned Time Act, the Second Look Act are not radical. They are proven, practical, and more importantly, deeply necessary. They will reduce violence, they will restore hope. This is what will make our community safer. I urge this body, let the deaths of Robert Brooks and Messiah Nantwi not be in vain. Pass the Earned Time Act, pass the Second Look Act, and more importantly, let's build a justice system rooted not in punishment, but in possibility. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by thanking Chair Salazar and Chair DeLon for convening this hearing and giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you. My name is Stanley Bellamy. I'm the New York City community organizer for Release Asian People in Prison, RAP campaign. I'm also formerly incarcerated, having survived 37 and a half years of a 62 and a half years to life sentence. I'm also an impacted family member with a brother who's incarcerated, who went to prison at the age of 20, and next month he turned 60 years old. During my incarceration, I earned 2 college degrees. I served as president, chairman, executive director of countless inside organizations. Further, I either created or facilitated numerous programs that help individuals identify, examine, and address antisocial behaviors, attitudes, and values. These programs help incarcerated individuals come to terms with the harm, pain, and suffering that they cause the victim's family, their community, and themselves. These programs are some of the most successful programs in DOS history. And unlike DOS programs, these programs that individuals went through have a 0% recidivism rate. However, I'm not here today to talk about myself. I want to briefly discuss the long-standing and ongoing culture of physical and sexual violence in the prison environment and how we, as stakeholders, can best alleviate some of the problems that we are faced with today. Thus, the number one problem for me, as someone who survived 37 and a half years, is the culture of prison. Prison guards and security supervisors often bring the inherent biases of how people should be treated, particularly Black and brown people, especially those convicted of crime, into the workspace and create a work environment that upholds and even enforces anti-Black and brown attitudes and behavior. For instance, staff, whether civilian or guards, who come to work just to do their job and treat incarcerated individuals as human beings or fairly, are labeled, quote unquote, inmate lovers. They are told by a majority of their colleagues that you are either with us or against us. If these employees continue the so-called apparently offensive behavior of treating incarcerated individuals as human beings and not livestock, they are subject to being threatened, bullied, and have their ties slashed. And in some incidents, these officers and staff are abused and assaulted. Staff who blow the whistle about misconduct by their colleagues are subject to far worse. Their families are harassed, and these staff members often have to resign and leave town. Consequently, in just about every prison I entered in my 37 years, I encountered the same orientation. Put your hands on the wall, lean back, spread your legs. I was told if I moved or took my hands off the wall or did anything they perceived as being threatening, even if it was to flinch at another man touching my body, I would be beaten to an inch of my life. We witnessed this played out in real time by watching that video of Robert Brooks' brutal murder. Thankfully, what was missing from that video was the screams of Robert Brooks. Screams and cries that I have heard far too often, along with the crack of sticks against human bodies and breaking bones, and the racial epics that guards frequently use while they assault someone. Robert Brooks is far from the only person murdered by prison guards. Sadly, I cannot even describe such incidents as rare. For years and decades, officers have beaten and killed people in New York prisons, including Leonard Strickland, Samuel Harrell, Terry Cooper, Carl Taylor, John McMillan, and countless others, and yet the racist system of brutality continued unembedded. I was incarcerated in Sullivan Correctional Facility when Carl Taylor was murdered, and everybody in the facility knew what happened. Everybody from the superintendent all the way down, yet these officers was allowed to just resign and keep their pension. I just want to end real quick because I know I'm out of time and I'm not going to get into my recommendations because y'all should have copies of my written statements. But I'm gonna say this. Sadly, there's actually no cure for the racist brutality and sexual violence of our state prison system. Mass incarceration is the latest incarnation of the legacy of slavery. Some members of this legislative body are perfectly comfortable explicitly advocating for the continual reliance on imprisonment of Black and brown bodies from across the state to fuel the local economy in their districts. These same legislators apparently lack the will or the imagination or both to deliver goods and just employment opportunities for their constituents, and instead expect the racial caste system of our legal system to continue afloating indefinitely. And I'll leave it with that. We need to change this system. Y'all sitting up there this year, please, y'all have the power to change the system, to change the culture in the New York State prison system. I'm talking from an individual that spent 37 years. I can tell you both sides of the story. And I'll leave you with that. Please pass fair and timely parole. Please pass the elder bill, because I went to prison at the age of 23 and came home 3 months shy of my 61st birthday. And had the elder bill been in effect 5 years earlier, 6 years earlier, I could have at least went to the parole board and made my case for release. And that's all that bill allows individuals to do, to make their case for release. And thankfully, I was released based on clemency from the governor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on what is without question one of the leading civil rights issues of our day in New York State, how people are treated. My organization, the Parole Preparation Project, has submitted documentation detailing the alarming brutality and chaos that unfolded during the 2025 illegal 3-week strike inside Doc's prisons. I urge you to review these material with the seriousness and attention they deserve. I speak today not only as the Deputy Director of the Parole Preparation Project, but as someone who has survived 32 years of Doc's custody. In 1990, I was in a landmark lawsuit challenging racial discrimination in Elmira Correctional Facility. We won the case, but it was at a high cost. And 6 of us were beaten by 40 guards and thrown in solitary confinement for 5 years. A second lawsuit followed. It ended in a settlement and exposed how far Doc's staff will go to silence truth and avoid accountability. And these experiences define my commitment to justice today in the work I do. I'm prepared today to speak on several issues dealing with Doc's racism and brutality. 1, the racial targeting. A 2022 Inspector General report confirmed that over 200 Doc's employees give infractions only to non-white individuals in our prisons. And this was confirmed to happen not only as something that happens in some prison, but they said it was not confined to a few bad apples among Doc's employees. It was also rampant throughout the system. There's more. The Marshall Project confirmed between 2010 and 2022 that Doc's had filed over 5,000 misconduct reports and investigations against staff. Additionally, the state paid out tens of millions in settlements to 121 brutality lawsuits. Yet only 6 officers were fired. 1 guard beat a handcuffed man 35 times. At Attica, a man needed 13 staples in his scalp. Another man with mental illness was assaulted, and he committed suicide the next day. The brutal killing of Robert Brooks is an example of what is happening throughout New York State. Several officers involved had documented abuse histories that docs ignored. Instead of reassigning them to non-contact roles, the department chose the most reckless option, putting the fox back in the hen house. In many cases, this meant within harm reach and close proximity to the very individuals that they had beat and assaulted. Docs has neither named who these 200 officers are or the 5,000 that have been involved in these lawsuits. I want today to submit to you that this level of racial targeting and brutality by prison guards have been directed, had it been directed at any other group of people, it would have been a public outrage. The silence here reveals whose lives the system deems expendable. I demand this legislative body speak about this issue openly and forcefully. We want to know the names of these officers that will only issue disciplinary reports to people that are black and brown. I have more to say. I submitted copies of my oral testimony, and I take it that you will read it thoroughly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name is Jerome R. Wright. I know people seem to forget that, and but that's how I get my emails, and that's why I never get emails, because people don't put that R in there. So that's my middle initial, but that is my name. And I am one of the co-directors of the Halt Solitary Campaign. And I'm sitting over here and I'm shaking right now, and I'm hurt. And I'm traumatized. This is PTSD right here. I sat here on December 13th. I sat here on December 13th, 4 days after the lynching of Robert Brooks. And we sat here like not a damn thing had happened. I wish the Docs Commission had stayed all the way through the end to hear all of this, because it was he was there that day, and he knew, because he testified that they called him immediately. So he sat here talking about programs. He sat here talking about all this wonderful stuff they do. But you know, you got to be alive to program. You have to be alive to program. And Robert Brooks was never going to program again. We shouldn't even had that hearing. Somebody come here. I had the intention of talking about these bills that we all pushing. But let me tell you something. What good is a bill if it's going to be treated like y'all allow HALT to be treated? A law that is paused, whatever that means. Because when I paused the law, I went to jail. Yeah. So I don't know what that means. That we can get fan timely, we can get communities we can get all of those passed. Y'all could vote for them. And if the Department of Corrections is going to do what they did to HALT, decide that it was inconvenient, come up with a fallacy of staffing problems, and that's a fallacy, Mr. Palmisano. That's a fallacy. I did 30 years in prison. I was in there when it was 72,000 people. It's down to half of that, and the staff didn't go down to half. So where are all these bodies at? You used that as a subterfuge to avoid the scrutiny that you knew was coming from this body about the murder of Robert Brooks. December 13th, we sat here talking about making improvements and making all these moves, and that man was dead and nobody said anything. Did you know? None of you knew. That's what I'm talking about. That's the problem. See, we need infrastructure change. We don't need reform these bills. We need infrastructure change. You know why? Because culture starts from the top down. So we need to remove the top. 12 people died during that illegal strike. 12 people died, and nobody's been held accountable. If I kill 12 people, I'm a serial killer. Who's the serial killer here? Why did we not do anything then? And you telling me we're gonna do something now? We got SEOC we could change. We got a whole bunch of things we could change. But if the culture in the system doesn't change, then we're here. This is a dog and pony show. And I'm not a dog and I'm not a pony. We demand change. Not yesterday, now. And that means that y'all need to hold accountable that system that is killing us with impunity, mind you. I don't know nowhere in the world where you get to kill somebody and don't even lose your job. What are we doing here? Really, I got all these notes and none of it means anything. Because as long as HALT is not fully implemented, which you keep harping about, as long as that's not done, then we don't have no law. And your jobs are superfluous. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome, and thank you all for, once again, for being patient and being the final panel. It's hard to be the final panel. Want to ask about HALT implementation. Jerome, you spoke about this, the suspension, as the Department of Corrections and Community Supervision puts it, the suspension of elements of the HALT solitary confinement law, right? However, I know that you know very well that HALT was not being implemented even before that, right? Even before the unauthorized work stoppage.
Precisely.
And I know that you have expert knowledge of that. Could you elaborate on how HALT was not being implemented, how really HALT has not been implemented since it became law? It became law in 2021, right?
Yes.
In what ways has the law been violated? I would love, if you don't mind speaking about that. And then additionally, because we have heard HALT used as a scapegoat, had everything bad in the world blamed on the HALT solitary confinement law, how is it that, or why is it that anyone could blame, whether it's violence in prisons or anything else, on a law that has simply never actually been fully implemented?
Yeah. So first of all, it was never fully implemented. Let me make a statement of fact about HALT. It has had appreciable changes in the dynamics of punishment. People who had been in there for 10, 20, 30 years on general population or on an RRU in some facilities. There have been a lot of things that have been positive. But the one thing that is not positive is not neither the letter nor the spirit of the law has been implemented. It was fought before it was brought into play, and after it was officially signed by the governor and had a year to put together, they still made no movements in that direction. Feigning all type of reasons why, budgetary, this, that. The fact of the matter is they never had any intention to implement it. There was never none. And the commissioner is the main proponent of that. He has said that he was not going to implement it. I've been at meetings with him, and he said he wasn't going to implement it fully. How could you, that's a law. What authority does the commissioner of the Department of Corrections have to supplant a law? I just don't, that's unconscionable to me. That you know what? That sounds to me like Christopher Columbus discovering America. We all know that that didn't happen, right? So I'm saying, what? It hasn't been implemented. It was never intended to be implemented. They fight it every day. They talk about listen, you talk about programs, the whole point of HALT is programming. It is to provide the people that they say have the worst problems with the most programmatic opportunities to change their behavior, if it's in fact necessary. So for somebody to say HALT shouldn't be implemented or why they holding it up, it boggles my mind. You know what it reminds me of? The statement that I always say, the system is not broken. It is working the way it was designed to work. That's it. That's the reason. Because if you really wanted it, it's just like taking college out when you know it had a 0.2% recidivism rate. You take that out and your rate goes up. So you know what you're doing. Same thing with HALT. And what you're doing now by denying people their rights by not giving them fair hearings, not giving them out-of-cell time, not giving them programs, you are creating a problem that you want to create because then it will possibly justify your response, which we always know is violent. But then you can say it. Let me say something about real quick. Mr. Brooks, y'all keep saying, what justified will have, nothing justifies it. What did he do to deserve that? Forget justification. What did he could have possibly done to deserve that? Not a name you could, while handcuffed, not a name you could call, not a person you could hurt. He couldn't even spit because they were stuffing stuff in his mouth. So what did he do to deserve that? And why do we have Nantwey, Mr. Nantwey next? Months later in the same hub, and y'all keep talking about there's no culture. That is the definition of culture. That I don't care where you at, we're gonna do what we do. That's culture.
Thank you, Jerome. I have a follow-up, but I'll wait for all of my colleagues to ask questions before I do.
At this time, I'm going to recognize Mr. Gibbs.
Jerome, Anthony, Serena, Thomas, Stanley, you guys are my heroes. I often say, I wish you guys was in the seat because I feel like often I don't do it enough justice, the justice it deserves. Sometimes I think my advocacy isn't enough. Being the first formerly incarcerated individual, what does that entitle to? What does that mean? It's all bullshit. So often I wish that you guys was in this seat. I often wish that you guys go to your communities and run and get in this seat. We need more like-minded individuals to get these points across about abuse. Jerome, you talked about Robert. Since December 13th, I've been fighting docs, for you, everybody else. Show me the freaking footage of Robert leaving Mohawk. Show me that footage. You guys know that in every reception room, I don't care where, what prison, when you're transferred, there's cameras there. Yes, sir. To and from, out and in each prison. But yet Commissioner Monticello couldn't agree to that. Jerome, I got PTSD too. And my speaker said I need counseling. You see where I'm at with this? I don't sleep like you guys. I'm in the trenches. I'm in there. I go in the cells. I go to every jail. Unlike my colleagues. Excuse the officers. I hear the real stories. I see the real fear. The retaliations. When these racist officers, it's unsafe for me to go to prisons by myself. The commissioner would have told you that himself. My speaker would tell you that himself. It's unsafe to me as a legislature to visit prisons alone now. And y'all know damn well when I first got here, I've been in every prison by myself 2 or 3 times. Since the killing of Robert Brooks, the threats, the notes on my car, officers punching walls in the bathroom. Cal Whiting's right here, he can tell you. You said, where's Commissioner? Well, the next commissioner is right here, Cal Whiting. He's been there with Nucci, he's been there with Monticello. He knows the issues. But it's not about Cal Whiting, it's about us, right? Sure. We have this fight. And how do we get them to listen? What does it mean when you have 87 legislators calling for the closure? 2 chairs of correction, this committee, signed that letter. One of them spearheaded the letter. And yet, governor will not close Marcy, nor commissioner. Why are we here? Why are we legislating? To your point, Jerome, why are we legislating? When we pass a law, a Hort law. I know over 10, 15,000 incarcerated individuals in prison right now for misdemeanors. Bullshit charges. Did they get that get out of jail free card that these 10,000 officers who just illegally strike gotten? And the opportunity to come back to work? Make it make sense. I don't need counseling. We need more peopleticians and less politicians. All these mofos care about is tweets, re-elections, and such. I can't sleep thinking about a man getting killed. You're focused on Robert. You're focused on Sam. There's others. Freddie McCree, 6'2", 240-some pounds. Your guys know the shoe in Kaseki. His head is touching the ceiling. Where's he hanging himself at? You want to hear other stories? But then you get colleagues come up here and pretend in front of the families like everything's, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sympathetic. We got to figure it out. All this shit is bullshit. Because you had a heart, you couldn't sleep. I appreciate you guys. And I apologize for not doing enough. It's just me here. It's just me here. When my chairman and assembly tell you that it's unsafe for me to go to prisons, listen to them. It's just me here. And I'm not doing you guys any service. And I apologize for that. I love you, Shereen, and I try.
Mr. Gibbs, you need to give yourself more credit. Yeah,
Thank you, Brother Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. I'll allow a brief response, and then we'll move on to the next
Thank you,
question.
Chairman. I'd just like to respond to Assemblymember Gibbs, who called me right before Mother's Day to ask about the women behind bars, and he went to visit them. Some of the women here today remember that visit. They talk about it all the time. They talk about how you renovated the puppy program because you said something about the mold behind the walls in Bedford Hills. I want you to know that we appreciate every single person on this body who cares about humanity and justice and dignity for all people, especially those of us who've survived incarceration. Thank you.
Can I give a quick too? And I also want to tell you that you give a lot of hope to people. It's not you, it's a couple more colleagues of yours that's doing the work, but you give a lot of hope. And again, this is why I'm sitting here, and I can probably speak for the folks on this panel. This is why these bills mean so much. Incarcerated folks need hope. Prison breeds hopelessness. It doesn't give people opportunity. And me talking to folks, me giving people the word about Earned Time Act, it gives people hope to keep fighting through. Heck, me being on the inside, knowing that people was out here fighting for me, gave me hope in my 23rd year when I couldn't do no more. So you giving us hope. These bills give us hope, but at the end of the day, this legislative body has to be respected. The governor cannot negotiate these bills. You make the bills, pass it, and she got to get in line. Everybody else got to get in line, and we got to follow the law. This is what we do. But you're giving us hope, and these bills give us hope, and these bills give humans hope, families hope. Can't tell you how many mothers, kids. I got an 8-year-old kid asking me, when can my dad get home? 8 years old. How do you even know to ask me? So my point is, these bills isn't just about incarcerated individuals. Isn't just about us on this panel. This is about giving families hope. This is what makes our community safer. Families, when families are stronger and put back together. That's what we need. These bills make prisons safer. We want staff safe. We want correctional officers safe. There's a lot of people who put on a uniform and live it honorably. We want them to come home safe too. But we cannot forget our incarcerated folks, and it's about hope, and this is what these bills do. This is why we need Earned Time Act, to transform prison culture. I'm telling you what will reach the people who I walk those halls with. I came home in 2022, so I'm still close to folks on the inside. I know what they need. We keep coming from this exclusionary standpoint where only a certain amount of folks can get it, and limited, you're not doing nothing but put a Band-Aid on the problem. When you walk through those halls, guys, call us. We just were talking about this. They tell us they feel comfortable, they feel safe, they feel hope. I do not want to pick up the phone and tell them that we can't make this happen, because humans need hope, and we got to remember that. You guys got power, man, and you got to make everybody, this is a respected branch of government, honorably, and it has to be respected. So do the work. We're going to keep doing the work too, but you're giving us hope.
Yeah, just 1 second. I work from the prospect that you're supposed to do your best at whatever you do. And sometimes your best just ain't gonna be good enough. But that's all you can give. And if you doing that, brother, then that's all we ask, that you give your best. We know you can't move mountains, but if you do your best, then that's all anybody can ask. I mean, that's all we want, man. That's it. And that's all we want for anybody. And I just really, he said you give us all some hope and something, the courage to run for office with that on you, because I noticed that's what they use to try not to let you get in, and the courage to speak out as undiplomatically as you can sometimes is necessary, because nobody else is going to say it, then you need to say it. And we appreciate that, because our voices won't be in that room. You got to speak for us. And as long as you do that, brother, last thing, hero ain't nothing but a sandwich, man.
All right, we'll move to Ms. Kellis for some questions.
I've worked with you guys for years, so you know that I hold you in the highest regard. And I want to point out the fact that all of you talked about, you've all got lived experience. And I just want the entire world right now to see how phenomenal you are, that you represent people incarcerated, that you are fighting for people incarcerated. And I just want to say, it drives me absolutely bananas when people use the word inmate, because what they want to do is belittle. They want to dehumanize. They want to say, I'm better than and you're less than, and take your name away. But no, your name is Serena. Your name is Thomas, Stanley, Jerome, Anthony, Eddie. You're my friends.
Thank you.
So I wanted to point out something. I want just this data to be on record, because Jerome, you taught me something, and I want the world to hear this right now. You are absolutely right. The combination, the relationship of officer to
Yes.
it was 4 to 1. There were
Yes.
4 people incarcerated for every 1. Now, just over 3 to 1, which means that the ratio is better, significantly better now when they went on strike, significantly better. In 2000 alone, the average age was 30. The average age now is 40. We heard the commissioner say to me, to us, answered my question, are the people who are older less likely to be the people who are causing problems while incarcerated? And he said yes.
Yes.
So if there is an older population, they're less likely to cause issues, less likely to cause violence. That means they're not the ones who are responsible. There's less of it, and yet more people are being murdered. Do the math. Do the math. So I just wanted to say thank you for that comment, because that was very helpful. And I wanted to bring up, last earned time, absolutely. Without it, people are not, we are saying that we are holding you and punishing you. We are not saying we are rehabilitating, and we should not be calling it corrections. So thank you for bringing up the Earned Time Act. We need to pass it. And the last is for the women who are experiencing this support, of the very few women who are getting this support, what does it mean when they come out? What is it doing for the family? How has it helped the children?
Yeah, just to respond to that question, we support the entire family. And I think about the stories that I'm told, including a woman who went into labor while in a jail and was told to go back to her cell. The officer pleaded, thought she was in labor, active labor, and the nurse said, no, she can go back to her cell. The baby died with its umbilical cord wrapped around its neck because it did not get immediate care. Without the CARE Act, these issues will continue to happen. These deaths behind bars will continue to happen. And for our women who come home, that woman did come home. She came home from the county jail. She was only there for an 8-month misdemeanor. And what happened when she came home is that she began to use drugs, and her children were left without their mother yet again. So the cyclical generational harm that incarceration causes for women, especially women who are pregnant behind bars, is tremendous. The opposite of that is women who receive services. They walk through the doors of New Hour, they receive counseling, support, they receive someone who understands them, social workers, and most importantly, we ensure that mothers and babies remain at the forefront of what we think about when we talk about incarceration. You see, I'm the only woman up here. You see, in this whole entire day of conversations, we talk about men behind bars, and we support our men. But there are so many women behind bars and such a small population of pregnant women who we could be ensuring that their infants have a better life than the one that they've had.
There's been a 700% increase in women incarcerated since the 1990s.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a few moments just to share some thoughts and ideas and maybe get some feedback from folks. So, Jerome, yeah, you, I, and Eddie were here on the 13th.
Yes, we are.
When that happened. And I can tell you, for my part, I was aware of a death. I wasn't aware how that death occurred or the images behind how that death occurred at that time, and it was on video. And I don't want to assume that someone may or may not have known who was here that day, but it's possible. It's possible. But I know Eddie did it. I didn't. Programming is important to me. It's important to Eddie. I believe it's important to everyone that's come before us today. Sometimes a politician is needed, right? When you get into a car accident and you're emotional about that car accident, you can't defend yourself. So you need a lawyer. You let somebody else do the explaining for you. Now, I don't have the personal experiences that you guys have, that Eddie has. But I do have the legislative experience to represent and get the needs that you guys are advocating for done. I intend to do that. So I'm not going to pretend to be somebody that I'm not. I'm comfortable with who I am. That being said, I've worked with several of you, not all of you, on pieces of legislation, and I heard what you said. I'm taking it in, I'm absorbing it, but I still have a job to do, right? In spite of everything that you say, and I intend to do it. That being said, I've heard and I've watched Anna advocate for a lot of the issues regarding women. I think myself as a chair could do a lot better in terms of visits to female facilities. I have yet to visit one. It'll be on my list to do very, very, very shortly. I hear the stories that you see all the girlfriends lined up to visit the men in facilities, while women probably get very few visits. So I intend to work on that. Legislation in and around that is important to me. But I guess I'll put it to you this way. There are times, and it may not be the subject of this hearing, so I'll have a conversation, and maybe you don't answer it, but I have a conversation with you guys offline. There are times we leave session, and the parole board, whether you like the members or don't like the members of the parole board has vacancies. And it leads to during off-session times where we can't get full parole hearings, which slows down, I believe, the process of folks being released. It's legislation that I think we need to work on. I believe it should come from the Senate because the Senate has advice and consent on this stuff. But I think in the totality, having a full parole board that can advance these parole hearings and meet parole hearing dates in a timely manner, I think is something that's important and worthy of the legislature looking at. I'll talk to you guys about that offline. It's off subject. Did we miss anything today?
Yeah. I would like to just say I appreciate what you guys are doing today. There was a time that this could not be done. I think in the last 11 years, we made tremendous progress in New York State. We closed down over 20 prisons, most of them from the western part of New York. And we got some more closing down to do. And we also got some compliance issues, some accountability issues. The 32 years that I was in prison, I've always noticed, and Jose pointed this out to me around 2 days ago, we have never saw officers kill a white incarcerated person. They beat them down, but they know when to stop. Another thing, the officers are complaining about all of the hustle and bustle inside of there, but not one of them are getting killed. We're the ones who's getting killed. Another thing, we talk about accountability. 2 years, the chief of the department is accountable for putting these officers back inside the same facility that they got pending lawsuit and records of brutality. He can reassign. There was a time that the commissioner used to assign them outside of the wall if they had a record of brutality inside the wall. He's accountable. 1 year, 2 years on the job, he's accountable. Those officers, the ringleaders, conducted the murder of Robert Brooks. This is still happening. Why hasn't he changed the pattern of switching where they go then? If he can't fire them, he doesn't have to put them back in the same place. That's accountable. We talk about accountable. This is called correction. They should be tasked to follow the law of HALT. HALT is law. It was passed with a supermajority. Cemented. Whether the governor liked it or not, in 14, 15 days it would have became law. It's the most strongest law right now that we passed in the last 11 years when we deal with reform. We're all looking at this law. You want to know why? Because if you overturn HALT, any of these bills that we pass can be overturned. If it was the reverse, on the other side of the aisle, if they had the majority, this would be a no-brainer. They come in with force. There's no incremental. They come in with force, and they do sea change that lasts half a century.
And sorry, I have to conclude. I know Senator Salazar has some questions to bring this to a head. Senator.
Thank you, Chair. I have a final question. I do really want to emphasize again for everyone that we are really, okay, we are really here right now having this hearing because 2 men were murdered, and we know about it.
That
right?
we know about.
And we know about it in New York State prisons within less than 6 months. First, Robert Brooks in December, and then only about 2 months later, Messiah Nantwi. And of course, you know, we have evidence of both of these murders, including the extensive body camera and fixed camera footage of the murder of Robert Brooks. Jerome mentioned earlier, you know, if I pause the law, I go to prison, right? It's usually how it works.
we have talked about the state violating the law, pausing the law, by failing to implement the halt solitary confinement law. And we have certainly spoken about the state violating the law in the form of officers murdering 2 men who were incarcerated in New York State prisons. What message does it send, do you think it sends, to the public when public servants, and I just want to say, I too, all of us up here are public servants. I would very much expect much more than losing my job if I killed someone when I was at work, right? Certainly. Yeah. What message, though, does it send to the public when public servants and the state government don't even follow our own laws?
That
What are the-
incarcerated people's lives don't matter. That's what it says. Because if it was a school, if it was a church, if it was any other place, people would be up in arms. But because it's us behind bars, we don't matter. But we do matter. All of us were incarcerated, and I think we matter a lot to a lot of people. And that's not aggrandizement. That's to say that the service that we provide now to try to make up for our frailties are important to the public as well as people in there, so we matter. But obviously to the public, it seems like we don't, because if you can break the law and not follow it to protect us with HALT, if you can break the law and kill us on video, there's even tapes of the Nantwi case where they were conspiring the next day, but placing a fake, a weapon that they found earlier in the day, they put in his cell to justify murdering him. They got this on tape. So this is something they do. They choreograph everything. And if they do that with impunity, then what are you supposed to think? What is the public supposed to think? We don't matter. But I'm telling you right now, I damn sure matter, and incarcerated people's lives matter too.
This is not related so much to the question. I want to go back to something, because one of the earlier panelists said that there was nothing can be done about incarcerated people, about stopping the violence and all that type of stuff, and that's inaccurate. Thomas just said the one thing that can be done is to give those incarcerated hope, to give them hope that they got an opportunity and a chance to return to their family, to reunite with their family. So what I'm going to say to y'all, to this legislative body, is that there's a number of bills that's on the table. When you look at those bills, seriously look at those bills and consider enacting them, passing them, or however you want to say, please do not include any carve-outs in those bills. Because if we're talking about ending mass incarceration, we have to deal with violent felony offenders. And most of the people that's inside, that's doing the work, that's putting in the work, that these bills will actually help and affect, come back to the community as assets, are violent felony offenders. Please do not carve them out. And when we talk about 1 in 3 people that die in the Department of Correction right now is over 55 and older, that means that so far, and this is not my statistics, y'all know the statistics, the mortality rate in prison is 57, 58 years old. So when we talk about giving an individual at the age of 55 a chance to go to the parole board to make his case for release, many of these individuals was sentenced when they was in their late teens and early 20s. So they way past the 15-year threshold. Let's be mindful of that. We talk about 15 years or more. These individuals that's basically 55 and older are way past the 15-year threshold. They've been in prison 15, 30, in some instances 50 years. Please do not carve them out. I'm speaking on their behalf because I was serving what we call a death by incarceration sentence. I was serving a 62 and a half years of life sentence. That means I wouldn't have had no opportunity to go before the parole board until 2048. Thankfully, the governor and individuals, my peers and everything spoke up, and the governor granted me clemency. And that's another power we need to look into about using. But please, any bills you pass, please do not carve these men and women out, because they've been languishing in prison and they no longer pose a threat to society. And that's all I have to say.
If I could add right quick.
Go ahead,
Also,
go ahead.
I just want to say also, because I wanted to give Assemblyman Eddie Gibbs his flowers, but also Senator Yu, Anna Kellis, who also do great work too. So, but there's another bill that's so important, and I want to emphasize this too for everybody to understand about the Second Look Act. So, Second Look Act gives a person who has done 10 years to present a body of work, a resume of who I am now, right? Maybe I couldn't raise up back in the day. I'm a domestic violence sufferer, survivor, had mental health issues. My brain wasn't fully developed. All these other different things, right? I can bring right now and show who I am to a judge and possibly get resentenced. It doesn't mean it's automatic. But here's why that hope is so important with that, right? So the person who can present that can say, look, this is who I am now. This is what I'll do if I get a chance to get out. But even and what it does for other folks is that even if they're not eligible right now, this makes them say, I need to get in line too. I need to start building my resume. So this is why all around the board, if we're really talking about doing something powerful in the midst of this crisis right now, here's it. Earned Time Act, Second Look Act, release Asian people's bills with the parole reform, fair time. All these things will help. Every single time there was something great happened in history, I learned this while I was in prison, when I learned about our great country that we in. Every time there's a great crisis, something great was on the other side. So right now, what we do right now during this humanitarian crisis, let's not mistake what this is, we got a chance to do something great. And we have the documents, we have the opportunities to do it right now. These bills is what will do that. And we'll be greater on the other side of this crisis if we move right now.
Can I cash in our patience points for one minute? Because I would like to talk to Mr. Palmisano, please. Just 1 minute. I promise you, count it, 59, 58.
Less.
50, less than a minute.
Less.
It is a fallacy, it is a lie that people do not have any consequences because of HALT. Every rule violation has a consequence. In jail, and they can be charged outside. That is a fallacy. Please read the law. If you read the law, there are conjugations of penalties. Please do not take that on face value.
All right.
There is consequence.
And with that, I got to wrap, and I also have to, I guess, correct or clarify a statement that I made earlier in regards to our hearing on the 13th. The commissioner was here. I don't know what he knew or did not know, but if he did know at that point, just like we couldn't do here today, if matters were under investigation, he probably could not speak on them at that time. So I just, for the record, I don't want response. Just for the record, I do have to say that. That will bring to a conclusion of this hearing. We want to, certainly thank everyone for their time and their testimony. I think the ball is now in the court of the legislature in terms of how we respond. And I want to thank every one of the members who have participated and the ones who are still sitting here after all these hours, and personally thank, the staff who have helped us put this together. And that will be doing the work going forward. Thank you all, and that will conclude this hearing.